Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Unlocks Sacred Gear in Hell. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sighed, rubbing her eyes. I can't understand you sometimes, Suji. I truly can't. Rias Gremory observed Sona speaking with half of the I.M.P crew, wondering where Octavia was. You think an heir to the house of Goetia would be around for her own birthday party? She thought. Akino Himejima approached her. Everything all right, President? Oh yes, it is, Rias replied. Where's Riser Phoenix? Akino asked. Next to his friends, Rias said, glancing over at Riser, who was spending more time with his harem than with her. I see that Riser is enjoying their company. Have you gotten a chance to see if Vaya is? Akino began. You really enjoy butting into my personal life, don't you? Rias interrupted. It was not intentional. I'm sorry, President. I only wish to see you having a good night at least. We are best friends after all, Akino said. While that may be true, don't forget your place. You are my best friend, yes, but you are still my servant, Rias reminded her. Yes, President. Understood, Akino replied. The two stood together, watching everyone else converse, while Rias was lost in her thoughts. She turned to Akino. Akino? Remember when you suggested we go to an occult style? I did. Why bring it up? Akino asked. Well, you do seem very eager for me and Octavia to be around each other, Rias said, a hint of curiosity in her tone. You told me that being in an occult style would help me with my stress. At the same time, Octavia and her father would be there. It seems like an odd coincidence that they would be there, wouldn't it? Akino Himejima replied, yes, it would. Rias Gremory asked, Akino? Did you intend to set me up with Octavia just so we could talk? Akino explained, I read from her social media post that she and her dad would be there. I had no idea Issei Hairu, the imp, and that hellhound would be there. I hoped you two would at least speak with one another. Rias responded, well, despite what you believed were good intentions or not, that's none of your business, isn't it? After all, you have yet to speak to your father in a long time. You should know what I and Vaya are going through right about now. Akino nodded. Yes, I understand it very much. She looked at Akino, feeling a little sad, but Rias gave her a comforting smile. Rias said, Akino, be grateful to be where you are now. When you were living a horrible life on the brink of death, that man would have gladly disposed of you. I saved you from being dealt the worst fate imaginable. You have been of great use to me since then. I can always count on you for many things, but this is my life. Sometimes I don't need your help with a lot of things. Akino replied, yes, President. I have not forgotten how you saved me. You know I will always be of service to you. If I have overstepped some boundaries, then I will do my best to know my place for you. Rias thanked her. I'm glad you always come to know this. Akino responded, of course. Meanwhile, Issei followed Octavia to her room. She opened the door, and Issei looked around as they stepped inside. Wow, this is your room? It's very gothic. I mean that in a good way, he exclaimed. Octavia replied, thanks. This is where I escaped from the war between my parents. Even if I put my earbuds on to block out the noise they make. He looked around and noticed her laptop, telescope, a poster on the wall of her favorite band, and the same red dragon plushie he had won for her at the amusement park. Hey, it's that stuffed toy I won for you back at Lululand, he said. Yep. I can't believe I would even say this, but it was one of the only moments at that rip-off theme park I didn't hate. I feel like vomiting just saying that, she admitted. You kept it with you all this time? Issei asked. Pretty much. Why wouldn't I? Octavia replied. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just thought it wasn't a cool gift, is what I was saying. He explained. You dork, she said, playfully punching his arm. Ow, he exclaimed. She chuckled. I may not have had fun at that dreadful place, but you did protect me against those people who were trying to make a move on me. And for the record, I keep this around because you gave it to me. After all, friends keep things their best friends give to them, even if it's not the best. Well, that's it. Did you call me your best friend? Issei asked, surprised. Yeah, dude. Don't you know what best friends are? Octavia replied. Well, yes, I do. I have 2 of them. But I never had a girlfriend. I mean a friend who's a girl. It's just, back when I used to go to Kuo Academy, girls can be very, well, he trailed off. Bitchy, she suggested. I was going to say judgmental, but yeah, let's go with that, he said. Well, I'm not bitchy towards you. I'll always judge you, yes, but I don't hate you, she assured him. That's oddly comforting, he said, feeling a bit shy around her. She giggled and smiled at him, making Issei blush a little. He then took out a gift for her. I got this gift for you to keep if you like, he offered. Octavia looked at the gift, wondering what it was. Meanwhile, at the party, Stella was drinking her wine, looking around for Octavia. Where is that girl? She's absent in front of our guests, she exclaimed. She noticed Stola's bodyguards with Sona Citri and her servants speaking to each other while Luna gave Saji a fierce glare, making him very nervous. Stella sighed in disgust and ignored them. I wonder if Seraphal is aware her own sister is associating with those low-class creatures? They're both orphans since their spineless father went into that coma. So who cares, she thought. Stola's was alone with Blitzo when they spoke to each other. So? Everything secured? Stola's asked. Yep. No one is attempting your kid's life, so we're good here, Blitzo replied. That's good. Good, Stolas said, looking at the party. Hey Stolas? This feels kind of familiar, am I right? Blitzo asked. Stolas smiled a little. Oh yes. When we were little, you and I used to play pirates around the place together. Those were good memories we shared. Blitzo corrected him. No, I meant like when I crashed into your party last time I was here. Stolas replied. That too. Still, it truly has been a while since we came here, hasn't it? Yeah, Blitzo said, looking at his drink. Sure has. The two fell into silence before Stolas looked at him again. Our children are getting along well, Stolas noted. Blitzo asked, what, she and Luna have been talking to each other? Oh no. No, I meant Issei, Stolas clarified. Blitzo responded, oh yeah, I kind of thought you were talking about Gasper too. But that boy is still dealing with social issues. At least Issei is helping him out lately. Stolas said, with your help, of course. I do feel bad putting such a burden on Issei like that. Blitzo shrugged, meh, you know Issei. Always so eager to think he's hot stuff. He took another drink. Stolas added, but he has made it up by helping you and your associates with your business, right? Yeah. But he shouldn't think just because he does good, it doesn't mean I won't yell at his dumb face for doing reckless things every single time, Blitzo replied. You shouldn't be too hard on him, Blitzy. While I agree he always acts before he thinks, he's still just a child in need of a role model in his life. Sometimes we make mistakes, Stolas advised. But sometimes mistakes help us grow better than we were before. Blitzo reflected on his own childhood, recalling how, at a young age, he faced strict consequences for his mistakes. He believed the kid needed to learn that life wouldn't always favor him. Stolas, sharing a moment of contemplation, agreed, acknowledging the harsh realities of life. Their silence was interrupted when Stella entered, clearing her throat. She questioned if she was interrupting something. Stolas, startled, stammered her name, while Blitzo took the opportunity to excuse himself, suggesting he should join his employees and leave Stolas and Stella to their own drama. Stella, irritated by Blitzo's remark, was about to respond when Stolas intervened, asking if something was wrong. Stella expressed her concern about their daughter, questioning Stolas' attention to her well-being. Stolas, taken aback, retorted that Stella had never shown much care for their daughter, only for their reputation. Stella insisted that many high-class devils and hellborn royals were demanding to know where their daughter was. Disappointed by Stella's neglectful attitude, Stolas sighed and mentioned that he had seen their daughter go upstairs a moment ago. Stella's anxiety grew as she realized the implications of his words. She asked, with rising panic, if their daughter was alone with someone. Stolas confirmed that he had seen Issei going up with her after they left the balcony. Stella's mind raced with troubling thoughts, imagining Issei taking advantage of their daughter. The image of Issei falling at her feet, apologizing for his actions, flashed through her mind, and she snapped back to reality, horrified by the possibility of what might be happening in their daughter's room at that very moment. Her fear consumed every bit of her mind as she rushed up the stairs. "Stella?" Stolas called out, but Stella kept running up the stairs. Octavia looked at the present in Issei's hands, slowly reaching for it. Stella continued to search the halls for her daughter, furiously opening every door in a panic. "Octavia! Octavia! Octavia!" Stella shouted. Octavia held the box in her hands, ready to unwrap the present when Stella finally opened a door and saw her with Issei. "Oh, Octavia!" Stella yelled. Both Issei and Octavia jumped at her shout, and Octavia dropped the present on her bed. "Mom!" Octavia exclaimed. "Mrs. Goetia!" Issei added nervously. "What is going on here?" Stella demanded. "I was just giving Vaya my present," Issei started. Present? As in your shrimp d-dash." Stella interrupted. "What?" Issei and Octavia exclaimed in unison. "What are you talking about?" Issei began, but Stella cut him off. "Don't lie to me." She grabbed Issei by the throat. Why you? You're CC choking at me. Please, stop." Issei struggled to say. "Mum, please stop." "It's not like that." Octavia pleaded. "It's all right, darling. Mommy will take care of this situation," Stella said, pulling out a doll. "After that, you can show me on this doll where this person touched you." Issei felt the full force of Stella's grip, almost choking the life out of him. Everything began to blur as he caught glimpses of Octavia and later Stolas trying to intervene. He couldn't hear what they were saying. "Is this it? Is this how I die? I was only trying to be nice to Vaya, and this is how I'm thanked for it? Being choked to death by her mom? Life isn't very fair to me, is it?" he thought. His life flashed before his eyes, leading up to this moment. Seems like I'm the only nice guy who doesn't try to be perverted around a girl and always ends up being hated. Is this my life? To always be hated? Is that how I end up ending the world? Because everyone hates me and wants me to die because of this Longinus I was born with? That doesn't seem fair to me. I didn't even ask for this. "That's how it always must be," a voice echoed. "That voice. I know that voice. Or you. Show yourself." Issei demanded. "This is how it always must be, Issei Haidu. This is our destiny as a dragon," the voice replied. "Dragon? What are you even talking about? What does any of this even mean?" Issei shouted. Suddenly, fire surrounded him, and a giant red dragon emerged from the flames, looking down at Issei. "Oh, who are you?" Issei asked, trembling. "I am Drake, and I am the one who has been sealed away inside of you, ready to become the dragon of dominance once more. You do not have to die tonight. I can help you get stronger. If you don't wish to perish, then give in to your rage," the dragon said. Issei's mind was a mix of confusion and anger as everything went black. Slowly, he woke up to see both Stella and Stolas on the ground, looking up at something, while Octavia looked at him in fear. What's Vaya? What's W? He started, but then he saw his reflection in Octavia's mirror. He was clad in red armor with glowing green eyes and jewels all over. What the hell? Am I? He wondered. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, a hellhound guard spoke to his partner. "So how's the wife and kid been doing?" "My wife is cheating on me with some sinner, and my daughter just sits in her room listening to music all day." "How about your family?" the other guard replied. "Just the usual as always," the first guard said. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Issei in his red armor ran off, startling both hellhound guards. "Whoa!" one of them exclaimed. Stella stormed out furiously. "Get him! He assaulted me! Kill him!" The hellhound guards blindly obeyed and started pursuing Issei. Wait, Stella, I don't think, Stolas began, but Stella interrupted. Did you not see that human pushing me against the ground when he turned into that? I know what I saw, you worthless man. She pushed Stolas aside and stormed off. Stolas looked at Octavia, who had approached him. What's happening to Issei? Why did he turn into that when Mom was choking him? Dear, I don't believe Issei is aware of this. But he has unlocked a balance breaker, Stolas explained. Balance breaker? Octavia asked, confused. Just stay put. I have to make sure your mother doesn't have him killed, or that she doesn't kill him first, Stolas said, running off and leaving Octavia alone with her thoughts. Her mother was trying to harm her friend because of a misunderstanding, and now Issei was being hunted down like an animal. Back at the party, Blitzo was drinking some liquor he had snuck in, reflecting on what Stolas had told him earlier. He remembered when he first met Issei but was interrupted by Rias's maid, who approached him. Hello, you must, Grafia began. I didn't sneak any outside drinks here. You got no proof. Blitzo quickly replied, hiding his liquor. She raised an eyebrow but sighed. I am a servant to Sirzex Lucifer. Sirzex Lucifer? Did he send you here to get me? Blitzo asked. He has, Grafia confirmed. So if I may ask, what does Lucifer's very own Devil King want with an imp like me? Blitzo inquired. He only wishes to speak with you if you'll indulge him, she replied. Looking past Grafia, Blitzo saw Sirzex Lucifer waiting for him. He rolled his eyes and reluctantly walked over. Alright, here I am. So what's this? Instead of coming to talk to me yourself, you sent your own servants. Blitzo asked. I didn't think you would willingly agree to speak with me, Sirzex replied. Well, it's not every day a high society devil wants to talk to me. So make it quick, Blitzo said. I understand that my sister may have given you and the human you have in your care a hard time as of late, Sirzex continued. I simply wish to apologize and take full responsibility for her actions. At this point, Blitzo wasn't really that surprised. He looked at Sirzex Lucifer and remarked that he was the brother of that snobbish princess, noting the red hair as a giveaway. Sirzex inquired about Issei Hayadu's whereabouts, to which Blitzo suggested he was probably getting into trouble with girls. He then asked how Sirzex knew his human's name. Sirzex explained that Issei had made quite a name for himself in the human world, mentioning the numerous bodies piling up and the new title he had earned, the Kuo Town Killer, due to his violent actions across America and Japan. Blitzo questioned if there was a problem with Issei's actions, prompting Sirzex to express concern over the reckless behavior of Blitzo and his human. He noted that the supernatural presence they left behind was drawing attention from humans, complicating efforts to keep the supernatural world a secret. Sirzex pointed out that having the Red Dragon Emperor alongside them only heightened the risks. Blitzo fell silent as Sirzex continued, revealing that they had detected the presence of the Longinus at the site of a recent incident, implying that Issei had been involved. Blitzo defensively stated that it was none of Sirzex's business, but Sirzex insisted that it was his business since Blitzo was using his childhood friend's grimoire for harmful purposes. Blitzo argued that their actions were strictly business, helping sinners who had been wronged. He defended Issei's involvement, stating that he was instrumental in their success. Sirzex countered that despite Issei's potential as the next Red Dragon Emperor, he was wasting it on violence against his own kind. Blitzo noted that Issei preferred using guns over his Longinus, which led Sirzex to question why he wasn't being trained to use it, given that he lived with Blitzo. The scene shifted to ancient Egypt, where a priest named Unas was on his knees before the pharaoh, facing judgment for attempting to assault a devil goddess. Unas admitted to his actions but pleaded not guilty, claiming it was not a sin to fall for someone worthy of affection. The pharaoh's daughter confronted him, revealing their past relationship, which shocked the pharaoh. Unas attempted to justify his actions, but the pharaoh declared him guilty, stating that he had defiled the princess. As the devils surrounded Unas, the heir of the house of Agars placed a curse on him, resulting in Unas being mummified and sealed in a sarcophagus. The pharaoh condemned him to remain imprisoned for countless years. In present-day Japan, A top researcher on Egyptian mythology had finally recovered the same sarcophagus in his office after 5 years of searching. He wondered about the history of the high priest it belonged to and felt proud of betraying his partner to obtain it. Just as he was reveling in his discovery, he heard a knock at the door. Oh, who could be bothering me at this late hour? I thought everyone else had gone home. He opened the door to find Issei dressed as a pizza delivery boy. Oh, pizza delivery for you? Issei exclaimed. The researcher raised an eyebrow. How did you get in here without setting off the alarms? What are those lazy security guards doing? Hey, no need to worry about that. Just take the box, Issei replied, handing over the pizza. The researcher frowned. I don't even remember ordering, but as he opened the box, Blitzo sprang out and shot the researcher. Blood sauce. That's what you get on your pizza. Blitzo shouted. Wait, did he not say what he ordered? God, I had it all planned out. What about my plan? I laced the pizza with poison, Issei said. Poison? Really? Did you not learn anything from me? Blitzo replied. I thought poisoning someone was another way of killing them. Issei defended himself. It is, but it takes too long for them to eat and the poison takes time to work. Besides, what if this guy was a vegan and not much of a pizza fan? Blitzo pointed out. That makes no sense. Pizza is just cheese. It's not even made from animal meat. Issei argued. Moxie and Millie entered the office after dealing with the security guards. Issei? You do know vegans don't eat dairy either, right? Moxie asked. Say what? Since when? Issei exclaimed. How is it possible that you don't know vegans don't eat dairy? Millie questioned. I thought they just never ate meat. Why don't they eat dairy? It isn't even made from animals. Issei replied, confused. But dairy, like milk, comes from cows. So if you think about it, it would be taking advantage of animal life, Moxie explained. Wow. I thought vegans were supposed to be smarter than us, but they're just as clueless, Issei said. Moxie rolled his eyes, exasperated by Issei's lack of knowledge. Asia Argento entered with her eyes closed. Should I open my eyes now? Not yet, they should. That dead researcher is still bleeding on the ground, Millie said. Oh, okay, Asia replied nervously. All right, let's get this big coffin to that guy's partner. I can't believe he would pay us twice for not only killing the guy who left him for dead but also taking this coffin back to him. I say this is a great night for us, Blitzo said. It's a sarcophagus, Issei corrected. What's that now? Blitzo asked. It's a sarcophagus, Issei repeated. So it's a fancy name for coffin. I didn't even ask, but all right, Blitzo said. Do you even know what a sarcophagus is, Issei? Moxie inquired. Well, I barely paid attention in class, but I did hear my teacher talking about how mummies were once living beings. When they died, they were wrapped in bandages, and everything inside them was removed and placed in these things we call sarcophaguses, Issei explained. Oh my, what sort of funeral was that? Asia asked, intrigued. Well, it was during ancient Egypt. But no matter what era anyone was living in, it may have been messed up in historical moments, Issei replied. So you humans just place your dead on display for any sick individuals to gawk at? Blitzo asked. What? Do no, that's sick. It's not like that at all. Issei protested. You're telling me, kid. Guess we're not the only company that ends up breaking a few laws, are we? Blitzo winked at Issei. Issei sighed, feeling annoyed. Whatever you say, Blitz. All right, let's lift this bad boy and take it back to the office, Blitzo instructed. You got it. Millie said cheerfully. I hope I can put my back into it, Moxie added. If we work together, we can lift anything, Issei encouraged. Do people really display their dead for everyone to see? Asia asked, still uneasy. Don't think about it too much, darling, Millie advised. Back in hell at the I.M.P. building, the sarcophagus they brought into the meeting room leaned against the wall, with Issei and Asia staring at it. Asia felt uneasy. Issei? Is it natural to keep a coffin outside of its grave and have it in your home? Asia asked. It's a sarcophagus, Asia. And don't worry, they showcase these types of things in museums. You don't really go to one, do you? Issei replied. Asia shook her head. No. I never left the church before I was exiled. Didn't you have any education at all about anything? Issei asked. Why yes, I did, Asia began. Anything that has nothing to do with Bible teachings? Issei interrupted. Asia felt hurt by his words. It's all I know so far. I'm sorry. Hey, come on, don't get sad about it. I just didn't think you ever had a better education, that's all, Issei said, trying to comfort her. Luna rolled her eyes, crossing her paws as she watched videos on her phone. Oh, like you for example? What's that supposed to mean? Issei shot back. It just means that despite going to school, you never pay attention to anything at all, Luna replied. Hey, I pay attention in class. Regardless of how my teacher accused me of checking out the girls during study hours. Issei defended himself. See? That right there is exactly the kind of lack of attention I'm talking about, Luna stated. Issei felt offended by Luna's remarks, and Asia comforted him. It's okay. I don't know a lot of things either, but since joining this team and becoming part of a family I've longed for, I'm trying my best to understand everything outside of what I learned from the church. What can you tell me about the sarcophagus? Asia asked. Both Issei and Luna exchanged wide-eyed glances before looking back at Asia. It's pronounced sarcophagus, Asia, Issei corrected gently. Blitzo entered the meeting room. Well, I just called the guy, and he said he would be here first thing tomorrow morning to pick it up, and we get paid in advance. So in the meantime, someone has to keep an eye on it, Blitzo announced. Oh, what? It's not like it's going anywhere, Luna said. He told me that if the sarcophagus gets opened, then whoever opens it will be cursed or something like that. Anyway, one of you has to be in charge of looking after it for the entire night. So, Blitzo said, using his finger to select either Luna, Asia, or Issei to be in charge. Eeny meeny. Issei. Me? Issei exclaimed. Luna laughed. You're joking, right? Issei Hayadu was feeling the pressure. He had just had a heated exchange with his friends, Luna and Blitzo. No, I won't. You know I've just about had it with you thinking I don't focus on anything, and it puts a strain on the trust we're supposed to have here. Issei protested. Luna rolled her eyes. Issei, you're a perv. And even if you're not a perv, you're just a pure-born dumbass when it comes to responsibilities. Blitzo chimed in. Yeah, that's true. Alright Luna, you can. Whoa, time out here. Issei interrupted. Look, I know I screwed up last time, but this time I won't. I just have to watch over a sarcophagus, right? That's the whole point, kid. Even a monkey would do it, Blitzo replied. Then I'll prove that monkey wrong by watching over it so no one tries to open it. Issei declared. Are you sure, kid? Because I really need you to focus hard on making sure nothing goes wrong here. Blitzo warned. I'll guard it with my own life, Issei promised. Luna smirked. Yep. I'm definitely going to see this one flop so hard. Oh, we'll see who flops hard on who. Issei shot back. Issei? Did you have any idea what you just said? Lunest. Not at all. Issei admitted. Blitzo grabbed Issei by his shirt and gave him a serious look. If you're very serious about taking on this important job, then listen very clearly. No matter what happens, no matter how much you want to see what's inside of it. Pretty sure it's some 1,000-year-old dead dude, Issei said, trying to lighten the mood. You will never open that sarcophagus. Never. Blitzo insisted. Got it, Blitzo? Issei replied, relieved. Good. Because Stolas wants me to do some personal favors for him tonight, Blitzo added. And when you say personal, Issei began. We're going to have a night out. Come on, focus. Blitzo shouted. Okay, I get it. Issei said, feeling the weight of responsibility. At 8 p.m., everyone except Issei was calling it a night while he kept looking at the sarcophagus with a determined expression. You were really being serious with Blitzo this time, weren't you? Lunest. And I was also being serious with you too, Issei replied. Whatever, she said, rolling her eyes. Just as she was about to leave, she looked back at Issei and sighed. Look, before I go, Just make sure you really don't screw it up. Ah, okay, I won't, Issei promised. Dude, this is serious. You wanted to prove you aren't a screw-up, right? Luna pressed. Yeah. Issei responded. Don't repeat your mistake like you did looking after Gasper, she warned. What makes you think this will be like that incident? Issei asked. Because I know you, dude. That's why, Luna said before closing the door, leaving Issei alone with his thoughts. Issei reflected, she's right. Blitzo is giving me a second chance not to be a screw-up, and this time I won't take his trust for granted. I won't let my recklessness from last time be repeated. This time I'm looking out for a dead guy in a fancy sarcophagus. This guy must have been wealthy back in ancient times. I wonder why no one is allowed to remove it? I can't think about that. I swore an oath to Blitzo I wouldn't open that thing no matter what. Issei sat quietly, staring at the sarcophagus, but boredom crept in after just a minute. So, if anyone were to open it, they would be cursed, huh? To be fair, I was cursed a long time ago to work for that crazy boss. It's not like it would be much worse for me if I did open it, but Blitzo did train me to get stronger. Yet he hasn't exactly trained me to learn how to use this thing I have in my arm. Maybe I should listen to some music to clear my mind. He pulled out his HelPod, put in his Bluetooth earbuds, and started listening to some songs. He played Valkyrie to Bone Town, but the temptation to open the sarcophagus lingered. To drown out those thoughts, he turned up the volume as much as he could. At 10:13 p.m., Issei scrolled through his social media, looking at various posts. He saw Octavia's post showcasing the gift he had given her, which made him smile. He hearted it and then noticed a picture of her doing makeup tutorials with her dad, who also had makeup on his face. Oh, he commented, but some users replied, what does that mean? Feeling shaken, he quickly typed back. She was giving her dad a makeover. I just thought it was funny. Another user replied, oh, so you think men wearing makeup is funny? Issei felt a wave of anxiety and typed, no, no, no. That's not what I meant. I typed, because I liked it. Another comment came in, then why not say that instead of commenting such a toxic masculine comment? Getting upset, Issei replied, I wasn't saying anything about toxic masculinity. I was trying to be nice, More hate comments flooded in, and feeling overwhelmed, he left his social media account and sighed, facepalming. Good Lord, even in hell, people can be real judgmental, he muttered. He turned his gaze back to the sarcophagus, feeling the urge to open it again but keeping his resolve. I wonder what's new on DeviTube, he thought, looking back at his HelPod. At 3:04 a.m., Issei was almost drifting off to sleep but woke up quickly, determined not to pass out. I really need some sleep, yet I can't. Because my boss has me looking at this dumb ancient thing, and he doesn't even let me sneak a peek. I need a drink. He approached the soda machine, glancing outside the meeting room while holding a coin. An idea struck him. All right, heads I look inside, tails I don't, he decided, flipping the coin. It landed on heads. Hell yeah, it's heads. I mean, all right then, he said, excitement bubbling up. He walked toward the sarcophagus but hesitated. No. I swore I wouldn't look at the sarcophagus, he reminded himself, turning away. But then he looked back at it, sighing in defeat. Then again, I did promise the coin I would. Issei Hayato hoped that Blitz wouldn't harm him before whatever evil was inside the sarcophagus did. He slowly opened the sarcophagus and saw red smoke billowing out. What the hell is even going on in there? Some kind of rave party or something? Issei exclaimed. Suddenly, the entity that had been imprisoned inside attacked him, and his screams echoed outside the building. The next morning, the group exited the elevator. Moxie expressed his concern, saying, I'm just saying, sir, was it really a good idea to leave Issei in charge of looking after that sarcophagus all night? What about the curse? Blitz replied, for all we know, Mox, that guy probably only said that because he had money stashed in it. Who even believes in things like curses? Asia Argento chimed in, I sure hope he didn't open it, though. I don't want anything to happen to him. Luna Wolf glanced at her phone and remarked, well, whatever he did on social media. He is so cancelled for life. There are a lot of hate comments on his page, not even spamming every last one of them will get them off his back. Moxie was surprised. Wait, since when did you start watching his social media account? Since I said so, that's when, Luna retorted. Asia added, I think it's nice that you're concerned for him. What? Luna replied, confused. Because you two seem to be good friends with each other now. I just thought. Luna grunted, look, Asia, just because he and I have the same social media account doesn't make us friends. Gasper Vladi interjected, you did come looking for me and him when we were in trouble. That's still not the same thing. And for the record, Asia? I'm not his friend. Luna insisted. Oh, then am I your friend? You've looked out for me lately. So that means we must be friends, right? Asia asked hopefully. Luna sighed, annoyed, and looked at her. Oh, you're someone who doesn't get on my case. Let's leave it at that. Oh, okay. Asia replied, a bit disheartened. Millie whispered to Asia, that means yes. She smiled at Asia, who returned the smile, feeling happy that Luna cared for her, while Luna awkwardly rolled her eyes away. Blitz opened the door to the meeting room and exclaimed, okay, kid, how did... You were up all night looking after it? The group looked at Issei, who sat quietly at the table. Even Gasper felt a little scared. Then Issei smiled. Yes, I did, Issei confirmed. Blitz walked up to him with a smile, saying, well, I gotta say I'm proud of you, kid. For once anyway. He looked into Issei's eyes. Hey, is it just me, or have your eyes always been red? Oh, you mean my eyes haven't been red to you? Issei asked, surprised. No, they don't. Blitz replied. They've always been red, Issei stated. Really? Blitz said, looking at Issei suspiciously. Then he smiled and shrugged. Guess I just didn't notice until now. Now get off my table. This is where we have lunch. Of course, sir, Issei responded, getting off the table. Blitz's eyes widened when he heard Issei call him sir. Did you just call me sir? Blitz asked. Yes, of course I did. Are in charge of us, aren't you? We always do well to know our place in your presence, Issei explained. Okay, now I know something is up here. Blitz said. You just realized this right now? Moxie asked. There's no denying it, Blitz replied, walking up to Issei and giving him a glare. You honestly didn't think that I know what's going on here? The person claiming to be Issei reached into his pocket, but Blitz placed a hand on his shoulder. You're trying to earn yourself a promotion, aren't you? Blitz asked. Yes. Promotion. That's right. Issei stammered. Well, you keep kissing up to me and you'll go places. That's the kind of attitude I was looking for. How about you get me some frappuccinos? Blitz instructed. Why yes, sir. I am at your command, O mighty ruler of whatever kingdom you rule right here, Issei replied, leaving the office with a smirk. Moxie noticed this and asked, Sir? Does Issei seem different to you? I do know one thing, Mox. You should be very careful. Because he might be gunning for your job, Blitz warned. Since when did we ever get promotions at all? Moxie deadpanned, realizing that Blitz didn't understand what was really going on with Issei. However, Luna noticed something when she caught a whiff of him passing through. She could tell something was off. The person everyone thought was Issei was now in the elevator, smirking wickedly. I must say, it's been so long since I've had a body of my own. I've waited for so long to be released into the world. Though it seems the world has become really different over the thousands of years. The humans seem to have changed, except this one in my possession. Did Anubis and Osiris themselves turn humanity into that of red jackals? Whatever happened to the world, it matters not to me. So far, I'm doing good keeping up appearances. I've even been blessed with this promotion. Maybe it is a blessing from one of the gods? Regardless, I intend to have my revenge upon the world and the ones who sealed me away one way or another. Until then, I might as well have fun with these fools and stay on their good side until I decide to betray them. Maybe even make that beautiful non-red jackal goddess my bride along the way. Later in the office, as everyone enjoyed their frappuccino break, The entity possessing Issei's body gave Luna a lingering look. Blitz, Moxie, Millie, Asia, and Gasper were unaware, but Luna caught him staring. Issei? Remember what we talked about regarding personal space? If you keep staring at my chest, you're going to end up with half a tooth in your mouth. It's about to come to that. Luna warned. Oh yes. Of course, Issei replied, kneeling down. My apologies, my goddess. Luna slammed her fist on the table. That better not be sarcasm. Oh no, my apologies. I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive my ignorance, almighty goddess. Issei begged, bowing down. The group looked at Issei, confused. Even Luna felt weirded out. Seriously, dude? You really need some help, Luna said. Moxie? What's with treating Luna like she's some goddess that you keep calling her lately? Luna, feeling frustrated, responded that she had no idea, suggesting it might be one of Issei's strange tactics. Moxie, trying to maintain professionalism, reminded Issei that they were on the clock. Issei, feeling insulted, shot back at Moxie, calling him a filthy, overweight possum. Moxie was taken aback, while Luna chimed in, pointing out that at least Issei had gotten Moxie's weight issues right. Moxie protested that he wasn't fat. In a sudden outburst, Issei slapped Moxie against the wall, demanding that he not speak to the goddess unless spoken to. Millie and Asia rushed over, shocked to see Moxie knocked out, and Millie glared at Issei, demanding to know what his issue was. Blitzo, distracted by his frappuccino, asked what was going on, wondering if someone had said something funny. Issei quickly tried to smooth things over, claiming he was just praising Blitzo as a marvelous pharaoh next to their goddess of darkness. Luna, clearly annoyed, yelled at Issei to stop calling her a goddess, expressing how creepy it made her feel. Blitzo, confused, asked what Issei had just called him. Issei stammered, pointing to Blitzo's name tag, which made Blitzo smile and confirm his name. Blitzo then shifted the conversation to business, mentioning that they were expecting a client that afternoon to pick up a sarcophagus. Issei confirmed that they delivered goods, but Blitzo reminded him that they were assassins, and he should know that by now. Issei, with a smirk, revealed that he had received a message from someone wanting them to eliminate a certain group of people. Blitzo was taken aback, questioning why Issei hadn't informed him sooner. Issei apologized, but Blitzo was surprisingly pleased that Issei had taken over the client's request, as it saved him from dealing with the client's complaints. He asked who the target was, and Issei revealed it was the House of Agars. Moxie's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly recovered to express their concern about taking another hit job against a devil. Issei explained that the client wanted the current head of the House of Agars to suffer a slow and painful death for past wrongs. Blitzo, intrigued, encouraged Issei to continue, and when he heard about the payment, he became excited. Moxie, feeling uneasy, expressed his concerns, but Blitzo dismissed him, insisting that a job was a job. They all took a portal trip to the floating city of Agars, with Moxie still feeling unsettled about the mission. Once they arrived, Asia admired the beauty of the city, while Millie agreed. Moxie pulled Issei aside to ask about the client's motivations for wanting the head of the House of Agars dead. Blitzo backed up Moxie's inquiry, and Issei explained that the client had been wronged by the House of Agars, having been killed after professing their love to a female devil who was the head of the household at the time. The client wanted vengeance for the past crimes. Blitzo asked if the client had given their name, and Issei replied that they wished to remain anonymous. Moxie clarified that he meant anonymous, and Issei confirmed that was indeed what he meant. Blitzo understood that the client wanted to protect their identity in case things went wrong. Blitzo then instructed Issei to follow him, and Issei complied, calling him master. As they made their way to the roof, they spotted the palace and the current head of the House of Agars watching a show in his room. Blitzo handed Issei a sniper rifle, encouraging him to take the shot. Issei, feeling a wicked intent, took aim but was suddenly knocked out by Blitzo, who sighed in frustration. Blitzo, feeling he couldn't trust Issei, decided he should have let Luna handle the situation instead. He grabbed Issei's body and walked away, leaving Issei to slowly regain consciousness in an unfamiliar palace. Stolas looked at the tied-up Issei, sensing that Una's was inside, controlling Issei's every movement and thought. Yes, Issei is definitely possessed. There's no doubt about it. You can tell because of the red eyes, Stolas stated. I knew something was off about him. Moxie exclaimed. Oh dear. Is he truly possessed by a demon? Oh, poor Issei. Asia Argento said, looking at Stolas. I mean, no offense, that is. I don't believe demon possessions are involved here. This was done by spiritual possession, Stolas clarified. Oh, okay, so that does mean Issei is deep inside there, right? Hold on 1 minute. Blitzo grabbed Issei's shirt roughly. Issei, stop being lazy and tell this mummy to go away already. Stolas pulled Blitzo away from Issei. Well, yes, you are right, Blitzy. He can hear us very well and is probably feeling scared and confused about the whole ordeal forced upon him. But even if he did respond to your demands, I'm afraid we can't hear him outside of his own subconscious. Does this mean Big Brother Issei is gone forever? Gasper Vladi asked. Not exactly. It seems that there are some seals placed in his body. However, I fear it won't be easy to rid them from Issei, Stolas explained. What? You can't just get rid of these seals from his body so we can confront this mummy for taking advantage of him? Blitzo questioned. It's not that simple. Some magical seals are beyond my powers. If the House of Agars had something to do with sealing this spirit away in that sarcophagus, then I must find answers and speak to the current head on this matter. Just be sure he doesn't escape until I return, Stolas instructed. Not like he's going anywhere, Blitzo replied. Don't be so sure about that. There are different kinds of magical spells individuals possess. Some, of course, involve the occult they've learned from various mythologies. We might not know what this soul is truly capable of. Be on your guard, Stolas warned as he left the living room, leaving the group to watch over the possessed Issei. They heard the false Issei chuckle to himself. Find something funny? Blitzo challenged. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Except I know how you can break the seals that contain your human friend's body as we speak, Issei replied. Blitzo pointed his pistol at the false Issei's face. Make it quick or else I'll make a mess. Wait a minute. You won't go through with killing your servant, will you? Even after I just told you there was a way you can free him? Issei stammered. If there is no other way of freeing him, then I wouldn't want him to suffer as your puppet. A mercy kill would be the only way I could free him from your control. Blitzo said. Okay, yes, you're right. There is a way to break the seals, but you must follow the rules completely and never break them under any circumstances. Do you understand this? Issei explained. Blitzo looked left and right, considering Issei's safety. He sighed, annoyed, and pulled his gun away from the false Issei's face. How do we break the seals? But I'm grateful you are able to listen to reason. Because it involves that jackal goddess I idolize so much, Issei said. A minute later, Luna exclaimed, No way! There is no way I'm wearing this ridiculous outfit. She threw the belly dancer clothes into the trash out of sheer disgust. And as her father, I would never allow her to wear such revealing clothes. Sorry, kid, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. Blitzo declared, pointing his pistol at the frightened false Issei. Yo, what gives? Mind getting out of the way so I can end Issei's misery here and now? Blitzo demanded. Asia, what's wrong? Moxie asked. I don't want Issei to die. I've seen too many people die before me, and I don't want Issei to die, Asia replied, her voice trembling. All right, give me a reason not to take action and just end Issei's suffering right now, Blitzo challenged. What were you going to do to Asia? Millie asked, giving Blitzo a fierce glare that made him nervous. Gently push you aside. That's what I said, right? Blitzo stammered. Asia? Maybe it's for the best. Not that I don't believe it'll work, but it's the fact that Luna won't go for it, and Blitzo would rather kill Issei than let any man focus on her, Moxie suggested. Demonstrate. Blitzo agreed. Well then, I'll belly dance for him, Asia declared. What? Moxie, Millie, and Luna exclaimed in unison. Luna looked away awkwardly, while Moxie stared at her, confused about why Luna was so concerned about Asia's decision. Han, you don't have to make a fool of yourself just to free Issei. I'm sure we'll find another way to break those seals, Millie reassured her. But there isn't. Issei interjected, giving Asia a flirtatious look. I suppose this fine young woman will do just fine. Even though the costume bought for the goddess of darkness won't suit her because of the dark blue shades, it'll do. Then, I'll do it. For say, because he's my friend. And friends always do things for each other if they're ever in need of help. Maybe that's the only lesson I've ever learned from the church's teachings. Here I go, Asia resolved. Luna saw Asia preparing to take off her clothes, but Moxie and Millie stopped her. Oh no, you don't. Millie exclaimed. Absolutely not, Asia. Moxie added. But mother, father, I must save Issei's soul. Asia protested. Being inappropriate isn't the way, darling. Millie insisted. Listen to your mother, Asia. You don't have to degrade yourself like this to save Issei. Moxie urged. So you're saying I should just give up on him? Asia asked, her determination unwavering. Luna observed Asia's resolve and looked away, recalling how Asia once saved her life and healed her wounds after a fight. She sighed, feeling a mix of annoyance and admiration for what Asia was willing to do, and reluctantly began to remove her clothes in front of everyone as they watched. All right, Luna said. Blitzo was furious as he confronted the situation unfolding before him. What is going on here? Put your clothes back on now. He turned his gaze away, trying to maintain some semblance of control. Moxie, overwhelmed, covered his eyes. What is even happening right now? Asia Argento looked at Luna, seeking clarity. Luna Wolf, taking the belly dancer clothes from Asia, offered her a reassuring smile. It's okay, I've got this. She turned her attention to the false Issei, putting on the outfit while ignoring Blitzo's protests. Asia watched with a smile, appreciating Luna's determination to help Issei. Luna glared at the false Issei. Listen here. The only reason I'm doing this dance is because I couldn't let Asia embarrass herself for your ridiculous fantasies. You owe me for this. And if you ever tell anyone about this, I will make sure you regret it. Issei Haidu, trying to regain his composure, replied, Of course, my goddess of death. I am a servant who keeps his word sacred. Luna interrupted, I wasn't talking to you. To be honest, you're just as pathetic as he is right now. With that, Luna began to dance, moving gracefully despite the circumstances. Blitzo seethed at the sight, furious that Luna felt compelled to perform this dance to free Issei. He is so dead when this is over. Blitzo exclaimed. Which one? Moxie asked, confused. Yes, Blitzo replied, his anger palpable. Luna twirled, making the experience even more intense for the false Issei. Lunas, the high priest, reveled in the moment. Thus, finally, I live again. Luna smirked. You tapped out early. I thought you wanted a full dance for your desires. Unas looked taken aback. What does that matter? Millie chimed in. You did break those seals too early. Seems like a stale climax if you ask me. Unas was bewildered. This has never happened to me before. Blitzo shrugged. So breaking those seals early has never happened? I guess it could happen to any dead guy. Unas grew agitated. What are you saying? Are you implying I shouldn't have broken those seals so soon? If the sandals fit, Luna shot back. Unas, now furious, declared, whatever. It's what I wanted anyway. Issei slowly got to his feet. Yeah, well, keep telling yourself that. Unas shouted, I'm going to kill you all. Suddenly, raps emerged from nowhere, ensnaring Gasper, Moxie, Millie, Asia, Luna, Blitzo, and Issei, suffocating them. Unas laughed, believing victory was his. Once I finish you, I will go after the House of Agars and eliminate them all. I will create a new Egypt and have you all as my loyal followers. I will be your god. Issei felt the pressure building within him, igniting his determination. He summoned his red armor, burning away the wraps that confined him. Unas was taken aback. What? Impossible? Blitzo, muffled by the wraps, struggled to speak. Unas, confused, threw more raps at Issei, but he burned them away with fierce punches. Enraged, Issei unleashed a powerful aura, freeing his comrades and sending Unas crashing against the wall, injured. Unas, trembling, looked at Issei in awe. Are you Ra himself? Are you the sun god punishing me for my sins? Issei reverted to his normal form, kneeling and panting. Blitzo pointed his gun at Unas. Trust me, you'll be meeting the god of death soon. Give him my regards. Unas, desperate, pleaded, wait, before you kill me. I must know something. When did you see through my deception? Was it because I called you sir? Or the red eyes? Or that I wanted you to kill the current head of the House of Agars? Blitzo responded, you called me Blitzo. Unas was taken aback. Wait, that's it? All because I called your name? I don't see what's wrong with. Before Unas could finish his sentence, Blitzo shot him, and Unas fell dead on the ground. Blitzo remarked, though he is silent. Stolas entered the room with his grimoire. All right, he told me how to release Issei from the spirit's control over him. The only thing we shouldn't do is perform some favors for him because, even though it would free Issei, it would also free. He paused, noticing Una's lifeless body and the charred living room. Oh dear. Never mind then, I suppose. Octavia was about to walk through the hallway while listening to her Hellpod but turned around when she saw the damage around her. In Blitzo's van, as they drove back home, everyone still felt the aches from being trapped. Asia healed Gasper, her parents, and Luna. Issei looked away in shame for what had happened. Blitzo asked, so, am I not going to trust you on anything at all, kid? Issei replied, hey, it's not my fault. I was following coin rules. Besides, you were planning on killing me. That's what's really messed up. Blitzo countered, you let out a deprived 1,000-year-old mummy who could have killed all of us and ruled the world in the process. Are you going to lecture me right now? Issei sighed, touché. Blitzo continued, kid, you really need to listen to me when I tell you not to mess things up, alright? And what we just went through. I think that right there is a pretty good example to live by. Issei apologized, I'm sorry, Blitzo. Blitzo replied, so you keep saying, I don't want you to be sorry. I want you to be better. Even when it comes to focusing on simple orders. Listening is how you earn trust. Remember that. Issei nodded, all right, Blitzo. I'll try to focus from now on and not let my curiosity get us killed. Blitzo acknowledged, sounds like a good start there. Asia looked at Luna and smiled. Are you really going to go through all that just to help free Issei? Luna responded, I only did it for you. She looked at Asia. I went through all that to protect your dignity. You know, because I care about you even if I don't show it. Asia beamed, because we're friends? Luna shrugged, yeah, sure, whatever. Just don't look into the details too much, alright? Asia hugged Luna, who hugged her back. Thank you, Luna, for always looking out for me. Luna looked away, feeling bashful but slowly patted Asia's head, showing her friendly side. Millie exclaimed, ah, this is too precious. Luna glared at Moxie, who was smiling. Not one word, Lardis. Moxie replied, oh, nothing. I didn't even say a word. It just seems nice to see you actually showing. Luna punched Moxie in the face while looking back at Asia, who was snuggling against her. Millie said, well, I'm just glad it's all over now. Issei agreed, tell me about it. Feels great to have my body back. Hey Blitzo, do you ever feel like we may have left some unfinished business to tend to? Blitzo shrugged. Meh, who cares? Not like it would have mattered, really. Back at the I.M.P office, another researcher, who had been betrayed by his partner, kept knocking on the door. Hello? I'm here to pick up the sarcophagus. Isn't anyone going to open the door? What kind of business are you running here? It was another aftermath of Stolas and Blitzo as the imp lit a cigarette for Stolas to smoke while he was tied to his bed. Stolas apologized. I'm sorry for having to move our little rendezvous early. I have an engagement this month on the full moon. Stolas was shown wearing a ball GG and his hands tied to the headboard with rope. Blitzo remarked, when this happens, it's not really something I fuss about. He used the cigarette to burn the rope, freeing Stolas, who took a long drag from the cigarette. Blitzo asked, "But do you really need the book for this farm business? I have like 15 new clients waiting for heads to roll." Stolas replied, "As shocking as it may seem, Blitzy, my grimoire is actually incredibly important. And it isn't supposed to be lent out to little imps like yourself." Stolas put out the cigarette in one of Blitzo's horns and pinched his cheek before Blitzo shoved him away. Stolas explained, "The harvest moon is a very special occasion. It's been my annual duty to showcase it in the Ring of Wrath. It's celebrated by a charming little festival with the locals." Blitzo pulled a feather out of his mouth in disgust. "My employees are from there. I've never really been. I hear it's full of inbred chucklefucks." Stolas suggested, "Oh, why don't you all join me at the festival? I can guarantee you all special access." Blitzo replied, "Look, I told you we're not bodyguards. Okay? That was a one-time thing, and then it became a two-time thing after that. We did badly. Twice." Stolas stood up with the covers on his head and did a playful owl head tilt. "I'm simply offering a work-free day of fun. I feel quite safe at the Harvest Festival. It's the same every year." Blitzo said, "Well, if you promise this isn't some wild invite, it does sound like it could be a blast. Plus, it's not like we can do anything without your book anyway." Stolas spoke in a baby talk voice, "I'm sorry your clients will have to wait." Blitzo waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, forget my clients." Meanwhile, at Moxie and Millie's home, the loving couple slept peacefully when they heard Asia's loud scream from the other room. They sighed at each other, knowing one thing. Millie said, "Ox, she's praying again." Moxie replied, "I'll go get the medical supplies." Moxie got out of bed, followed by Millie. Later, in the bathroom, Millie turned on the water to cool Asia's hands off. She noticed the little red burns on Asia's hands and gave her a serious look. "Darlin'," Millie began, "this is the 18th time you've done this. We've talked about this, haven't we?" Asia Argento stammered, "And no praying in hell because it causes pain on the hands to feel immense burn." Moxie replied, "All right, give me your hands." She complied, and her adoptive father, Moxie, carefully wrapped bandages around her hands, ensuring they were secure to heal the wounds. "There we go. Good as new. Feeling better now?" he asked. "A little," Asia said, looking at her bandaged hands with a sigh of depression. Her adoptive I.M.P parents exchanged concerned glances before turning their attention back to her. Millie reassured her, Now, Asia. I know living in hell with us isn't as easy as warm apple pie. But there are limits in hell we have to live by. It's not so different from dealing with some limits on earth, is it?" Asia responded, Sometimes if I didn't listen to an order back in the Grigori, I would be forced to live outside while KyleWarner would sneak food for me to eat." Both Moxie and Millie's eyes widened in shock. Millie exclaimed, "I don't know why, Mox, but I feel the urge to confront those who have been hurting our precious baby girl." Moxie comforted Asia, "Oh, Asia." He gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay. You're living with us now. You don't have to be afraid of those fallen angels knowing where you are. You're under the protection of the House of Goetia." "And us," Millie added. Moxie continued, "That too. Anyway, we would never let anything bad happen to you. You know that, right?" "Why, sir?" Asia replied, making Moxie feel uneasy at being addressed that way. "Dad would be just fine," he corrected her. "Oh, I know, Father. I was just trying to be respectful towards you and Mother," Asia explained. Millie chimed in, "Well, your daddy doesn't like being called sir. Heck, I don't know why either. He just doesn't feel comfortable being called that for some reason." Moxie rubbed his eyes, still tired. "Well, I just don't feel like Asia should be calling me that just because I'm her father. It's getting late. Let's get you to bed." "Yes, I mean father," Asia said. Suddenly, Moxie's phone rang with a Phantom of the Opera organ ringtone. He tapped the phone and rolled over, but it rang again. Annoyed, Moxie grabbed the phone and stood up. "What do you want, sir?" he answered. Blitzo responded cheerfully, "Hey, hope I didn't wake you, Mox." How would you, Mills, and your kid like to visit the Wrath Ring for some harvest festivities this year? I'm even bringing Luna, Gasper, and Issei so our kids can see it themselves. Moxie replied, You mean you're forcing your juvenile daughter and your degenerate son along with your recent vampire son to come with us? Same thing. So what do you say? Blitzo asked. Millie stood in excitement. The Harvest Moon Festival. Yeah. Plus, this would be a great place for Asia to finally meet my parents. Asia's eyes lit up. I have grandparents there? She smiled at the thought of having grandparents at the festival. Millie confirmed, You sure do, darling. And I bet they'll be thrilled to meet their very own granddaughter. Moxie sighed. Well, Millie and Asia both love the idea. Where are you calling from? Blitzo suddenly fell onto the bathroom floor from the ceiling, his phone bonking him on the head. Moxie narrowed his eyes as Blitzo purred happily. Moxie looked annoyed while Millie seemed amused, and Asia let out a giggle. Of course, Moxie muttered. The next morning in the Wrath Ring, the I.M.P van arrived at the Rough N Tumbleweed Ranch. Millie jumped out of the van, excited to meet her parents after so long. Mama, Daddy, she called, happily running to her folks and hugging them tightly. Her father embraced her and spun her around before placing her down. Yeah, how's my deadly little pumpkin spice doing? Joe ruffled Millie's hair affectionately. I'm good, Pa. Thanks for letting us stay here for the Harvest Jamboree, Millie replied. It's no trouble. We know you aren't making as much anymore since you went freelance, Lynn said. Freelance pays fine. We're doing just fine. Millie insisted, her tone turning serious. She walked over to Moxie, who was struggling to carry luggage. Anyway, y'all remember my husband Moxie? She said, shoving a nervous Moxie in front of her parents. They stared at him disapprovingly. Greetings, Lynn. Joe, how have you been, with all the flaming twisters and stuff around here? Moxie nervously held out his hand. Joe replied, We lost our old farmhand to one of those terrors last week. Moxie laughed nervously. Oh, crumbs. My bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to open that wound. Sir. Blitzo interjected. Hey, watch it. I'm the here, bucko. Issei rolled his eyes. You're always the sir of everything. Lynn looked at Issei, Asia, and Gasper, who were by Luna's side. Hold on now. Are those humans? Blitzo shrugged. Is that going to be a problem here? Joe replied, It's rare to see humans in the Wrath Ring. I thought they only stayed in the Pride Ring. Millie explained, Oh yeah, y'all haven't met my boss, Blitz? And his hellhound and his human. Luna added, I'm not just his hellhound. Issei chimed in, and I'm not just his human either. Blitzo proudly declared, Yeah, they're my children. Luna corrected him, only on paper. Issei added, and only because of circumstances. Luna pulled out her smartphone and began typing. Y'all don't deserve to know my name. Lynn turned her attention to Asia. And who's this little one in the cute dress? She looks lovely. Blitzo replied, Oh, that's my son too. Joe and Lynn exchanged glances. Son. Millie explained, Gasper loves wearing dresses. Her parents looked away from Gasper and then focused on Asia. Asia introduced herself. Hello. My name is Asia Argento. She bowed her head. I'm your granddaughter. I'm very pleased to meet you both. She tilted her head up, smiling. Mother has told me stories about you two before arriving here. Millie's parents were now more confused than ever. Lynn asked, Mother? Millie? Are you saying that human? Millie confirmed, Oh yes, she is, Mama. Daddy. Meet your granddaughter. She hugged Asia with so much love. She just couldn't wait to meet y'all. Joe and Lynn had mixed feelings as they processed the introduction of Asia as their granddaughter. Millie noticed their expressions. Mama? Daddy? Everything all right? She asked. Joe stammered. Wait, you know it, pumpkin. So, Asia, did you say? Asia nodded. Oh yes. I did. I've always hoped I could one day have grandparents to love, and now I finally found them. As she was about to hug Joe and Lynn, they both backed away, feeling awkward. Lin said. Weiss. We're. Asia felt a bit rejected when they backed away, and Millie looked worried that her parents weren't exactly comfortable having a human for a granddaughter. Blitzo walked over to Millie's parents and shook their hands. It's a pleasure to finally meet the two of you who raised this little gem of an assassin, Blitzo said, playfully elbowing Millie. You two raised a sturdy individual. Joe chuckled. That we did. So, Blitz, is it? That's a fine name. Lin added, it reminds me of war. Joe sighed happily. Nothing like a little war to make a strong man. He flexed his bicep. Issei Haida chimed in. War makes a man strong, huh? You know it, Joe replied. Blitzo nodded. I like you people. Moxie interjected. You know, more battles were won by technological advances in warfare. I've researched the history of weaponry extensively, and it's inspiring how the progression of guns utilizing angelic technology has changed the landscape ever since the three-way war ended. But with the Devil King trying to find a way to make peace with the other factions to ensure no more bloodshed will be spilled, I don't think we might need to have another war after all in the near future. Millie made a cut-it-out motion with her hands, and Joe crossed his arms. Moxie continued, I mean, war is fun. Joe responded, let me tell you how I feel about the Devil faction's so-called fearless leader. He's Lucifer Morningstar's right-hand man with such power that he could destroy an entire landscape if he chose. Even he and many other devils could wipe out all life with just their powers alone. But instead, he strives to find peaceful solutions to end wars without violence. I think Lucifer's Devil King is nothing but a coward if you think about it. Guess being raised by those high and mighty aristocrats in the devil factions can do that to you. Even some devils would agree that his way is nothing but weak talk. And I know full well that he isn't a Devil King I would gladly fight my battles for. You want to know why? Because he isn't a real man. A man is nothing if he can't tear the head off a hellish beast with only his bare hands. Blitzo laughed. He's right, Moxie. You have cute little hands. Blitzo grabbed Moxie's hand and reached toward his waist, but Moxie slapped his arm away. Refrain, sir, Moxie said firmly. Asia Argento spoke up. We've actually met the Devil King before, and he seems very nice. Lin replied. Yeah, well, being nice doesn't make anyone like him a man. A real man would fight for his people no matter the outcome. Joe then said, speaking of a real man, you all should meet our newest help. Striker. Black flaming hooves clopped rapidly on the ground as an imp with a spiky tail rode a black hell horse with a fiery mane. The horse leaped over a fence and reared up in front of the group. Issei Haidu exclaimed, wow. That is definitely not a little pony. Gasper Vladi added, I don't know what a pony is, but if that's what that thing is, then I don't want to look at that scary thing anymore. He hid behind Issei's pant leg, annoying him. Stryker tipped his hat in greeting, a straw in his mouth. Well, howdy. Oh, looky here. You must be the famous Mildred. He got off the horse and walked toward Millie. Heard some good things about you from your folks, little lady. He winked. Millie laughed sheepishly. Oh. Stryker shook Millie's hand. What are you all doing so far away from Imp City? The free work finally slowing down? Millie replied, oh no. Freelance isn't free. Issei then asked, hey boss? If freelancing isn't free, how come you don't pay any of us? Blitzo responded, you get paid in whatever the streaming service is charging you for watching girl-on-girl content. That's all you ever get from me. Issei sighed. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm pretty much cursed to be your employee because of your boyfriend. Blitzo warned, Issei, if you think I won't smack you just because you're a kid, think again. Issei rolled his eyes. Would not be the first time. Stryker looked at Blitzo. So, you're the bold imp who started his own killing business? And I'm guessing this is your assistant who's helping your successful business. Issei exclaimed, whoa. I'm not his assistant. Stryker smirked. Oh, but you said you were his assistant, did you not? Issei clarified, I said I was his assistant, not his personal assistant. Stryker laughed. Could have fooled me with that voice of yours. Issei protested, sissy voice? Blitzo added, Oh yeah, when I hear you talk it does sound pretty soft to me. Issei groaned. You're really not helping, Blitz. Stryker complimented. I gotta say, though, not many imps start businesses on their own. That's pretty impressive, sir. Blitzo beamed. Oh. Yeah. It is, I guess it is, isn't it? Stryker shook Blitzo's hand. So you even convinced that ditzy blue blood to get you to the surface? Blitzo replied, well, it's long and complicated, but the short answer is yes. But he's not like, we're not doing anything inappropriate. It's a transactional arrangement, you see. Joe suggested, you boys should enter the pain games. Blitzo scuttled over to Joe. I heard games. What games? I'm in. Issei asked, what's the pain games? Sounds like something MCSD would enjoy or SDST. Lin explained, every harvest festival, there's a competition to be the roughest, toughest individual in Wrath. Millie crossed her arms and pouted. Yeah. Wish I could play. Lin reminded her, Millie, you get too carried away. The last competition ended in 15 separate funerals. Issei gasped, holy cow. Everyone dies in these pain games? Joe added, with Millie, it's a lot more than you know, boy. Millie protested, oh please, I only caused 9 of them. How come Sally Mae still gets to compete? Lin replied, your sister doesn't have a neighborhood head count. Millie insisted, she so does. Sally Mae carried a sack while a small imp dragged an imp body in the background. It doesn't count if they don't find the body. Sally Mae called out. Issei checked Sally Mae out. Wow. That's Millie's sister? Dimon. Millie seethed at both Sally Mae and Issei. What? Your sister looks great, that's all. Lin remarked that Issei got to cheer for his sister and brothers, and now he could support his boss too. Issei Hayato added that he could also cheer for his coworker, raising his hand while everyone looked at him in disbelief. Joe wheezed with laughter and slapped his leg, questioning if it was really him. Issei insisted that it was a unique opportunity for a human to compete. Joe pointed out that it wasn't every day they had sinners in the Wrath Ring. Issei proudly stated that he was alive and had taken down many who tried to harm him, even mentioning that he had once killed a fallen angel. Blitzo acknowledged Issei's point, recalling that he had indeed killed a fallen angel. Joe sarcastically asked if he was supposed to award Issei a Medal of Honor for that. Issei declared that it might be hard for them to believe, but he possessed a Longinus and was the next Dragon Emperor, striking a victorious pose. The lack of applause irritated him, and he exclaimed that he deserved some recognition, even from the girls. Stryker approached, clapping sarcastically and teasing Issei about his eagerness to prove his strength. Issei retorted that he didn't need to prove anything because he already knew he was stronger than Stryker. Stryker challenged him, suggesting that if he was as strong as he claimed, he should help wrangle a large sleeping hell hog for dinner. Issei was taken aback, questioning if he really had to catch that creature. Stryker clarified that it was more about killing it until it was lifeless. Gasper expressed his fear, while Asia asked if it was necessary to kill it. Issei reassured her, comparing the hell pigs to regular pigs and claiming it would be easy. Luna pointed out the hog, and Asia realized it was the big one sleeping in its filth. Stryker handed Issei a dagger and rope, explaining that bullets wouldn't work and he needed to use the knife to create an opening. Issei insisted he knew what he was doing, having done similar things before. Blitzo leaned in, grabbing Issei's shoulders, while Moxie expressed concern about Issei's confidence, warning him that hell pigs were different from those in his world. Issei remained confident, stating he would manage to kill it. Moxie warned him he might die, but Issei urged him to have faith. Blitzo encouraged Issei, reminding him that his reputation was on the line. He pushed Issei forward, and Asia watched in fear, hiding against Millie's chest. Millie comforted her, assuring her that Issei would be fine. Asia was uncertain, and Millie agreed with Moxie that Issei might not survive. Blitzo cheered as Issei entered the pen, nervously advancing with the knife. He leaped forward, wrapping the rope around the hog's neck, but the knife struck harmlessly against its hide. The hog roared and bucked, throwing Issei off. Blitzo cheered him on, while Asia worried about Issei's safety. Luna recorded the scene, finding it entertaining. Issei shouted for help as Stryker intervened, swiftly killing the hog with the dagger. Issei rubbed his backside, complaining about the pain. Stryker stood over him, smirking, and walked away with the dead hog. He called out to Blitzo, asking if he wanted to help skin it for dinner. Blitzo enthusiastically agreed, while Luna made a joke. As everyone left, Issei remained covered in mud from his struggle. Sally Mae approached him, playfully commenting on his manliness, only to dismiss him moments later. Issei felt defeated. Millie was about to head inside when she noticed Asia standing alone, looking sad. Lynn asked if she was coming in, and Millie decided to check on Asia first. Lynn suggested she bring Asia inside afterward. Moxie, seeing Millie, considered checking on Asia too, but Millie assured him she could handle it. Moxie went inside, and Millie approached Asia, asking if everything was all right. Asia hesitated before expressing her feelings of disappointment. She had hoped her new grandparents would be excited to have her in their lives, like her adoptive parents had been, but it seemed they didn't care. Millie felt a pang of sadness, realizing that her own parents weren't giving Asia a fair chance. She was very upset deep down at them for treating their own adopted granddaughter like an outsider. She sighed and smiled at Asia while placing her hand on her cheek. Millie explained to Asia that her grandparents were like many imps in the Wrath Ring, stuck in their old ways of thinking and often scared of things they didn't understand. It was similar to how humans might feel if they encountered their kind out in the open on Earth. Asia responded, saying that she didn't see Millie as anything else but a kind, caring mother who took her in when she had nowhere to go. She admitted that while it was still scary for her, especially with Millie and her father, along with Blitz and Issei, being involved in dangerous situations, she felt protected by them. She expressed her gratitude for being part of this new family that God had blessed her with. Millie shed a tear while smiling, touched by Asia's words. Asia quickly apologized, worried that she had upset her mother. Millie hugged Asia closely, reassuring her that these were happy tears. Asia hugged her back, smiling. Millie encouraged Asia not to worry about what her grandparents thought of her, suggesting that they just needed time to get to know her better. However, Sally Mae interjected, stating that their grandparents were old-school human-hating imps, just like their family generations before them. Millie glared at Sally Mae, but Sally insisted she was right. Issei approached Millie and Moxie, announcing that he had made a decision. Millie jokingly asked if he was going to respect women from now on. Issei declared that he was entering the pain games. Asia gasped, expressing her concern that if people ended up dead, she wouldn't be able to handle seeing him die. Issei brushed off her worries, insisting he would be fine. Millie pointed out that Issei could barely hold onto one of their hell hogs, questioning how he thought he could handle himself in the pain games. Issei admitted that it wasn't one of his best moments, to which Millie retorted that he had never had a best moment. Issei defended himself, stating that he had been trained by Blitz to fight and that he needed to partake in the pain games to boost his confidence and impress anyone watching. Asia, feeling supportive, said she would root for him if he thought he had what it took. Issei was pleased to have her support, especially since she had never insulted or belittled him. He patted Asia on the head, making her blush. Millie watched, feeling a bit worried about the interaction. Issei then picked up a straw and put it in his mouth, claiming he had some manly training to do. However, he accidentally choked on the straw and began coughing. He exclaimed that it looked cool in those Western films before running off in search of water. Asia asked if they should help him, but Millie sighed and said he would be fine. Sally Mae then taunted Millie, suggesting that her human daughter would shed tears if her boyfriend died first, prompting another glare from Millie. The next day at the Harvest Moon Festival, Wally Wackford stood on stage with a microphone, dramatically welcoming everyone to the annual event. He introduced the great Prince Stolas, who was there to usher in the pain games, and announced a surprise guest, Surzex Lucifer, the Devil King and second-in-command to Lucifer Morningstar. As Surzex took the stage, he noticed the imps were not pleased to see him, while Stolas welcomed everyone and spoke about celebrating their hard work. Surzex addressed the crowd, acknowledging the strained relationships between devils and imps and the ongoing conflict among different races in hell. He emphasized the importance of peaceful gatherings and the possibility of building a better future together. Issei and Asia listened to his speech, impressed by its power. However, the crowd reacted negatively, with some calling it lame and throwing a tomato at Sirzex, shocking both Issei and Asia. Issei thought Sirzex would be furious after the disrespect shown by the imps of the Wrath Ring. However, instead of unleashing his anger, Sirzex simply took the abuse without retaliating. Yes, well, I suppose that is all I needed to say on my part, Sirzex said, handing the microphone to Stolas. Stolas looked at the crowd and announced, "Anyway, I'm happy to kick off the start of these games that will challenge the toughest imps to show their skill and dominance. Good luck to you all, especially that charming one over there. Yoo-hoo! Blitzy!" He waved at Blitzo, who glared back in annoyance. Blitzo muttered to himself, feeling frustrated. Just then, a gun went off, signaling the start of the games. Issei yelped as he was trampled by the other imps racing down the trail. Stryker climbed up a wooden ramp structure while Blitzo leaped down ahead of him. Issei struggled to catch up, only to fall into a small puddle where a monstrous black and white shark thrashed around him. Stryker grinned smugly at Blitzo, who was tied up and unable to move. A muscular imp held a rope, grinning at a terrified Issei. In a tug-of-war match, Issei fell into the water again, and the shark attacked him once more. The next game involved a wrestling match in the mud between Blitzo and Stryker. A group of imps formed a huddle on top of Issei, and the shark leaped over the fence, landing on him with a heavy elbow drop. After the pain games concluded, Wally stood on the stage, announcing, "For the first year ever, we have a tie for the winner of the Harvest Moon Pain Games." Stolas took the microphone from Wally. "The winners are Stryker and my darling Blitzy." He struck a pose on stage as the crowd cheered. Blitzo walked onto the stage, visibly frustrated. "Just say my name right." Issei looked defeated and humiliated in front of everyone when Asia approached him. "I still think you're amazing out there. You're a winner to me and in the eyes of the Lord." "Asia, God doesn't care what I do." The crowd saw how much of a loser I was out there. "It's just like high school all over again." Issei replied, feeling down. "Please don't doubt yourself like that, Issei. I don't care if you lost." Asia encouraged. "It's not like it matters anyway. That Stryker thinks he's so cool and tough. Look how smug he is right now. He's doing this to get under my skin." Issei exclaimed. "Maybe he's honorable and knows you played hard out there?" Asia suggested. Stryker then pulled out a guitar. "I'd like to take this opportunity to sing a quick song I wrote just now, about me winning." He began to strum the guitar. Issei couldn't believe it. "Oh, what? Maybe his song is about the fairness of the game and how he respects you?" Asia offered, trying to see the positive side. Stryker sang, "Sweet Victory. I smell the smell." He kicked a squealing fangirl imp in the face, sending her back to a group of imps who then mauled her. He continued, "From up in stinkin' heaven to the rugged rocks of hell, sweet victory. With everything I do, with every talent, I'm so much more talented than you." Blitzo arrived with a slice of cheese on a stick, sitting next to Issei, Asia, Gasper, Moxie, and Millie in the bleachers. He took a bite of the cheese and said, "Isn't this guy great?" "Not really," Issei replied, unimpressed. Stryker continued, "Every time I try, I push it and succeed. Can he be this self-centered?" Issei wondered aloud. "Like you?" Moxie shot back. "What does that mean?" Issei asked, confused. "You brag about wanting to lose your virginity while Stryker's out there bragging about beating you at everything," Moxie explained. "Even so, at least this is our last night here in this town," Issei sighed. Blitzo grinned. "Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice working with him." He poured hot sauce on his cheese and took another bite. "Working with him? What?" Issei exclaimed, shocked. "Yeah. I asked him if he wants to join I.M.P, Blitzo said casually. "You asked? But..." Issei stammered. Stryker chimed in, "I'm totally the best." "Big bro? Are you all right?" Gasper asked, noticing Issei's distress. "I can't believe you agreed to have that guy working with us." Issei said to Blitzo, frustration evident in his voice. Calm down. No need to get jealous of our newest employee, Blitzo replied. Like hell I'm jealous. Issei retorted. Stryker sang, the super cool me handsome guy. Go take a hike. Asia looked concerned. Issei? Are you alright? I need to take a break, Issei said, getting up from his seat and walking away from the crowd. Stryker smirked. Did you hear something? It was just the wind. The crowd cheered for Stryker's performance, and he graciously accepted their applause. Asia watched Issei walk away, feeling sorry for her friend. Blitzo, maybe you hurt his feelings? Asia suggested. Don't get involved, Asia, Moxie warned. It's fine, Mox. Look, Issei doesn't need to act like the world revolves around him. I think Stryker will serve as a perfect role model for him on how strong a killer should be. He'll walk it off, Blitzo reassured. Meanwhile, Issei stormed off, feeling angry at Blitzo for hiring Stryker. Blitzo noticed Issei's frustration and sighed as he got off the bench to follow him. Issei thought to himself, the nerve of that selfish J. After everything we've been through together, he still doesn't show me any respect. He respects that Stryker more than he does me. Did I make the right choice sticking with I.M.P? Should I have taken Rias Gremry's offer to work for her? But then again, she didn't show much respect to my comrades, and I've learned how devils treat their servants who don't perform well. Whose side am I supposed to be on? Even if I had taken Rias' offer, I bet it would have been worse to serve as a reincarnated devil. But would she have helped me remember my parents? Issei observed a group of young imps throwing popcorn at Surzek's back while he enjoyed a hot dog and soda. He approached them, feeling a surge of protectiveness. Hey, leave him alone, he said firmly. The first imp sneered, or what, human trash? The second one chimed in, yeah, what's he gonna do to us? Issei replied, he's not my dad. He's my boss. And I don't need his help. Dealing with two little pests like you. The imps felt a chill from Issei's intense glare and quickly ran off, one of them muttering, whatever, loser. The other added, Stryker is better than you. Turning back, Issei noticed Surzek looking at him with a mix of amusement and gratitude. I can't say that's the best way to deal with bullies, but I suppose a thank you is in order, Surzek said. Well, you did offer your griffin for us to ride back home on, so we're even, Issei replied. Thank you, Surzek said again. Issei continued, I thought you gave an amazing speech about peace, even if no one else wanted to hear it. Surzek nodded. It's no different from the politics of the human world. It was still disrespectful for them to treat you that way. Honestly, I thought you were going to retaliate when they threw that tomato at you. I would have, but what kind of point would I have made? Surzek responded thoughtfully. Issei pondered this. How do you handle such harsh criticism from ignorant people? Most imps aren't the only ones who disagree with peace. Even devils from the underworld, stuck in their old ways, would agree with the imps that we devils would eliminate any threats. Then why don't you? If someone annoys you, wouldn't you just get rid of them? I mean, I know I would back on Earth. But here, I'd face consequences. Same applies if you were still in the human world, Surzek said, taking another sip of his soda. Violence never solves anything. War only leads to more deaths and suffering. If a second Great War were to start, it would lead to an apocalypse. Everyone would be involved, and we would all perish. So, you're saying if the apocalypse happened, you wouldn't fight back to protect yourself? Issei asked, intrigued. I would do anything to protect my family. That's my priority, Surzek replied. You have a family? Issei asked, surprised. I do. I have a beautiful wife and a son destined to be the future heir. I also have a little sister who can be quite demanding and easily embarrassed. She sounds like a handful, Issei remarked with a smile. Yes, she is. But I love her, and I want her to be safe above all, Surzek said warmly. Issei's expression turned somber. It's been so long since I thought about my own family back in the human world. You miss your parents and your old life, don't you? Surzek asked gently. Issei remained silent, lost in thought. Surzek stood up and faced Issei. Did you really mean it when you said you enjoyed my speech? Yeah, I did. I wish I didn't have to kill to survive. But with so many people being difficult, is there really a chance for peace? Issei, I never had a chance back at Stola's home, but I'd like to offer you a chance to find the peace you seek. No more blood will be spilled on either side. What do you mean? Issei asked, curious. I mean, why don't you join us? The Devil faction. What? Me? You are the current Red Dragon Emperor, Serzex explained. Yeah, so I've been told. Every action you take as the next Red Dragon Emperor will impact the future of peace. You could be the one to prevent the apocalypse before it begins. No one would have to die. Me. Stopping the apocalypse. Issei thought, considering the weight of the responsibility. However, he recalled everything he had learned about devils and how they treated those they reincarnated as servants rather than individuals. Would that mean I would become a devil if I joined? Because if I did, I would want to help everyone as I am now, a human. It's not that simple, Serzex admitted. The population of devils is low, which is why we must reincarnate those who join us. But as a devil, you can still help us. You could even become a Mao like me. A Mao? Issei echoed, intrigued. It's a powerful position for elite devils. You could inspire the children of the underworld. So, what do you say? Look, I'm glad you don't want war. That's your choice, but I'm okay being under Stola's care while working for his boyfriend, who looks after me. Somewhat. Your problems are yours, not mine or my comrades. So, your answer is no? Serzex asked, disappointment in his voice. Issei nodded, and Serzex sighed. I was hoping you would agree to help us. We could help you reconnect with your parents if you wanted. You could still have a normal school life while assisting the Devil faction. You can change your mind if you wish. Issei's mind raced. Could he really bring his parents back? They could still remember him? But then, memories of the lives he had taken since joining I.M.P flooded back, leaving him with a heavy heart. Even if what you say is true. Issei began, but the weight of his past held him back. Issei felt a heavy weight on his heart as he spoke. I can't go back to my old life. I've killed a lot of people and there's no going back from that. Serzex Lucifer tilted his head, confused by Issei's words. I see, Serzex replied, his tone thoughtful. Issei continued, can you bring innocent people back from the dead? Serzex shook his head. We cannot. No. A silence fell between them until Issei finally said, well, I should probably be heading somewhere now. Have a good evening, Your Highness. He turned and walked away, heading into Joe and Lin's house. Serzex sighed, reflecting on the conversation. I suppose you should feel proud that your son refused my offer, he remarked. Blitzo stumbled and tripped as he approached, quickly getting to his feet. I have no idea what you're even talking about. I know you overheard our conversation before he left, Serzex replied calmly. Blitzo retorted, I didn't overhear whatever kind of talk you two were having. I just came here right now. That's all. Anyway, don't you have a fancy castle to get back to? I'm here as a representative just as much as Stola's is. I won't be here long, Serzex explained. Of course, Blitzo said, rolling his eyes and turning away. That boy of yours, Serzex began, but Blitzo stopped, listening intently. He has been through so much. Wouldn't you agree? Serzex asked. Blitzo replied, that's how life is for all of us. I wouldn't expect you rich folks to know what that's like. He was about to leave but turned back to warn Serzex. Oh, and by the way, stay away from my kid. Politics isn't our business. As Blitzo left, Asia sat alone near the hell hog fences, lost in thought. She reminisced about the time Issei saved her life from Rainier, how he had helped her with the sewing machine to make team uniforms, and how he stood up for her against Zenobia and Irina. She remembered the moment Issei had patted her hair, and despite their differences in beliefs, he had shown her kindness, something no one else, except KyleAkersXD, had done since her exile from the church. Moxie noticed Asia blushing and approached her. Hey Asia? Are you all right? Asia snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Moxie. Oh, father. I was just thinking. About what? Moxie inquired. She hesitated, but the blush on her face made Moxie smile. Or maybe about whom? He teased. What? Asia stammered, flustered. It's alright, Asia. I know that feeling anywhere. Even when I first met your mother, you've fallen in love with someone, haven't you? Unable to hide her feelings any longer, Asia nodded quickly. That's great. Who's the lucky guy or gal? Is it someone you just met recently in the Wrath Ring? It's not Striker, is it? Moxie asked. No. Of course not. Asia exclaimed. Phew. That's good. I'll be honest with you, even I agree with Issei that he's very egotistic. And now Blitzo hired him to work with us? Did he get stoned? As if we need two narcissists in the office, am I right? Asia hesitated. Well, there is someone. Since you wish to know. But it's one of our friends. Our friends? I don't. Wait. Is it Blitzo? Moxie asked, surprised. No. It's someone else. They may not be very friendly, but they have a kind heart, Asia clarified. Is it Luna? I've noticed you two have been talking to each other lately, Moxie started. It's Issei. Asia blurted out, her cheeks burning. A moment of silence passed between them, and Moxie's face froze in disbelief. Issei? As in Issei Hayadu? Another sacred gear user who is sort of like Blitzo and is so not normal when it comes to talking about that stuff. That Issei Hayadu. The one who works with us. Are you angry with me? Asia asked, her voice small. No, I'm not. I'm more confused than anything. Asia? Are you on drags? Moxie questioned. What are drags? Asia replied innocently. Okay, so that's a no then. In that case, why are you having feelings for him? Moxie pressed. Do you remember when Rainier was about to steal my sacred gear away from my body? Asia asked. It was a very traumatic experience for you, yes. What about it? Did he do anything to you? If so, then I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind, right? Moxie began, but Asia interrupted. And no, he didn't. I'm telling you the truth. He saved my life, remember? Moxie sighed. Yes. Your mother and I remember that very well. So wait, is that when you first fell in love with him? Asia nodded in response. I know you might think he can be perverted and sees the bad in everyone, but Issei is a good kind person. He has been showing signs of being nice to me and always looked out for me during missions. Your mother and I would do that for you too. But Asia, you don't know the type of boy Issei is, Moxie cautioned. The type of boy? Asia echoed, puzzled. Didn't the church at least warn you about trusting strangers? Moxie asked. And no, not really. But Issei isn't a stranger. He's my friend, Asia insisted. And so is Luna, but both she and Issei are not the kind of people to get involved with at all, Moxie said firmly. But, Asia began, but she remembered how her I.M.P parents forbade her from being religious since she lived with them in hell. She sighed, feeling defeated. Sorry. I forgot again. It's okay, Asia, Moxie said, patting her back. You're a good person. I suppose living with the church has kept you away from any horrible influences growing up. I understand where you're coming from. Your mother and I want you to see the best in most people. While I agree that Issei has shown loyalty and helpfulness towards us, I can't really say his behavior is helpful in explaining his character properly. We just don't want you making a choice you'll regret. By having feelings for Issei? Why should that be a horrible choice for me? Asia asked, genuinely confused. I never told anyone this. Not even to your mother, Moxie began, his expression serious. But there was someone before her that Moxie had briefly dated at one point in his life. Asia Argento asked if there was. Moxie nodded in response, recalling that he thought this person was right for him. They had done everything together, but during that time, his father had a strong hold over him. So, his ex had been his escape from that situation. Asia expressed concern about Moxie's father. Moxie revealed that his father had not been kind to him while growing up. It had been a difficult time in his neighborhood, filled with violence and lawlessness that made life feel like hell for him, metaphorically speaking. He recounted a day when he and his ex-boyfriend got involved in something bad, and his ex left him for dead. Asia could see the sadness in Moxie's eyes. He admitted that he never thought he would trust anyone again after that experience. When he left his hometown, he promised himself to start anew and never look back. Asia asked if he was in exile, like her. Moxie confirmed that, in a way, he was. She hugged her imp father, trying to comfort him. Asia expressed her sympathy for Moxie's difficult life, saying she had no idea that imps had it worse than humans. Moxie explained that he wouldn't expect the church to inform her about the struggles of an imp's life, but one gets used to it. He hugged her back and shared that he soon met her mother and began working as a professional to pay the bills. Now they had Asia in their lives, and he was grateful for it. He just wanted her to be safe and make good choices, especially around certain individuals. Asia insisted that those individuals were good and suggested they might just need guidance. Moxie cautioned her that things weren't always that simple and asked her to be careful around them. Asia agreed to try and asked if her mother knew about Moxie's ex. Curious, she wanted to know what an ex was. Moxie explained that an ex is someone you once dated, but things didn't work out due to hurt feelings, leading to a cut in ties. He added that her mother didn't know about his past, and he didn't want her to find out. Asia promised to keep it a secret but argued that her mother deserved to know about Moxie's life, just as she had shared hers. Moxie said he would tell her when the time was right. Just then, Asia's stomach growled, prompting Moxie to ask if she was hungry. She confirmed that she was. He suggested they head inside the house to catch up with her mother and enjoy some leftover ribs. Asia expressed her excitement about the ribs, recalling that it was her first time trying them. Moxie confirmed they were indeed called ribs, and she requested some kindly. As they made their way back to Millie's parents' farm home, Issei emerged from the bathroom after washing up. He noticed light shining through the bottom of a door and, curious, opened it to investigate. Inside, he found a rifle with glowing designs in an open gun case. Issei marveled at the rifle's appearance and wondered how Stryker had acquired such a weapon. Just then, Stryker leaned against the door frame, revealing he had been waiting for Issei. Stryker commented on the rifle's uniqueness, explaining that it was not an ordinary gun but a powerful weapon capable of killing supernatural beings quickly, even a demon prince or a devil king. Issei felt uneasy and asked why Stryker possessed such a gun. Stryker dismissed his question, and as he approached Issei with a menacing grin, Issei realized he was in danger. He expressed his dislike for Stryker, who then grabbed him by the throat, choking him. Issei struggled, trying to push Stryker away, but the imp overpowered him. In a desperate move, Issei kicked a table, causing a lamp to crash into Stryker. The noise caught the attention of Millie, Moxie, and Asia, who heard the commotion from outside. Issei attempted to escape through the door, but Stryker yanked him back by his tail and covered his mouth, beginning to strangle him. As Issei started to lose consciousness, he could see blurry figures that looked like Moxie and Millie trying to help him, but Stryker overpowered them. He then saw Asia panicking as Stryker knocked her out. Everything faded to black, and Issei found himself surrounded by fire. Draig's voice echoed, reminding him that he continued to hold him back. Issei pleaded for Draig to leave him alone, but Draig insisted he could not because it was their destiny. Frustrated, Issei demanded to know why Draig was ruining his life, but silence followed. Tears filled Issei's eyes as he longed to go home, see his parents again, and return to school like the good old days. "I don't want to hurt anyone." Then he hears a familiar feminine voice behind him whispering in his ear. "Then you're not a real man, are you? If you're planning to run away like you did with me." Issei wakes up in a cold sweat, tied up, but sees Moxie cutting the rope to free him. He then notices Asia looking worried and Millie caught in a trap. "Oh, Issei, you're okay," Asia exclaims, hugging him tightly. Moxie finishes cutting the rope. "Got it. How long was I out for?" Issei asks, still disoriented. "Not that long," Moxie replies. "Guys, we have to stop Stryker. He's planning to kill Stolas and the Devil King, yeah we know. He told us his plan before locking us up here," Millie interjects. "Oh. Yeah, okay, that saves me from explaining it then," Issei says, relieved. "Come on, Issei, we have to stop Stryker before he assassinates them," Moxie urges. "What's the point? I'm not as strong as he is. I thought after my hellish month of training for my own life to survive, I could be strong enough to take on anyone. But not everyone, I suppose. Why am I so weak? Blitz should just replace me right now and have a mess in the team. Issei expresses his frustration. Please don't say that. Asia pleads. Issei looks at Asia as she walks over to him. You've always been strong. You saved me once back in the human world when Rainier was about to end my life. You can also save Prince Stolas and the Devil King, she encourages. Asia. I'm weak. I'm not really capable of. Please, no more self-doubt. You don't have to be strong physically. True strength comes from within. That is your one true strength God has gifted you when you were born. Issei looks down to see her hand on his chest and feels confused. My abs? He asks, bewildered. Millie and Moxie exchange deadpan looks. She means your heart, you idiot. Millie exclaims. Okay. I think I understand where Asia was getting at now, Issei admits. Do you? Moxie asks, raising an eyebrow. He slowly gets up and retrieves a gun that Moxie lends him from his pockets. Asia, stay here and look after your mom, okay? Moxie instructs. She nods to Moxie and stays with Millie while he and Issei approach the lock. Issei shoots the lock, opening the gate. Booyah! Issei cheers. Wait, you mean I could have just shot that lock? Moxie asks, surprised. Did you not know that? Issei replies, incredulous. I suppose this is something I really should have known about earlier. Moxie muses. I love you, hun. But for goodness sake. Millie adds, shaking her head. Yeah, now who's the idiot? Issei quips. On stage, Surzek stands next to Stolas. I suppose the final event is in order, Surzek announces. Stolas magically flips through the grimoire. My dear commoners of the Ring of Wrath. I, Stolas of the Ars Goetia, hereby curse this year's harvest with the glow of the true harvest moon, he declares. The clouds swirl as Stolas creates a portal, revealing a glowing orange full moon in the sky. The crowd gasps in wonder. Stryker chuckles darkly as he aims the rifle at Stolas' forehead first before aiming at Surzek's head last. A click is heard behind him. Blitzo aims his flintlock pistol at him. Excuse me? What the heck? Stryker turns around, surprised. Blyitz, I thought you were still at the ceremony. You thought I wanted to stand around with a bunch of hillbillies excited about corn and a thirsty owl on stage with some pure-blood privileged devil trying to draft my human? Blitzo retorts. And now you seem disappointed in me, Stryker observes. Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of someone I offered a job to about to take out my easiest lengthy ticket to Earth behind my back. I don't mind you taking out Lucifer's lackey, but the prince is where I draw the line. Blitzo states firmly. Blitz, come on. You know the two of us are superior to most of our kind. And you were so above skiing on a disgusting, rich, pompous Goetia, only to sneak topside for scraps and work for bitter sinners who could care less who you are, when you could be slaying overlords and high-class devils. Stryker argues, walking around Blitzo. Blitzo's eyes move, appearing conflicted. He aims his gun as Stryker moves in the shadows. Why struggle to run a business that is rigged against you, when you could partner up with me and kill the unkillable? Stryker suggests, pinning a frightened Blitzo against the wall. Starting with the one that treats you like a plaything? Blitzo grins mischievously. Ooh, that's kind of intriguing. We could be the most dangerous beings in hell, Blitz, Stryker continues. Wow, that was a good pitch, Blitzo admits. Been workshopping it, Stryker replies. You know what? Forget it. I'm in, Blitzo declares. Stryker grins but hears another click from Issei, holding his rifle with Moxie right behind him. So what were you saying about me being jealous? Issei asks. Took you long enough, kid. Wow, you should have seen your face. Blitzo laughs. Blitzo looks down to see Stryker holding a knife in his other hand from behind. Wow. Boy. Cliché much? Blitzo comments. Stryker points Blitzo's pistol at Moxie. Issei blocks the bullet with the side of his rifle, saving Moxie's life. Thanks, Issei, Moxie says gratefully. No thanks necessary. Issei replies. Oh, you sly dog. Blitzo exclaims, biting at Stryker's arm. Stryker yells in pain as the fight begins. Blitzo elbows Stryker in the face. They exchange blows, and Stryker slams Blitzo into Moxie and Issei, both of them falling to the floor. Issei sees the rifle on the ground and reaches for it. Stryker pins Issei's arm down with his boot. Aff! Issei cries out. You fools lost the upper hand fast, huh? Stryker taunts. You seem to have forgotten something. Blitzo shouts. Blitzo whistles several times for Luna. Outside, Luna taps on her phone, ignoring him. Sir, I don't think she cares right now, Moxie points out. Darn it, Luna. Blitzo exclaims in frustration. It's a shame, Blitz. We might have actually made a good team. Ah well, Stryker remarks. In your dreams, you wanna be. Blitzo retorts, swinging his foot under Stryker and tripping him. Blitzo kicks Stryker away, causing him to drop his rifle, which Issei grabs. Blitzo races toward Stryker and knocks his head with a lamp. He lands punches on Stryker's face and swipes his tail at him. Blitzo uses his tail to toss Stryker to the side. Moxie fires a warning shot near Stryker's head. Blitzo, Issei, and Moxie close in on Stryker, and Blitzo pulls out his pistol. I still think it's embarrassing. You're wasting a lot of potential relying on a weak human, Stryker starts, but Issei shoots right through Stryker's arm, causing him to grunt in pain. Issei shot a death glare at Stryker. He demanded, Are you going to finish that sentence, partner? Stryker, filled with anger, shouted, it. You're going to regret what you did. Moxie chimed in, Yeah. Guess our human isn't as weak as you thought he was. Issei replied confidently, Demonstrate. So SCK it? Before he could finish, Moxie and Issei were slammed against the wall as Luna entered the room, accompanied by a worried Asia. Luna announced, I'm here. Asia, tears streaming down her face, apologized. I'm so sorry I disobeyed your orders, Father. I was so scared I ran to Luna and told her what was going on. I was afraid you weren't going to make it. Stryker narrowed his eyes, using the distraction to kick Blitzo's gun out of his hand. He shoved Blitzo aside and headed toward the open window, taunting, Maybe you'll get me next time, Blitzy. With that, Stryker escaped through the window. Blitzo pointed his pistol outside, worry etched on his face as he observed the celebration. Issei sighed, Well, we're going to see him again, aren't we? Blitzo confirmed, Oh yeah. In the aftermath of the brief and dangerous battle with Stryker at the ranch, Lynn bandaged Millie's arm while she sat with her foot in a cast. Moxie struggled to fit clothes into a suitcase. Lynn scolded, I can't believe you let him trap you, Millie. Haven't we taught you better? Millie defended herself, I was seeing red, Ma. And he was slippery. Lynn replied sternly, Excuses. You're better than that, Mildred. And what about you, Asia? Did you help your mother when she was in pain? Asia explained, I couldn't use my twilight healing on her foot because it was trapped tight. I had to get help. Lynn interrupted, Get help? Is this what you've been teaching this human here? Getting someone to help her? Millie shouted, What did you call her? She hissed at her mother while Asia felt shunned by her adoptive grandparents. Issei interjected, You should be happy that both your daughter and your granddaughter made it out of that situation alive. Joe retorted, Don't you be calling that human trash like she's family to us. We are pure-blood imps, and that's how it's always been. Lynn added, There's no way we'll ever accept someone like her as our granddaughter. Especially since she didn't even fight at all. Asia pleaded, Be but grandmother. Lynn cut her off. Stop calling us your grandparents, human. Joe chimed in, Yeah, what are you, an idiot or deaf? Moxie stepped forward, That's enough. I won't just stand here while you insult our daughter like this. You can insult and belittle me if you want, but you will treat Asia with the same kindness and respect that Millie and I have shown her. And another thing, maybe I'm not a strong, beefy guy, but Millie has enough strength for both of us. You're getting on her case about being hurt by a psychopath you hired. Shame on you. Asia and Millie felt touched by how much Moxie was willing to stand up for them. Issei exclaimed, Wow. Now that is how you tell them. Blitzo added, Moxie, look at you. Speaking like a big boy. Both Joe and Lin turned their attention back to Asia, then to Millie. Millie said, "Ma, Daddy, I know she isn't blood-related to us. But that poor girl has been through so much more than we have. I wouldn't care what species she was. Moxie and I love her with all our hearts. I wanted you two to accept her into this family as well." Joe and Lin exchanged concerned glances before looking back at Millie. Lin replied, "Sorry, Mildred. We can't." Joe added, "This human girl isn't an imp like us, and we don't want her to be part of our family." Millie's expression fell. "I see. Then I guess I'm not a part of this family either, am I?" Lin hesitated. "Oh, I guess not." As they walked back inside the ranch house, Millie felt disappointed and disgusted that her own parents would never see Asia as their own. But both Asia and Moxie embraced her in a group hug, bringing a smile to Millie's face. Gasper exclaimed, "I can't believe that mean old Striker was going to kill Stola's and Ria's brother." Issei responded, "Yeah, I know, right? Thankfully, I managed to wrestle him down myself and show him what a real— Wait, what about Rias now?" Gasper clarified, "I said Surzex is Rias's older brother." Issei's eyes widened in realization. Luna asked, "Did you not know that?" Issei replied, "That would explain the red hair he had." Luna continued, "And how many devils do you know other than Rias who have red hair?" Issei sighed, "In it, I knew it. That would explain why he was so eager to get me to join him." Gasper questioned, "Join him?" Issei explained, "Yeah, he wanted me to join the devil faction to make peace or something, and I was going to—" Blitzo interrupted, "But you didn't, did you?" Issei thought about what Blitzo was implying and then looked at him. He admitted, "No, not like there was a chance for me to have a second chance at life anyway with the death toll I've made so far." Blitzo reassured him, "That's true. But hey, forget him." Issei nodded, "Yeah. Hey, wait. How did you?" Blitzo replied, "I was just minding my business when I heard you talking to him, kid." Issei turned pale and bowed down in fear. "I'm so sorry, Blitzo. I wasn't trying to betray you, I swear." Blitzo chuckled, "Get off the floor, kid. I'm not mad." Issei stood up, surprised. "You're not?" Blitzo smiled, "I'm glad you turned him down. We have one certain owl to deal with every weekend, and that's enough." Issei laughed nervously, "Yeah. Fair point. Hey, Blitzo." Blitzo replied, "Yeah." Issei declared, "I'm going to try my hardest to get stronger. Even if I have to train like crazy to take down my opponents." Blitzo encouraged him, "Good. I'm glad you're getting more interested in training because we start the minute we get home." Issei hesitated, "Maybe we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here?" Blitzo insisted, "Nope, too late, it's official." Issei exclaimed, "Ugh." Meanwhile, at a sleazy motel, Stryker bandaged his bullet wound after carefully removing the bullet from his arm and was on the phone. Stryker reported, "I failed to kill the targets at the festival. But don't worry, ma'am. It won't happen again." The mysterious villain who hired Stryker to eliminate Stolas and Issei was revealed to be Stella, who sat in a dark room, tapping her fingers on the desk. Stella warned, "It better not. I want that cheating prick and that human dead. I don't care who you have to go through. Make it happen." Stella exclaimed furiously before hanging up the phone. Riser Phoenix poured them both a drink to calm their stress. "Thank you," Stella said as she sipped her drink. "It's the least I can do," Riser replied. "Seems like hitmen like Stryker are hard to come by these days." "On that we can both agree." "Very well, Riser. I'll let your servants take care of our dragon problem for good. I will not allow the Goetia name to go down like this." "Thank you, Mrs. Goetia," Riser said, bowing slightly and kissing her hand. "I promise you, the Red Dragon Emperor will be slain before he reaches his true powers." "Indeed. It's for the best. Not only for my daughter's sake but for both our factions." She gave a wicked grin mirrored by Riser, while Stryker twirled the gun in his hand. "I'll get him next time," Stryker said, chuckling evilly as he turned off the light. His yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. Kiba was walking alone that night after completing his last job for a client. He looked up at the stars, reflecting on his life long ago. Flashbacks of his old friends sacrificing themselves to save him flooded his mind, along with the moment he met Rias, who smiled down at him while he lay dying in the snow. The snow was stained with blood when she offered to save him, and in return, he served her. He snapped back to reality with a sigh. I wonder how everyone is doing up there, he thought, gazing at the night sky and remembering the loss of his friends. So much has been happening. Even despite how much Rias has been dealing with losing her bishop to the imps. Does she really see Gasper as someone close to her? Or just a bishop? I wonder if that is how she sees me. In a flashback, Issei Hayato's voice echoed in his mind. Then you know I won't give up my humanity just to live a life of slavery. Kiba pondered, even if we are slaves, Rias cares for us and would always protect us. Right? His thoughts were interrupted when he saw an old priest lying on the ground, bleeding from his throat. Kiba looked closer and realized the man was already dead. Emerging from the shadows was a fallen angel. Oh, don't mind me. Just doing some hobbies is all, Rainier said casually. What? You call this a hobby? Kiba retorted, drawing his sword and taking a stance. You've made a great risk stepping into Rias Gremry's territory like this. Chill out, dude. It's just a priest. After all, old folks like him are our natural enemies, aren't they? She replied with a smirk. Kiba charged at Rainier, but she blocked his attack with her light spear, chuckling as she did so. You know you really shouldn't lay a hand on a woman like me, handsome. What would your master say? She pushed Kiba back against the wall, causing him to lose consciousness. As he lay there, Rainier thought to herself, I must say, all that training Kokobile put me through really paid off. You know, I should just kill you. But I prefer to let you live so I can take pleasure in torturing you later. Until then. With that, she flew off, leaving Kiba unconscious on the ground. The next morning, Zenobia and Irina, two former exorcists exiled from the church for failing to save Lyle Lipton's soul, were preaching to people around town in an effort to get by. Please give blessings to the lost lamb, Zenobia called out. Please give charity to us on behalf of the Father in heaven. Irina added. A child asked, Hey Mom, who are those weirdos? Are they Jedi? Pay no attention to those ladies, dear. They seem kind of backwards, the mother replied. Many civilians ignored them, but the two managed to collect some money, though it wasn't enough to cover their rent. This is all we could get so far, Irina said. Who knows? Maybe next time God will send us more devout followers. Even though he exiled us for our failure, no thanks to your childhood friend interfering in our business. Zenobia snapped. Hey, now, that wasn't my fault, you know, Irina replied defensively. You know what? You're wrong. It was and always will be your fault. We could have killed that heathen and cast him straight to hell where he and those creatures and exiled nuns belonged had you fought him. Zenobia argued. But he was chasing me. He was going to kill me. I still couldn't believe the same Issei I knew back then was going through with killing me, Irina protested. Zenobia deadpanned. Irina, for the last time. You two were fighting each other to the death. He was supposed to try to kill you just as much as you were supposed to kill him. Killing enemies has never been a problem for you in the past. Well, like I said, he was my childhood friend. I just couldn't go through with it. Irina admitted. Irina, sometimes we have to make tough choices for the good of our Lord and Savior. That is the oath we both took when we first became members of the church, Zenobia reminded her. I'm sorry I got us exiled, Irina said, her voice filled with regret. It's God you should apologize to, not me. Gaining charity from fellow believers is the only chance of redemption we have to obtain God's forgiveness. However, the people of Japan don't seem to be the devout followers I thought they would be. That's why I don't like countries that don't share our beliefs, Zenobia said. Don't say that, Zenobia. We lost all the money we had, so we have to rely on charity from these heretics or else we can't get food or find somewhere to live for the time being. You know? We can't even buy a single loaf of bread. Irina exclaimed. It all happened because you bought that fake-looking painting, Zenobia pointed out. Hey, it's the painting of Jesus himself. That's what the artist told me anyway. Irina defended. Irina? Sometimes I question if you're smart or not, Zenobia said, raising an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Irina asked, confused. It means that you bought a fake portrait from a professional con artist. That looks nothing like Jesus at all. Zenobia explained. Well then, what does this man with the beard and long hair in the portrait look like to you? Irina challenged, pulling out the painting. The person in the picture certainly looked like a foreigner, wearing poor clothing and something on his head. There was also a baby angel in the background with a trumpet, floating in the air. I think it's St. Peter? Zenobia guessed, staring at the painting. Don't mess around, Irina replied, exasperated. St. Peter wouldn't look like this. Zenobia expressed her frustration with Irina, stating that she had been tricked by a well-known con artist who deceived her for profit, much like Lucifer would deceive the people of God. Irina insisted that the con artist must have looked as she remembered, asserting that pictures don't lie. Zenobia sighed, questioning why her partner had to be someone like Irina, wondering if this was a trial to regain God's favor. Irina reminisced about the cherubs, recalling how Colin would always try to cheer her up when she felt down. Zenobia recalled their words from the past, leading to a flashback where Cletus and Keeney expressed their anger at being condemned to earth, blaming Irina and Zenobia for their fate. Colin, however, offered forgiveness, even if it meant angering his friends. The flashback ended with Irina reflecting on how Colin had been kind to them despite the situation. Meanwhile, Asia and Millie found themselves trapped by the vines of a giant chimera. Asia cried out in pain, while Millie reassured her that they would be rescued. A figure known as the gentleman alchemist appeared, promising that their flat chests would grow into beautiful, divine sizes. Millie retorted, reminding him of the girls who had suffered in his experiments. The gentleman alchemist insisted that sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. Issei, Haidu, and Blitzo arrived, ready to confront the chimera. Blitzo declared that it was time to eliminate the threat, while Issei questioned the morality of the alchemist's methods. Moxie commented on the absurdity of the situation. As the chimera roared and attacked, Blitzo and Moxie fought back with flamethrowers, while Issei used his machete to free Asia and Millie. Grateful for their rescue, Asia praised Issei for his bravery. He smiled back at her, feeling a sense of pride. As they regrouped to face the chimera, Issei threw his machete, blinding the beast. The gentleman alchemist panicked, pleading for them not to kill his creation. With a coordinated effort, the group formed a pyramid, with Issei holding Blitzo up to aim his flamethrower at the chimera. Blitzo shouted that it was time for barbecue, unleashing a torrent of fire that defeated the creature. The gentleman alchemist mourned the loss of his creation, lamenting the wasted potential of his experiments. Issei remarked on the sadness of the situation, while the alchemist accused them of ruining his plans. Moxie defended his love for his wife, regardless of her appearance, which only fueled the alchemist's anger. In a moment of frustration, Moxie shot the alchemist in the leg, causing him to scream in pain. As the group prepared to leave, Asia secretly healed the alchemist's leg, unable to bear his suffering despite his actions. Back in I.M.P City, Gasper was playing a game while Luna read a magazine. As she placed her drink on a grimoire, it rolled off the table, creating a portal to the human world. Issei, Blitzo, Asia, Moxie, and Millie returned from their mission, covered in remnants of their battle. Blitzo joked about their weed problem, while Issei complained about thorns in his hair. Millie expressed her excitement, and Moxie hinted at a special evening planned for them. Blitzo insisted on treating everyone to drinks at a new dive, and Issei eagerly agreed. Time to get ourselves hammered. Blitzo stopped Issei, reminding him that this was grown-up talk. He pointed out that an underage minor like Issei wouldn't know anything about getting drunk. Issei protested, insisting that he could join them at the cool bars. Blitzo firmly stated that Issei wasn't coming along, declaring that he wouldn't let one of his own kids drink alcohol just to act cool. Issei, incredulous, questioned Blitzo's logic. He pointed out that Blitzo was okay with sending him into near-death experiences but drew the line at underage drinking. Blitzo confirmed that he was indeed serious and warned Issei not to even think about it. With a sigh, Issei rolled his eyes, prompting Blitzo to admonish him for that as well. Blitzo then turned his attention to Moxie and Millie, asking where they had left off. Moxie reminded Blitzo that it was their one-year marriage anniversary, and he was taking Millie to Ozzy's in the Lust Ring. Millie gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and squealed in delight at the mention of Ozzy's, a place known for being fully booked. Moxie revealed that he had been planning the outing for quite some time. Millie jumped into Moxie's arms, showering him with kisses, and they began to kiss passionately. Blitzo and Issei both rolled their eyes at the display. Asia, however, smiled at her parents, feeling happy for their love. Asia expressed her joy, saying how strong their love was and how happy she was for them. Issei, on the other hand, found their public display of affection gross, stating that if he wanted to see two people kissing, he could just watch something on TV. Blitzo groaned, admitting he was siding with Issei on this one and asked Moxie and Millie to tone it down. Moxie apologized but insisted that they were not going to stop now. He informed Asia that they would be gone for a little while, to which she responded affirmatively. Issei questioned whether they were seriously leaving Asia home alone, but Millie quickly reassured him that they would not. Moxie reluctantly admitted that Asia was safer with Luna and Issei. Issei was surprised to hear his name mentioned in that context. Luna chimed in, teasing Moxie about his concerns. Moxie explained that even in Imp City, it could be dangerous for Asia to be alone. Millie added that they preferred Luna and Issei to look after Asia while they were out, noting that they had managed to protect her on a few occasions. Millie pointed at Issei, giving him a distrustful look, which made Issei compare her to his mother when she thought he was up to no good. Moxie reminded Issei to behave himself and instructed Asia to listen to Luna. Asia agreed, expressing her trust in both Luna and Issei. Luna, slightly amused, told them to cut the mushy stuff. Issei attempted to express his happiness, but Millie interrupted him, insisting on keeping things professional. Issei gulped at Millie's fierce demeanor. Moxie then asked Blitzo if he was upset about their plans, suggesting they could celebrate another time. Blitzo insisted he could join them to help celebrate their anniversary, but Moxie firmly stated that the reservation was just for him and Millie. Blitzo insisted he would wear something nice for the occasion, hugging them tightly before leaving. As he whistled on his way out, Moxie growled in frustration. Issei remarked that Blitzo didn't seem to understand how dates worked. Luna shrugged, saying she didn't care enough to worry about it. Asia reassured Moxie that she knew he and Millie would have a great night together. Millie, with a playful grin, suggested they go home and clean up. Moxie blushed at her suggestion, and she teased him with a stuck gesture, making Issei cringe again. Later that day, Issei took off his jacket after a long day of work, preparing to meet Blitzo in the van. Just then, they heard the door open, and Luna warned that if someone was there for an appointment, they were late and should come back tomorrow. To their surprise, Kaneko entered the room, looking confused. Issei recognized her as Rias's friend, while Asia confirmed her name. Luna asked if Kaneko was expecting a thank you for their previous help. Kaneko clarified that she wanted to speak with Issei specifically. Issei was taken aback, questioning why she needed him. He speculated that Rias had sent her for a favor, but Kaneko insisted that Rias didn't know she was there. This revelation surprised Issei, Asia, and Luna. Kaneko explained that she came to Issei for help. Luna, skeptical, pointed out that Kaneko's master didn't know she was in hell. Kaneko insisted that she only wanted Issei's help, not theirs. Issei, however, was not inclined to assist her. Asia suggested they inform Blitzo about the situation, but Kaneko firmly rejected that idea, insisting it had to be Issei. Luna stepped in, stating that it was either just her and Issei involved or he wouldn't help at all. Kaneko, visibly irritated, reluctantly agreed to the terms. Issei, after a moment of hesitation, agreed to help but warned Kaneko not to pull any tricks. Luna instructed Asia to tell Blitzo that someone had called the I.M.P hotline while Issei had an unfortunate incident in the restroom. Issei protested against that last part, but Asia accepted the task, albeit uncertain if Blitzo would believe her. Luna dismissed her concerns, stating that Blitzo rarely listened to anything anyway. "Please be safe you too," Issei Hayadu said. "We will," Luna replied as she headed to retrieve the grimoire from Blitzo's office. She summoned a portal to the human world. Waiting for Kaniko's return were Zenobia, Irina, and Saji. When Kaniko emerged, she brought Issei and Luna, who was in her human disguise to avoid drawing attention. The portal closed behind them, and they came face to face with the two former exorcists. Luna crossed her arms and asked, "So, what do you want from us?" Saji grinned, "Oh hey now. I mean, I know that's the same human who was with those imps and that cute girlfriend of the other human, but who's this goth girl?" Luna kicked Saji in the groin, causing him to kneel down, whimpering in pain. "I'm the same mutt you met that night, and Asia isn't here to protect you from me. Call me a dumb mutt again, and you won't even have a tongue to say it with," she warned. Saji stammered, "So sorry. Did you put bricks in your sneakers?" Issei looked at Zenobia and Irina, confused. What are they doing here?" "It's been a while, Red Dragon Emperor," Zenobia said, glaring at him, remembering how he had ruined her and Irina's lives. Luna glanced at Issei and then back at them. "That's them, isn't it? The two who called Asia a witch?" she asked. "Yeah, it's them," Issei confirmed. Irina waved cheerfully. "Oh hey Issei. Long time no see." Issei and Luna remained unfazed by her enthusiasm. Zenobia, annoyed by Irina's behavior, shouted, "For once, can you just be serious?" Irina flinched. "Oh, of course." Luna glared at them. "You have 5 minutes to tell us what you want with Issei, and then we leave you to deal with your own problems." 5 minutes? That doesn't seem like enough time. Irina protested. "It's all you've got. Take it or leave it," Issei replied. Kaniko spoke up, "Then I'll go first." She explained everything about Kiba while Zenobia and Irina discussed the Holy Sword project. Issei and Luna listened intently. "So he was involved with this Holy Sword project?" Issei asked. "It's called the Holy Sword project." Zenobia corrected him. "Whatever," Issei replied dismissively. Luna turned to Kaniko. "And your friend? He was a victim of that project." Kaniko nodded. "Yes. I'm afraid he would be marked astray if I didn't do anything to help him." "And yet Rias Gremory, your so-called loving and caring leader, isn't helping him?" Luna questioned. "Shut up. Don't speak ill of Rias Gremory like that. It's because of her that we are here right now." Kaniko snapped. "Then how come she isn't helping any of you when you need her the most?" Luna shot back. "Also, who's this guy? Is he another servant of Rias?" Issei asked. "I'm a pawn of Sona Citri, and I was dragged here by force. I don't see why we even need this guy to help us. He didn't help when that big red monster was causing chaos that night." Saji exclaimed. "That's because the big red monster was me," Issei revealed. Saji's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, I see. Say what?" Kaniko quickly covered Saji's mouth to prevent him from making too much noise. "Seriously, dude? He's the Red Dragon Emperor? How could you not have guessed that armor was from him?" Luna remarked. Kaniko uncovered Saji's mouth. "A lot was going on that night, and I was panicking at the size of that," Saji pointed at Issei. "So you mean to tell me you can turn into that?" "I mean, I kind of don't know how I do it. It just happens when I get stressed," Issei admitted. "Stressed? Like how stressed?" Saji pressed. "Back off from asking him personal stuff. Issei doesn't have to tell you anything." Luna interjected. "How else are we going to know how it gets triggered? Did he activate it again since last time?" Saji continued. Issei remained silent, wary of what Luna might do to him, but finally said, "That's none of your business." "Well, aren't you the secretive type?" Saji retorted. "Are we going to find Yudo Kiba or not? Because we are wasting time and getting off topic here." Zenobia interrupted. "Cool it, Blue. Who said we're coming with you guys?" Luna replied. "But you said," Irina began. "And your 5 minutes are up. We're leaving." Luna turned to walk away but noticed Issei standing there, deep in thought. "Dude," she called out. Issei was reflecting on their previous conversations, realizing he had seen a good side to Kiba. "Issei? Are you being serious right now?" Luna asked, concerned. "Just hear me out. Kiba doesn't seem like a bad person based on the few times we've talked. He fought alongside you guys at Via's party. Why don't we just seek him out? This sword experiment or whatever it's called might have messed up his life forever. He could just be feeling, Issei started. Like you? Scared. Luna interrupted. Wait, how do you know how you guys met me? I mean, you, Blitzo, Millie, and Moxie were terrifying, but over time I learned to trust you all with my life. I feel like Kiba is just scared and might need help. He helped us, and it's the least we could do, Issei explained. Luna studied his eyes and saw the fear within him. She wasn't convinced it was related to how he first joined I.M.P. Oh, you did lose everything. Maybe he did too. All right, fine. We'll find him, she finally agreed. You will? Kaneko asked, surprised. Yeah, but mostly because I'm not a fan of seeing people whine and complain about their friends going emo on them, Luna replied. Kaneko felt a bit offended by the comment but sighed, deciding to go along with them to help. Very well then, if we are both on the same subject, let me be very clear, dragon, Zenobia said. Did you seriously call me a dragon? Issei asked, incredulous. The only reason Irina and I are agreeing to this temporary alliance is so we can get the Excaliburs first and return them to the church. When this is over, I look forward to slaying you, Zenobia stated. Irina chimed in, oh, and I'll always cast judgment upon you too, just like I promised. Right, Zenobia? Zenobia sighed, clearly annoyed and replied, yes, I know. Issei Haidu, determined, said, I'd actually love to see you try, because I've literally been through a lot to get a little stronger than what I used to lack. Zenobia, with a hint of challenge in her voice, responded, if that's a challenge, then I look forward to defeating you and that which like I. Suddenly, Luna punched Zenobia right in the stomach, catching her by surprise. The former exorcist knelt down, coughing and gagging. Luna leaned in close and whispered in her ear, that was for her. Call her a witch again, and you might end up being burned like one. Zenobia struggled to respond, Deedon, you filthy moo. Before she could finish, Issei kicked Zenobia in the face, knocking her out. She was done, Issei stated matter-of-factly. Irina, witnessing the scene, stammered, Hey. Luna glared at Irina with fierce red eyes, striking fear in her heart. Irina flinched and startled in front of her. Never mind. I'll forgive you for hurting my friend. And so will Zenobia for your attack on her. When she wakes up. I hope. Irina said, her voice trembling. Luna replied, once she wakes up, tell her that we'll be in contact when you find him. She handed Kaneko her contact number on her phone. Let's head back before Blitz gets suspicious. Don't gotta tell me twice, Issei agreed. Luna activated the portal, and she and Issei stepped through, leaving Kaneko to watch the portal close after forming what seemed to be an uneasy alliance. She's so scary, Irina exclaimed. My thoughts exactly, Saji added. Back in hell at Blitzo's apartment, Issei was in his room, staring at the ceiling and contemplating the secret alliance with Kaneko, Saji, and the two former exorcists. So Kiba is in trouble? He never showed any signs of being the type to stir up trouble for anyone. It was a huge surprise to see those two again after they got fired when Lyle Lipton died. I wonder why Kaneko was with them? Aren't devils and exorcists supposed to be enemies? Also, where were those cherub guys they were with? Issei thought to himself. He recalled his interactions with Kiba a few times back at Kuo Town Beach and at his old school. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard a whistle. He turned to see Blitzo standing there. Hey kid, Blitzo greeted. Oh hey Blitz, what's up? Issei replied. I just wanted to let you know I'm heading out while you and Luna look after Moxie and Millie's kid, Blitzo explained. You're really going through with this? Can't you just go one night without interfering in their lives? Issei questioned. You just don't get it, kid. I think of those two as part of my family, as I do for you and Luna, Blitzo said. And Asia? Issei asked. Oh yeah, her too, I guess? Anyway, I won't exactly be interfering in their lives if they don't know I'm the one following them for the entire evening, Blitzo replied. That's taking stalking to a whole new level. Issei exclaimed. Kid, you would always peek through the girls' locker rooms if we were targeting anyone involved in schools or football stadiums. You really think you're the one who should be lecturing me on being a creep? Blitzo shot back. Issei sighed, touché. Anywho, while I'm out, don't forget your homework, or your TV time limit, or to be in bed by whatever time. Just don't wreck my stuff while I'm gone, Blitzo instructed. Aye, Captain, Issei responded. Before Blitzo left, Issei added, Hey Blitz. Those two are really close, aren't they? Blitzo turned his head, curious. What? You mean Moxie and Millie? What about them? Well, you seem to be obsessed with their relationship. After seeing them be so affectionate with each other. They seem in love, Issei noted. Yeah, that's how couples are, Blitzo replied nonchalantly. They really are in love with each other, Issei insisted. Oh, now who's obsessed with their relationship? You were grossed out when they were getting all kissy with each other, Blitzo teased. So were you, Issei countered. Blitzo raised an eyebrow at him. They've always shown this side to each other, even during work hours. Moxie only has his eyes on Millie while she has her eyes on him. In a way. I'm jealous of their love, Issei confessed. Oh, I see. You want Millie all to yourself, Blitzo said, smirking. What? No, of course not. I don't want to do Moxie dirty like that. It's not like that at all. I was only thinking that. It would be nice having someone like her, Issei explained. Oh, so you do want to have an affair with Millie? Blitzo teased again. No. I meant a girl who felt that way for me. That's all I was saying. Issei clarified. Blitzo finally understood what Issei meant. He looked away for a moment before turning back to him. Issei, Blitzo said, walking over, true love is a myth. There's no such thing as some soulmate waiting for you. We are born alone, and we're gonna die alone. The sooner you accept that fact, the better. You get what I'm trying to tell you here. Issei remembered his first love, Rainier, who never truly loved him and tried to ruin his life. Yeah. I understand, Blitz, Issei replied quietly. Blitzo smiled and patted his back. Good. Don't stay up too late now. He left Issei's room and exited the apartment. Issei looked outside to see Blitzo getting into his van and driving away. He sighed and turned to head into the kitchen, where Luna and Asia were sitting. So, what shall we be having for dinner? Asia asked. Whatever we can find in the fridge. I'd chomp down anything that looks like food to me, Luna replied casually. Why you eat humans? Asia exclaimed, startled. I'm a hellhound, Asia, Luna said matter-of-factly. Also, she's a wolf, so. Issei added. Oh, right. Asia felt embarrassed after that. Luna received a notification on her phone and looked at it. She then gave Issei a look, revealing that Kaneko had commented, I just called Kiba, and he's agreed to meet with us. The two nodded at each other, and Luna turned to Asia. So hey Asia? We just got a notification from Blitz, Luna said. You did? Asia tilted her head in confusion. Yep. Turns out he forgot something back at the office. He would get it himself, but he's gonna be too busy spying on your parents all night long, Issei explained. Oh my, then we should go find whatever it is he's forgotten and, Asia began. No. Luna interrupted, startling Asia. It's all right. Besides, someone needs to watch over Gasper while we're gone. Wait, should I come too? Gasper asked. Not exactly, Issei replied. We still need to work on your sacred gear training. Gasper Vladi responded, feeling a bit nervous. Asia Argento offered to watch over him, expressing concern. Are you sure you don't need me to come along in case something happens? What if someone injures you? Luna Wolf reassured her, Imp City isn't much like Pentagram City. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Issei Hayadu added confidently, and even if someone tried anything funny with us, we would kick their butts. He winked at Asia, making her blush. Asia nodded, recalling how Issei had saved her and her mother. Well, you did manage to destroy that plant creature to save me and my mother. So, all right then. Luna reminded them, however, if something goes wrong, don't do anything reckless, all right? Just call us. Asia agreed, yes, Luna. I understand. Don't be gone too long. Issei and Luna promised they wouldn't and left, closing the door behind them, leaving Gasper and Asia alone. Gasper wondered aloud, they sure do seem like they're in a hurry for whatever Papa forgot back at the building. Should we have asked them what he forgot? Asia thought for a moment. Maybe? But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Those two seem to know what they're doing and like they promised us, they won't be gone long. Hopefully. Back at Blitzo's office, Luna unlocked the vault from the portrait and retrieved the grimoire. She turned the page and summoned the portal back to Kuo Town Park, putting on her human disguise as she and Issei stepped through, the portal closing behind them. Hey Luna? Issei asked. What's up? She replied. I don't know. Do you think we should have told Asia about what we were doing? She's one of us, and it didn't seem right leaving her out of it. Luna sighed. I know. Her twilight healing can help us out if we get hurt. But she's not really much of a fighter. She would only be a liability if she kept showing compassion for our enemies. Issei countered. Even so, she promised that she would never heal any of our targets. Luna frowned. You know, I did notice the times Asia used her sacred gear, and I have a feeling she has been healing our targets behind our backs. Wait, really? That would explain so much about why most of our clients haven't been happy lately that the targets we were supposed to kill simply survived, Issei said. Luna sighed in irritation. That girl really doesn't get it, does she? She can't show weakness like this. We have to do what we must to survive. That's something I thought she would have understood by now, even during her time with the fallen angels. Issei reflected, maybe she was like me once, questioning morals and the gray areas in between. Give her time to adjust to being part of I.M.P's mission. Sooner or later, she'll come around. Blitz once told me something about two lions fighting each other to survive. Over time, I've come to terms with what I have to do to survive. But do you still question those morals yourself? Lunest. Issei thought about how he used to be afraid of what was happening in his life, but as time passed, he had grown accustomed to the survival of the fittest. The only people he trusted were his comrades in I.M.P. He had learned how devil society could be, especially regarding how they viewed humans as useful only if they had sacred gears. He could never accept how they used his kind as slaves for their own benefit. All I've learned is that when push comes to shove, you have to protect yourself when your life is threatened. There's no other way out of it, Issei concluded. Same here, Luna agreed. They soon met up with Kaneko, Saji, Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba, who were waiting for them. Issei was surprised to see Kiba had responded to Kaneko's call, while Zenobia glared at Issei for kicking her earlier. Luna shot an uneasy glare at Zenobia, making her a little nervous. Are you sure you're all right, Zenobia? I'm sorry, my childhood friend, Irina started to say, but Zenobia interrupted, quiet. Irina fell silent as Issei and Luna approached. So you actually agreed to this? Kiba asked. Issei replied, it was your kid sister's idea, you can thank her. Kaneko glared at Issei for that remark. And you agreed to this because? Kiba asked Luna. Because I want to, that's why, she stated firmly. Kaneko added, I only wanted Issei to help us, but she's here with him because she's his comrade. I just wanted to help you get over your vendetta against the Holy Sword Project. Saji interjected, again, why am I here? Luna responded, that's the first smart question anyone could have asked. Kiba sighed, to tell the truth, I feel unsatisfied when the wielders of the Excaliburs give me permission to destroy it. Zenobia shot back, that's a rough way to speak. If you were a stray devil, I would have cut you down without a moment's hesitation. Kiba replied, Siegfried would have beaten you to it, but he chose not to kill me. So maybe you could get your chance after all? The two glared at each other while Issei, Luna, Kaneko, and Saji exchanged uneasy glances. So you do hold a grudge regarding the Holy Sword Project against the Church and the Excaliburs, Zenobia noted. Kiba retorted, you tell me. You seem rather all right with what they did. Irina interjected, but thanks to that project, the research on Holy Sword users showed results. That's why it created people like Zenobia and me who can synchronize with the Holy Swords. Kiba challenged, Do you think it's a forgiving act to kill all the test subjects because the project was thought to be a failure? Irina was left speechless by Kiba's cold response. Zinovia added, "We've heard stories about what went on during that project. That incident became one of the worst cases among us, and people felt disgusted by it." Luna questioned, "So you're saying you're okay with committing genocide on your own kind like they did?" Irina protested, "No. That wasn't what Zinovia meant at all." Issei pointed out, "But she implied it." Zinovia continued, "As I was saying, the person in charge of that project at the time was said to have a problem with his beliefs. So he was charged with heresy." Kaneko interjected, "I thought Siegfried said Kokabile was in charge of that project?" Issei asked, "Wait, Kokabile? Is that someone who works for the church?" Kiba confirmed, "He's one of the fallen angel leaders of the Grigori involved with that incident." Issei asked, "And the Grigori is what? Some team name of the fallen angels?" Irina asked how Issei didn't even know who Kokabile was. Luna pointed out that he had never gone to church in his life. Irina insisted that he and she always went to church together, so he must know about biblical figures. Issei replied that they might have gone to church when their parents went, but that was it. Irina then asked if he knew who Michael was, to which Issei humorously responded, asking if she meant Michael Jackson. Everyone around Issei looked at him in disbelief. Saji remarked that everyone called him the dumb one. Issei shot back with a retort. Zinovia then explained that while Kokabile was in charge of the operation, he had someone from the outside doing his work, a man named Valper Galilei. Yudo Kiba asked if finding Kokabile would lead him to Valper. Zinovia confirmed with a nod. Kiba then shared that he had been attacked by a fallen angel serving under Kokabile, who killed a priest, likely from their organization. Everyone was surprised except for Issei and Luna. Issei noted that fallen angels were known for killing for sport, and Luna added that they were quite unpleasant. Issei agreed, suggesting that she probably killed the priest just for fun. Zinovia inquired about the fallen angel's appearance. Kiba described her as having long black hair, purple eyes, and revealing clothing. Issei felt a chill run down his spine, which Luna noticed. She asked if he was okay, and he stammered that he was fine, rationalizing that it could be a different fallen angel. Zinovia suggested it sounded like he had encountered Rainier. Issei's heart raced in terror as he denied it, insisting that Rainier was dead, that he had killed her himself. Kiba reiterated that it was a fallen angel who attacked him. Issei, overwhelmed with emotion, grabbed Kiba by the shirt, surprising everyone. He shouted that Rainier was dead, emphasizing his point with intensity. Kiba remained unfazed and suggested that if Issei had killed her, maybe he hadn't done it well enough. Issei's anger flared, but Luna intervened, grabbing him to calm him down. She urged him to stop throwing a tantrum and suggested that there might be another fallen angel who looked like Rainier. Issei considered her words and began to calm down. Luna asked if he was all right now, and he admitted he wasn't sure, but maybe she was right. Saji, trying to lighten the mood, asked if Issei and Luna used to date, but Luna quickly kicked him, causing him to grunt in pain. Kiba then questioned Kaneko about her actions. She explained that she cared about him and had to help him when Rias refused. Kaneko expressed her fear of being lonely if he left, which made Kiba smile and agree to work with them. He acknowledged that they would need to trust each other for the time being. Zinovia agreed, and Issei declared that they had formed a group to destroy Excalibur. Luna questioned why they needed a name, but Issei insisted that groups always had cool names. Irina suggested they call themselves the Destroying Excalibur Squad, which Luna found cringeworthy. Issei then proposed Team Destroy Excalibur, but Luna dismissed that as even lamer. Saji suggested, "I don't want to be a part of this league," but Luna shot that down as well. Issei asked Luna what she would call the team, and she replied that it was unnecessary to come up with a name since they weren't really a team. Irina whispered to Zinovia, asking if they could trademark that, which made Zinovia facepalm at Irina's comment. Saji, feeling left out, wondered why no one was asking him about his involvement. Luna told him to stop being a coward, but Saji insisted he was uninvolved and questioned how Kiba and Excalibur were related. Issei realized he didn't know the answer either. Kiba looked at his friends and decided it was time to share his story. Since you're already getting involved with this, allow me to tell you why I am doing this. Before being reincarnated as a devil, my real name was Isaiah. Like many others before me, I was chosen to be a part of the Holy Sword Project. But when we were deemed failures, they had us killed. They saw us as no use to them. My friends were the ones who saved me that night, and for that, I owe them so much. I thought Rias only saved me because of my desire to avenge my friends, but after all these years, I think she only brought me to life to have me as her servant. Nothing more. I never even asked her why that day. Maybe I should have, but at this point, I don't think it matters anymore. His friends looked at him with sympathy, even Luna. Wow. I can't even imagine the hell you've been through. Luna exclaimed. Kiba continued, we weren't treated as humans that day. We were forced to believe that we were loved by God, just waiting for that day to come. We believed we would become special beings, capable of wielding holy swords. But the result was disposal. Everyone died. They were killed by those who serve God. No one saved us, simply because we couldn't use the holy swords. Other boys and girls were subjected to poisonous gas while still alive. They put it on us while sang Xin. We vomited blood and suffered on the floor. Even so, we sought help from God. But you know what they told us? They said God wanted us to die because we were not fit to be in heaven. The weak should perish in hell. I want to accomplish my comrades' regrets. I don't want their deaths to be in vain. I need to keep living in their place, and I have to prove that I am stronger than Excalibur. They heard Saji sobbing. Kiba, it must have been horrible. It must have been painful. There isn't any God or hope in this world. Right now, I feel so much sympathy for you. I understand why you hold a grudge against those people from the church and Excalibur. To tell you the truth, I didn't like you before because you were a good-looking guy, but it's different now. I will also help. I'm willing to face the consequences from Sona. But before that, we have to destroy Excalibur. You have to keep living. Don't ever betray Rias Gremory who saved you. Saji declared passionately. Issei interjected, you're kidding, right? I mean, yeah, he should avenge his friends, but he doesn't owe her anything. What do you know? You're just a human who kills for no reason. Saji shot back. Weren't you once human too? Issei countered. Not to mention that his friends were the ones who saved him. He wouldn't exactly be out there in the snow to be reincarnated otherwise. Luna added, what is up with you two disrespecting Rias Gremory like this? Saji exclaimed. Okay, look, arguing isn't going to help us. What we need to do is help Kiba get the Excalibur swords before this Siegfried guy does, Issei suggested. And then we get back to serving under God, right, Irina? Zenobia chimed in. Irina was lost in thought after hearing Kiba's story. She was silent until Saji spoke up again. Well, since we're going to risk our lives tonight, I want you guys to hear my story. You should know about me if we are working together. Saji said. All right, what is it? Issei asked. Saji seemed a bit shy but spoke with shining eyes. My dream is to make Sona Citri P-Argent and marry her. But, you know, making a girl P-Argent and marrying her is hard for an unpopular guy like me. There aren't any girls that I can make P-Argent to begin with. But one day, I will make her P-Argent and marry her. An awkward silence fell over the group. Luna and Issei felt uneasy about Saji's proclamation, while Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, and Kiba shared the same sentiment. What? It's sad, isn't it? Saji asked. It's sad all right, but not in the way you think, Issei replied. What's that supposed to mean? Saji demanded. Dude, you want to get your master P-Argent and marry her? You do know you two are still in high school, right? Luna pointed out. Of course I know that. And I want to make her P-Argent and then marry her. What's wrong with that? Saji insisted. Everything you just said is wrong on so many levels, Kaneko stated. So you're saying you're okay with ruining a girl's high school life by getting her P-Argent before she graduates? Luna asked. I don't want to ruin Sona's life. I just want to be a man for once and get my master P-Argent and be married to her. What's so wrong about that? Saji protested. Okay? So you think teenage pregnancy and forced marriages make you a man? You really need to take a good look at yourself because you might get into so much trouble by pulling something like that, Issei warned. I didn't ask for your opinions, Saji retorted. So are we doing this or not? We don't have time for this conversation right now, Zenobia said. Yeah, let's talk about this never, Luna added. Man. I thought I had issues, Issei muttered. The group followed Irina and Zenobia, leaving Saji confused. Oh come on. Getting girls pregnant and marrying them isn't wrong. It's a high school tradition. Even my parents did it when they were my age. Meanwhile, back in hell, Moxie waited in the subway station. The intercom announced, Elevator 666 departing for Lust in 5 minutes, in a stuck tone. Moxie adjusted his bow tie as Millie walked over to him. They both moved off together, while Blitzo peeked from behind a pillar. Millie and Moxie sat down in a waiting area as Blitzo spied on them behind a newspaper and called Issei. Hey, this is Issei. If it's some CC attractive woman with big BRSTS wanting to speak with me, don't hesitate to call. Unless you're a dude, in that case, never mind, Issei's voicemail played. Hey kid, just wanted to let you know I might be late getting home after all. This is becoming more important than I hoped, Blitzo said before ending the voicemail with a smirk. Back with Issei and the group, they continued their preparations. They were in Zenobia and Irina's hideout while putting on disguises as priests and nuns. Luna Wolf questioned why they were disguised as religious figures again. Zenobia explained that it was to keep a low profile, as they didn't want to expose themselves as enemies while gathering the Excaliburs. Irina added that it would bring great shame to their faith. Kaneko Tuju pointed out that their enemies had never seen their faces, so they likely wouldn't recognize them as devils. Luna, in her human form, remarked that the others were supposed to be foolish. Irina responded, offended by Luna's rudeness. Luna shrugged, stating she was just calling it as she saw it. Zenobia sighed, choosing to ignore the insults, and urged the group to get on with their task, warning them not to mess anything up. Issei Hayadu joked about interrogating people in a dramatic fashion, asking if he should just inquire about anyone carrying swords. He then pulled out a mask and put it on, explaining that he was known as the Kuo Town Killer, a wanted criminal, and needed to hide his identity. Luna offered to help change his appearance, surprising Issei, who had no idea she could do that. After some back and forth, she cast a spell on him, transforming him into a different person right before their eyes. When he asked how he looked, the group exchanged confused glances. Saji commented that Issei looked like himself but also not like himself. Issei, looking into the water, was taken aback by his new appearance. Luna remarked that he looked like a cheap bootleg version of himself, which Issei protested, pointing out that she was the one who gave him that form. Kiba reassured him that he looked alright, but Luna and Kaneko disagreed. Saji noticed a scar on Issei's new form and teased that it made him look tough, which made him feel a bit jealous. They continued their search around town, asking various people if they had seen anyone carrying swords, but to no avail. Eventually, they found themselves in a park and then at a nearby marketplace, where the store owner recognized them. Kaneko denied ever meeting him, and Saji echoed her sentiment. Issei and Luna were puzzled but moved on, continuing their inquiries without any leads. Later, while Issei and Luna enjoyed frappuccinos, Issei pondered whether he was doing the right thing by helping Kiba seek revenge against those who had wronged him. Luna reminded him that it was his choice and that they had only gotten involved because of a request from a girl. Issei asked why she had agreed to help, to which Luna replied that it was to ensure he didn't get himself killed. As they sipped their drinks, Issei reflected on how long it had been since he had been back in Kuo Town. He expressed a sense of nostalgia, feeling as though he hadn't been home in a long time and lamenting the chaotic changes in his life. Luna looked at her drink, shared her own difficult past, revealing that she had grown up without knowing her parents and had to fight for survival among abandoned hellhounds. She explained that her life had not been peaceful like Issei's, and despite being adopted by Blitz, she had never fully trusted him or anyone else. After hearing Asia's story, she felt a connection, as Asia had shown her kindness despite her own struggles. Issei listened intently, understanding her perspective, and asked if it was possible to see good in people who had wronged them. Luna agreed, noting that while she understood Kiba's pain, she also recognized that he had learned not to trust people easily. She expressed her desire to help him find closure through revenge, feeling that she would do the same if someone wronged her. Issei saw the sadness in her eyes and realized he understood her better than he initially thought. When she questioned him, he stammered that he was just trying to grasp her meaning. Luna challenged him, pointing out that his life had been happy and cheerful, contrasting with her own experiences. "You had a much better childhood than I did. Unless you lived my life, you will never understand what I'm saying at all." Saji interrupted the conversation, saying, "Hey guys? I don't mean to interrupt, but Kiba just said he got a lead from someone." Luna and Issei exchanged glances before joining Saji, Zenobia, Irina, and Kaneko as they followed Kiba into the nearby woods, unaware that a few of Riser Phoenix's servants were trailing them. Saji asked, "So, they told you this Valper guy would be hiding in a place like this?" Yudo Kiba replied, "A man who enjoys hiking through the forest once saw some people living near an old abandoned building. I know where that is." Luna nodded, "And it's in this area, right? Makes sense. If you want to keep a low profile, you have to live on your own in the middle of the woods." Yudo Kiba added, "Except Valper isn't alone." Issei spoke up, "Oh yeah, we might have to deal with this Kokobile once we get there, right? It's not the first time I've dealt with fallen angels, so if anyone needs protection, I'll be there." Saji scoffed, "What a narcissist, am I right?" Kaneko remarked, "You two would get along fine." Saji felt offended by Kaneko's comment as the group continued walking. Issei turned to Zenobia and asked, "What did you mean when you said the vanishing dragon has come?" Zenobia replied, "What?" Issei clarified, "Back at the opera theater, you mentioned something about the vanishing dragon returning. Are there more users out there with the same dragon title besides me?" Zenobia paused, "Wait a minute. So, you're telling me you don't know about the vanishing dragon at all?" Issei admitted, "To be fair, I thought you meant me. But I'm not the vanishing dragon after all, am I?" Zenobia explained, "You're the Welsh dragon. Your rival is the vanishing dragon, and he serves under Lucifer Morningstar." Issei's eyes widened at this revelation, recalling his conversation with Octavia about the heavenly dragons. He looked back at Zenobia and asked, "Rival, huh? What did I do to piss him off?" Zenobia answered, "It is only natural that two of the heavenly dragons would be destined to fight each other." Issei questioned, "Why?" Zenobia replied, "Because it is destiny, that is why." Issei sighed, "Or you could just tell me you don't know. You don't have to be all cryptic every single time. Do you at least know why this vanishing dragon is serving under Lucifer? Or is that just destiny too?" They stopped in front of the abandoned building. Yudo Kiba announced, "This is the place." Luna commented, "Looks like a dump." Issei asked, "Kiba, are you sure this is the place?" Kaneko added, "We've seen this place too. We should know, we fought against a stray devil here not too long ago." Yudo Kiba confirmed, "It was a tough opponent, but in the end, we defeated it." Luna remarked, "And now this Valper guy is hiding in there, hoping no one comes knocking at his door. He's about to have a rude awakening." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows. It wasn't Valper, but someone Issei recognized from hell. Dante stepped forward, his hellfire dagger glowing fiercely. Dante Alighieri said, "It truly has been some time, hasn't it? Being back on Earth has been a huge change for me, having to learn your futuristic culture and whatnot. But in the end I got by." Issei gritted his teeth, feeling betrayed by the one living human in hell he thought he could trust. "Dante!" Saji exclaimed, "I'm sorry, you two know each other?" Luna clarified, "They do." Dante manipulated Issei into stealing the grimoire so he could use it to return here. Issei confronted Dante, "What's this? You're helping Valper Galilei, huh?" Dante replied, "I'm helping out my new allies. The Grigori was kind enough to allow me sanctuary while I did some work for them." Issei challenged him, "Oh? Did you warn them that you're also a backstabbing traitor?" Dante smirked, They are very aware of my intentions. But they allowed me to serve under them anyway because my sacred gear is very useful. Yuto Kiba declared, "We'll see about that." He drew his sword and charged at Dante, who effortlessly blocked the attack with his hellfire dagger, flames erupting around them. Dante remarked, "You are indeed a powerful holy sword user. I can't say the same for what I've heard about your comrades." Kiba, enraged, slashed at Dante while dodging the fire blasts. Kaneko rushed over to help him as the others charged after Dante, who smirked at Kiba. Dante taunted, "Struck a nerve, did I? It was always my bad habit." Luna lunged at him, "You never just leave, do you?" She slashed at his chest, causing him to back away and glare at her. Dante growled, "Filthy dog." Issei attempted to shoot Dante from behind, but Dante anticipated the move and blocked the bullets with the flames from his dagger. Dante sneered, "I see you're clever behind that dull mind of yours. Are you still upset with me for how I used you?" Issei shouted, "You tell me. I'm furious with you. I thought that as someone forced to live in hell, you would understand me more than anyone else." Dante dismissed him, "Oh please, no need to whine about that old chestnut." Chestnut? Did I say that right? Yes, I think I did." Suddenly, Kaneko kicked him in the face, but he vanished into smoke. He then slashed at Kaneko's back, but Luna caught her and applied Phoenix Tears. Luna asked, "You all right?" Kaneko replied, "I didn't ask for your help." Luna said, "Yeah, I know. Here." She dropped some Phoenix Tears on Kaneko's back, healing her. Issei inquired, "Wait, what are those?" Luna explained, "Phoenix Tears. Blitz usually gets them from the black market since they're very rare. I didn't think they would use them anymore since Asia joined the team, but I grabbed a few just in case." Issei thought to himself, "Wow. Come to think of it, I remember seeing a bottle like that when I thought I was about to face near death. I really should thank Blitz for that, otherwise I would have died way too soon before I could make myself useful." Dante continued to block the sword attacks from the two former exorcists, pushing them back. He glared at Saji as he cowered behind Luna, who growled at him not to touch her. Dante Alighieri chuckled to himself, finding the situation far too easy. He taunted the group, asking if they wished to come at him all at once. With that, they all got into fighting stances, and Dante eagerly showcased his hellfire daggers. Abilities, flames encircling them. He invited them to come at him. Rias was alone in the shower, reflecting on everything that had happened with her peerage. Having lost Gasper, she now feared losing Kiba as well. Shaking those thoughts from her mind, she turned off the water and wrapped herself in a towel. As she left the bathroom, she felt a moment of clarity until she heard a knock on her door. Turning around, she opened it to find Surzex standing there. Panic set in, and she quickly hid behind the door. "Brother, I wasn't expecting you," she exclaimed. "Sorry, I didn't know you had just gotten out of the shower," Surzex replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Hold on. I'll put something on." Rias called back, quickly dressing before sitting down at her desk. "You could have called to let me know you were visiting," she said, trying to regain her composure. "I left you a message that I would be coming by later," he replied, noticing the red dot beeping from her answering machine. "But it seems you didn't have time to check it yet. You are the Devil King after all. I assumed you would be too busy helping Lucifer Morningstar manage hell and the underworld. Be that as it may, I'm still your brother first and a Devil King last. I will try my best to visit you every now and then." "I know. Is that why you came by to see me?" Rias asked, curious. "That, and I also wanted to see if your servants were all right being with you," he answered. "Of course, why wouldn't they be?" she replied, a bit defensively. "I know you've never approved of how Mother, Father, and I arranged your marriage to Riser. But it seems you've been neglecting your servants lately, such as Gasper, for example. Losing him has left a sharp pain in my heart, the pain that will never go away. I care for Gasper as I do for my servants. You know that to be true." "I know, Rias. But you haven't been able to properly help him with his sacred gear, even after using a mutation piece on him. You and I both know he wasn't able to control himself. He would have been too dangerous to use out there. That's why I had to seal him away. Would he though? Had you even made an effort to train him yourself? Serzex pressed. He seems happy being trained by them, Rias replied, her voice faltering. But he misses you. I saw how much he hugged you. Indeed. He did. That's why it wasn't fair for them to separate Gasper from me like that. But you did lose to the imps along with their Hellhound and their Sacred Gear users. You should have known better when you decided to make such a reckless bet against them and lost your composure in the process. Why are you really here? Rias asked, her curiosity piqued. It's come to my attention that while you are focused on building a strong team, you have also neglected your servants and your duties as a devil. But brother, I'm trying my best. Yes, it's true that my carelessness caused Gasper to be taken away from me by. But I am trying to make up for it. Are you certain of that? Perhaps you were too focused on building a strong team to pay attention to the news lately. He pulled out his phone and played a video of a news report involving Kaneko, Zenobia, and Irina chasing down Saji the previous night. The female news reporter began. If you thought you had hard nights returning home after a long day, you haven't seen anything like this. A group of people were taking a bus ride when, all of a sudden, a little girl and two hooded women tore down the top roof of the bus while a young man, who looks like he goes to Kuo Academy, was fleeing for his life. One of his pursuers, the little girl, appears to attend the same school, which is unusual given her young age. We have a few witnesses from that bus who had this to say. An overweight witness exclaimed, "It was so insane. I was eating my chips on the way back home when the roof just got stabbed through, and these three girls came down trying to, well, I think they wanted to kill him? Those two hooded women had swords with them, so it makes a lot of sense." A feminist witness added, "He probably deserves to be hunted down by them because he's a man. Good riddance to him if they do kill him." A nerdy witness chimed in, "It was like something out of Elden Ring." A TikTok trender said, "I recorded the whole thing on my phone, added some filters, and now I am waiting to be famous." Another bystander exclaimed, "What the hell kind of tour did we sign up for? Beats me? But I do know one thing, I'm just glad we don't live here while we live in America where it's safer. Other than the drags and crime going on, but what country doesn't have that?" Sam remarked, looking uneasy. "Yeah, I don't feel quite safe just being here. Let's get our plane tickets back home." Donna urged. "What about all of our stuff we packed?" she protested. "Leave it, we'll buy new ones." Sam insisted. "Sam, you son of a..." Donna shouted as they ran off. The female news reporter concluded. The Kuo Town Police Department is still investigating. Police sketch artists have revealed their faces, and if anyone sees them in your neighborhood, do not approach them as they may be hostile. Contact the authorities, and they will handle the situation. First, the Kuo Town killer rampaged into our once humble and peaceful town, and now these three. This is Shiraki Suki signing off. As the video ended, Rias felt a wave of worry wash over her at what her brother had discovered. She was very busy dealing with her arranged marriage issues and trying to build a strong team to become a raiding game champion that she had no idea one of her own servants had caused trouble the other night. Rias Gremory was surprised. "When did that happen?" Serzex Lucifer sighed to himself. "So you weren't aware then? Stolas told me about how you tried to take the current Red Dragon Emperor by force when he rejected you. Your reckless actions have cost us a chance to get the Red Dragon Emperor on the Devil faction's side. Now he will never trust us." Rias lowered her head in shame. Serzex continued, "It's already bad enough that he is helping those creatures commit more bloodshed against the human race and leaving any trace of their existence that could expose the entire supernatural world. But your servant causing a scene that night? I'm trying my best to prevent the apocalypse from ever coming. You know what will happen if the four factions go to war with each other, right? If another war erupts, then the four factions will perish." Meanwhile, Zenobia and Irina were running on their own after losing Siegfried's trail. They stopped soon after. Irina said, "I think we just lost Kiba there." Zenobia replied, "It's fine. It was our mission, not his." The two caught their breath. Irina added, "But we seem to have lost Siegfried too." Zenobia nodded. "Yes. He is nowhere to be spotted. We lost him. Irina sighed. I suppose the church won't allow us sanctuary now that no one will retrieve the swords. Zenobia reassured her. You know what, Irina? It's fine. Irina was surprised. W8? Really? You don't seem so upset about it. Zenobia revealed a grimoire. Because I got this. This will truly redeem our sins for God to see. Irina gasped. What? How did? Zenobia explained, during the fight, that Hellhound dropped it on the ground. I do not know what possessed me to pick it up. But then I thought about it. Devils and demons have always been our natural enemies. Why should we help them when they themselves are born from pure evil and sinful desires? If we turn this into the Vatican, they will dispose of this wretched thing, and God will give us a full pardon for our failure. Irina hesitated. Would they do that? Zenobia was confused. What are you talking about? Irina continued. From what I heard from Kiba's side about the Holy Sword Project, it was the same church that approved that project before they learned that Valper was working for Kokabeel behind their backs. They seemed eager to have the stolen Excaliburs back when a long time ago they should have destroyed them themselves. And what if we give them this book? Would they try to destroy it? Or would they use it like they would use the swords? Zenobia was frustrated. I do not think you know what you are talking about, Irina. You dare question the church's motives. The same priests and nuns who taught us everything we needed to know to combat the supernatural races. Irina said softly, It's just, I guess I'm questioning my faith. And who I should really be looking up to is all. Zenobia glared at Irina. Irina, the one you should look up to is? Irina interrupted, God. I know, but I don't think he would have approved of us leaving our new friends behind like. Zenobia snapped. Those heathens and devils are not our friends. They were only helping us to regain the trust of the church. How could you see them as friends? Even this childhood friend of yours who cost us everything. Irina fell silent, and Zenobia sighed, irritated at Irina's naive views. Zenobia declared, Irina, if you wish to disobey God, then fine. I'll go through with it alone. Irina shouted, Enul. She grabbed the grimoire away from Zenovia's hand. Zenobia exclaimed, Irina! What are you? Irina insisted, this book? It belongs to demons, right? Just as much as God is supposed to have all the knowledge in the world. No one should know more than God does. Therefore, no one should have power like this. We have to go back. Zenobia argued, Irina, they could be dead for all we know. It is not our concern what happens to them. Now give me the book. Irina replied firmly, Never. Zenobia fought Irina for the grimoire, but Irina backed away quickly. Zenobia said, So, I am alone in this, am I? Have they tainted your purity? Irina responded, If you won't return the book to them, then I will. Suddenly, a large blast crashed on the ground, and high above, they saw Rainier flying toward them. Rainier smirked. Well now, isn't this a lucky surprise? I was on my way back to Kokabeel when I spotted 2 exorcists with the grimoire. I can see it. Give it to me right now. Irina drew her sword. Never. We won't allow you to have the grimoire. Right, Zenobia? Zenobia remained silent. Irina asked, Zenobia? Zenobia finally said, No. Irina was shocked. What? Zenobia explained, I see now that you would rather be loyal to this childhood friend of yours than to God. Irina pleaded, Zenobia, Zenobia interrupted, Then you are on your own. I will go find where Siegfried is hiding myself. Irina cried, But Zenobia. We're best friends. You can't leave me like this. Zenobia replied coldly, Irina, we were handpicked by your mother, who was part of the Vatican Council, to work alongside each other. We were never friends at all. Zenobia ran off, leaving Irina alone to face Rainier. Irina called out, Zenobia, wait. Suddenly, Irina felt a stab through her chest. Her eyes widened as she looked down to see a light spear piercing her. Zenobia turned back to see Irina in pain. Rainier taunted, perfect target. Dante Alighieri added, indeed. You are the embodiment of perfection, Lady Rainier. Rainier replied, don't I know it? Irina gasped, ex-Zenobia. Zenobia. Help me. Zenobia coldly said, it's God you should ask for help. Not me. You brought this upon yourself, heathen. Zenobia left her there, and Irina felt heartbroken by the betrayal of the one person she once counted on. Rainier commented, ouch. Some bestie, am I right? To be fair, most friendships can be very toxic. It was probably for the best. At least hell won't be an issue for you there. As she spoke, the grimoire glowed, and Irina fell deep into a portal that closed right in front of Rainier and Dante. Dante Alighieri cursed, demon it. We should have taken the book from her. Rainier replied, oh, calm yourself. I suppose I should have known to keep my mouth shut when I mentioned hell while she had the book with her. But it doesn't matter. She'll be a sinner there anyway. She'll be trapped there forever. Come, I'm sure Kokabeel will be wondering what is taking us longer to return, Rainier said. Yes, of course, Lady Rainier, Dante Alighieri replied. He hopped on Rainier's back, and she flew away. Back in hell, Blitzo took a long drive home, troubled by everything that had happened that night. Rubbing his eyes, still irritated about the humiliation at Ozzy's, he was startled when a body hit the ground in front of him as he stopped the van. What the? He got out of the van and ran over to see that the person was Irina, lying in a pool of her own blood, still clutching the grimoire. He grabbed the book from her and examined it before looking back at Irina. You're Issei's friend, right? Where did you get this? He asked. Irina struggled to speak. He's in trouble. What else is new? Blitzo replied, his tone flat. He and the Hellhound. They were helping us retrieve the stolen. Hellhound? Wait, Looney is involved. What was going on behind my back? My childhood friend is in danger. Irina coughed up blood. Please. He needs you. Blitzo looked at the stab wound, which was from a light spear, and then back at her. Who did this to you? Someone. Called Rainier. She took me down by surprise. And your other friend? Where's the other exorcist? Is she dead with you? Zenobia. D. The life faded from Irina's eyes. Blitzo sighed and gently closed her eyes. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from above, and a figure landed headfirst on the ground safely. Blitzo turned around to see a sinner resembling a monarch butterfly, who oddly looked like Irina. I'm still alive? Didn't I just fall down here? Irina said, confused. Welcome to Hell, kid. Now, tell me what was going on while I was doing my own thing. Blitzo demanded. Meanwhile, Issei and the others were experiencing their own troubles. Saji slowly began to wake up in a dark place. What is this place? He stammered, feeling nervous in the dark room. Where am I? Did I die? Oh no. Hell no. He jumped up, only to hit what felt like a wall and fall back to the ground. Demon itno. Is this where devils like me go when we die? It is, isn't it? Oh, I really am dead. He sobbed uncontrollably. And the worst thing is, I never got Sona Piarjan T and married her. What kind of life is that? Dude, shut up. Man, you are so loud. Issei Hayadu shouted. Es Hayadu? You're here with me? Saji asked, surprised. We're all here, Dums. Luna Wolf chimed in. Wait, this is the afterlife of devils, right? So why are you here? You're a hellhound. Saji questioned. Maybe it's because you're not dead, and neither are we. Kaneko Tuju suggested. Seriously? Then where? The lights turned on, revealing that Saji, Kaneko, Luna, and Issei all had collars around their necks. What's going on here? Issei asked, bewildered. I don't know, Luna replied. Wait, did the church do this to us? Were they waiting for us to fall into their trap? Knew we shouldn't have listened to those two exorcists. Saji exclaimed. I don't think the church is involved with what's going on right now, Luna said. I saw some people wearing suits and ties. They didn't look like they worked for the Vatican at all, Kaneko added. A voice crackled through a speaker on the ceiling. That's because we ain't from the church, devil. The group looked up, startled. Alright, who is this? Are you part of the Grigori then? Issei demanded. That depends if you're a part of this, Gregory, the voice replied. Something tells me they don't work for either side, Luna said. Then who are they? Why are we here? Saji asked, panicking. You devils are here because you have a lot to answer to, one agent said. We have some questions for you to answer, and you will answer them when we demand it, another agent added. The cells opened, and a group of agents was there to escort them to the interrogation room. You're coming with us, one agent ordered. I don't think so. Kaneko protested. When Kaneko charged at the agent to kick him in the face, the shock collar activated, causing her to fall to the ground in pain. Hey, what the hell? What did you, Issei started, but Luna stopped him, noticing that his collar was about to activate as well. Looks like we don't have much of a choice, she said, glaring at the agents. Let's just go with them and figure the rest out later. All right then, Issei agreed reluctantly. Man, this Essikas. Where is my master when I need her? Saji lamented. The least of your concerns, another agent replied. Issei, Luna, Kaneko, and Saji followed the agents out of their cell, while Rias and Sona, both chained, tried to escape but found it impossible. How can we be chained like this? We should be able to escape. Rias exclaimed. But you ain't, one agent taunted. The agents stepped out of the shadows. These chains aren't ordinary chains you're both attached to, one agent explained. They're holy chains, able to keep devils like you two at bay, the other added. Interesting. I've noticed that. And from how I've sensed, you two aren't sacred gear users. But we did sense some that are in your ranks, Rias observed. Why are you doing this to us? We did nothing wrong. Sona demanded. You're soul-sking devils who take full delight in enslaving the human race, that's why, one agent accused. Well, that's a pretty bold claim, Rias replied, unimpressed. You have no idea that we've been keeping tabs on you demons, do you? The other agent said. We don't even know who you are? Sona exclaimed. One agent turned on the monitors, showing clips of all the times Issei and the I.M.P group had caused chaos and mayhem in the human world for months. My Satan! Sona gasped. So that's how you knew about our existence. I always knew that Sacred Gear user and those creatures would eventually expose us someday. Rias said, realization dawning on her. Actually, we've always had our eyes on you from the very beginning. Way before the Kuo Town killer and those demons caused death and destruction, the agent explained. Rias and Sona exchanged confused glances until they saw monitors displaying Rias and her team taking down stray devils and her servants performing pacts for clients' desires. They were shocked by the revelation. Rias started, unable to finish her thought. They had been watching them the entire time. Agent 1 confirmed that they were indeed aware of the devil's existence. They explained that humans had been spreading rumors online about beings from hell granting wishes to mortals, particularly those associated with a group called the Occult Research Club. Rias felt her heart race with fear at the thought of being discovered, while Sona was shocked and glared at Rias. Sona Citri demanded to know if Rias had been revealing their existence to humans. Rias stammered that she had no idea people were sharing their secrets. Sona, frustrated, pointed out that the internet was full of people spreading secrets. Rias explained that she had only sent her familiar to distribute flyers, not realizing it would lead to such widespread knowledge. They needed to complete pacts to gain more power, but Sona was irritated that Rias had been careless about it, especially after lecturing her about keeping their existence hidden. Sona then asked the agents where Saji and Tsubaki were, to which Agent 2 responded that they were in cells, ready for interrogation. Rias also inquired about Akino and Kaneko. Agent 2 confirmed their capture as well. Sona demanded to know who the agents were and who they worked for. Agent 1 revealed that they were part of a group trained to take down beings like them. Agent 2 added that a global task force had been created to handle threats posed by devils, fallen angels, and demons. They introduced themselves as the devil-hunting organization responsible for killing Sheet, which Sona found amusing. Agent 2 clarified that their actual name was Charis, with the F being part of the word responsible. Rias was incredulous at the name, and Sona expressed pity for it. Agent 2, feeling insulted, challenged them to see how well their servants could handle what was planned for them. Rias protested, insisting they leave her servants alone, but Agent 2 threatened to extract information from them instead. The agents left, leaving Rias and Sona chained together and powerless. Meanwhile, the agents began their interrogation of Saji, turning the lights on him. Agent 1 addressed Saji, noting that he was a high school student at Kuo Academy, blending in with humans while being a devil. Saji hesitated, admitting he had been human last year. Agent 2 slammed her hands on the table, demanding answers and questioning the bat wings on his back, wondering if devils were part vampire. Saji speculated that it might explain why both vampires and devils hated holy weapons, but he was unsure of his own lineage and refused to divulge details about his master. As the interrogation continued, the scene shifted to Octavia's 17th birthday party, which was supposed to be a moment for her and her family. Instead, it turned into a display for Stella to ensure Octavia didn't tarnish the Goetia name. Stella began her speech, thanking everyone for attending and emphasizing that the night was dedicated to her for throwing the party. Stolas interjected, reminding Stella that it was also a chance to spend time with Octavia, but Stella brushed him off. Octavia hoped for a heartwarming speech but was disappointed when Stella advised her not to do anything her father would do. Octavia's smile faded, and Stolas glared at Stella as she walked away. Yuto Kiba commented on Stella's speech, and Octavia agreed, noting that Stella sought glory for herself. She asked about Rias, learning that she was with Riser Phoenix, who had a harem. Octavia expressed disbelief that Rias would be engaged to someone like Riser, criticizing the situation and the unsettling nature of Riser having his own sister in his harem. Kiba acknowledged the discomfort of the situation, and Octavia asked if he was all right, sensing his troubled demeanor. Kiba revealed that he felt he had failed Rias, who had scolded him for not being the knight she expected him to be. Octavia sympathized but sensed there was more to his distress. Kiba admitted he was also troubled by the question of whether Rias would save him that night. If I wasn't useful to her, Yuto Kiba thought, tilting his head in confusion at his own feelings. He sighed, expressing his I don't know. Maybe it's just self-doubt talking to me, he admitted. However, even if Rias sees us as family, she hasn't exactly shown it. She barely speaks to us about our problems, even when she knows what some of us have gone through. I find myself questioning if we really are part of her family. Or if we're just servants. Octavia Goetia felt concerned for her friend. Kiba, you are so much more than a servant. You're one of the strongest knights of the House of Gremory that I've known. If Rias can't be bothered to help you with your personal issues, then maybe she shouldn't be involved at all. Don't let her words bring you down. Yuto's expression turned somber. I feel like I should have died with my old comrades. There's not a day that goes by when I don't think about their sacrifice. Octavia hugged Kiba, trying to comfort him. It'll be all right. I wish I could help you with what you're going through, but we come from two different households. For now, all I can do is be the friend you need. Feeling the kindness from Octavia, Yuto hugged her back before letting go and bowing his head. Thanks, Octavia. There's no need to bow or be formal around me. I'm not like her, she replied. Now come on, she said, playfully punching his arm. This is a party. My party, anyway. Have some fun and stop being moody. That's mostly my thing. Yuto smiled. Of course, only for me. Not because you said so, anyway. I feel a little better telling you all this. Just remember, if you need help, I'm always here for you. Plus, my dad has been teaching me some spells I've been learning. I haven't gotten good at them yet, but here's hoping. The two smiled at each other before Kiba left her side. Octavia then noticed Issei walking away, being dragged by Blitzo, and she went over to investigate. Time passed, and it was another typical morning in the Goetia household. Octavia put on her earbuds to block out the noise of her parents arguing as she scrolled through her phone. She checked her social media and smiled at Issei's comment on her post, but her expression changed when she saw others harassing him for what they misunderstood. She sighed, frustrated by how people could be so antagonistic online. When the yelling finally stopped, she removed her earbuds and heard a knock on her door. "Darling, may Mother speak to you about some important matters?" Stella called. Octavia sighed and got off her bed to open the door. Stella entered the room. "I hope we haven't been interfering in your personal life lately with all the shouting?" Stella asked. "You guys were shouting? I had no idea. But it's strange you would be concerned about how I feel about your father's betrayal of our family? It pains me as well," Stella said, rolling her eyes before looking at Octavia again. "There's something we should talk about. May we sit?" Feeling a bit worried, Octavia sat beside her mother on the bed. "Darling, you will be spending more time with me away from your father," Stella announced. "Again?" Octavia replied. "Is that a problem?" "Of course not. It's just that we do this every time you and Dad get into another fight, and I'm worried it might mean I won't see him again if it comes to that." "Oh dear, if it really did come to that, it doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to see him again. You just wouldn't be living with that imp-loving man. I understand this has become a daily occurrence for you. Believe me, I do not wish to be away from all our fancy things in this palace." "I think I understand where you're coming from," Octavia said. "Good, because it saves me time explaining further. Not to mention after that incident at your birthday party with that dragon." "But Mom..." "Don't interrupt me." Stella sighed. "I feel it's high time for us to spend more time together. A mother-daughter bonding experience, even if just for the weekend. Afterward, we'll come back here and do whatever it is you do." "Mother-daughter bonding? Can't say we've ever done that before." "Well, now is a perfect opportunity. All the more reason to clear our minds away from your father's infidelity." "You mean clear our minds from the fighting going on in the house?" Yeah, that too, I suppose." Stella glanced at her phone and saw Issei's comment, swiping through Octavia's post showing support. "So you and Ichigo, was it?" she asked. "His name is Issei. I'm pretty sure you've already met him during my birthday party." Right. "You two seem to be." Stella's eyes twitched slightly as she saw more pictures of them together, making funny faces and being friendly. "Close," she said, her voice tightening. "Very close. Mom, you and him have been doing things lately." "He's been my bodyguard ever since Dad and I went to the amusement park. Ever since the party, we mostly just talk on our phones." "Oh, of course. And when did he start making trips here without my knowledge?" "You mostly visit Uncle Andrealphus in the afternoons to talk about my arranged marriage to the heir of Blue. Issei just comes by whenever his dad or boss drops him off while that imp and Dad." "I get it. They are involved with each other. What else is new?" Octavia cringed when her mother said that right in front of her. "Anyway, he's just fun to be around whenever I'm feeling bored," Octavia replied. "What kind of fun are we talking about here?" Stella asked, raising an eyebrow. Octavia continued, "We just play video games and watch movies. I was surprised that he had never even seen Beauty and the Beast before, the animated one, not the terrible live-action reboot. He cried a lot, just like I did during that ending. I never actually took him for the sensitive type." Stella's expression turned serious. "What does he mean to you?" Octavia tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean? Are you and Issei developing a romantic emotion for each other?" Stella pressed. "What? No. That's not like that at all. We're just friends. Nothing more. Besides, you and Andrealphus already spoke to Prince Cordon Bleu about my upcoming arranged marriage. It's not like I would be in love with anyone who wasn't a part of the Ars Goetia. I would never disgrace the Goetia name. I know that. I'm not threatened. I'm just concerned, as any mother would be when their daughter spends more time with someone who might be a bad influence." "Bad influence? But Issei isn't a bad influence. I mean, he's not entirely brain smart, but he seems all right," Octavia defended. "Are you certain, dear?" Stella asked, getting off Avia's bed and walking close to the door. "I only fear that you might end up like your father did, giving in to devious behavior. Do not become an embarrassment like your father. Of course, Mom, Octavia replied quietly. But we'll be leaving Thursday evening. Be sure to pack your things just in case. Stella left Octavia's room, and Octavia picked up her phone, looking at a picture of herself and Issei. She sighed, unsure of what to do at that moment. Issei isn't like that towards me. My dad didn't influence me to get into anything inappropriate at all. We're just friends. And he's my bodyguard. It's not like there's anything romantic going on between us at all. She glanced at the stuffed dragon he had won for her as a prize and the taxidermy gift he had given her. She remembered how Issei had protected her from those troublesome imps that had tried to bother her and how he had comforted her during a difficult time. At her party, she had done the same for him after the misunderstanding in the hedge maze. Octavia had noticed that Issei could be a bit inappropriate when he talked about how attractive her mom was. It felt awkward to think that her new best friend might secretly be a pervert, and it weirded her out a little. I guess he's kind of like my dad. I know I was told that some humans are very lustful. So it's not really a surprise that Issei would be one of those humans. He seems a little ashamed of it, and I find that strange. Why wouldn't I? It's just uncomfortable to think about. Meanwhile, Stella found Stolas in the garden, tending to his Venus flytrap plants, and confronted him. Did you know that the human man you've taken in out of pity has been involved in our daughter's life lately? Stella asked. Can we not, Stella? We just finished arguing, Stolas sighed. Now that wouldn't be fair if you kept this from me as well, would it? Stella hit the wall with her fist. So what if he does? He hasn't done anything wrong toward our own flesh and blood. Stolas replied. Oh, can you look into the stars to see if he's been inappropriate with her? Or are you too busy with that imp servant of yours to care? Stella shot back. I trust that boy with our daughter's life. Stolas insisted. He tried to harm her. Stella exclaimed. He did no such thing. I was there when you were choking him when he was being nice to Vaya. Stolas countered. We both know he was only acting innocent to get close to her. Stella argued. Stella! Stolas exclaimed. That is his nature. And given that he is the Red Dragon Emperor, it won't be long until he brings us all to ruin. You know the legacy of the heavenly dragons. No one would live a happy life with them. But from what I have learned from him, Issei Haidu is not interested in the title of heavenly dragon at all. Stolas replied. You may be too gullible to be manipulated by his facade, but I'm not. I forbid that boy from ever setting foot in this palace. Stella declared. Now, Stella, that is unfair. Stolas protested. What is unfair is that you are not trying to protect our daughter's innocence from that human. This weekend, I shall introduce her to Prince Cordon Blue's son. His boy will be a perfect candidate to ensure our daughter has a pure-blood offspring to carry on the Goetia name. Stella insisted. I'm still upset that you and your brother would plan Octavia's future like this behind my back. Do you have any idea what the House of Blue is truly capable of? Stolas asked. Of course, they are a hellborn royal family that relies on true strength and power. That is how they have survived for so long, and I've met Cordon Bleu firsthand. I must say he's a much better man than you in so many ways. Meanwhile, all you've done is betray our trust. Stella retorted. I do not trust Cordon Bleu. And neither does Surzex. Stolas argued. All the more reason why I admire him more than I do you. Even his son is much stronger like his father before him. Stella shot back. I do not believe it's strength that makes me distrustful of him. It's the compassion he lacks. Stolas replied. As if compassion matters. Stella scoffed. The two continued arguing about Octavia's future when a knock was heard at the door. Stella rushed over and opened it furiously. What do you want? She exclaimed. Is Vaya home? Sona Citri asked, standing there in confusion. Yes, she is, Stolas replied. Sona was in her room when she heard a loud slam. Stella had just stormed out, and Sona quickly made her way to Octavia's room to avoid any further escalation. Just as she reached the door, another knock echoed through the hallway, and Stella flung it open again. What now? Stella shouted, her frustration palpable. Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, and Luna entered, carrying an unconscious Issei with them. Hey, is your husband home? We need his help with something, Blitzo said casually. Stella shot them an angry glare before storming off, demanding to know where the wine bottle was. Meanwhile, in Octavia's room, she was showcasing a new trick she had learned from her father, teleporting objects. With focused will, she successfully teleported a soda can to another table. Impressive. So your dad taught you this? Sona remarked. Yep. There were a lot of epic fails at first, but I eventually got it right, Octavia replied with a hint of pride. So how have things been since the Red Dragon Emperor incident? Sona asked. Everyone's talking about it, huh? Octavia responded, rolling her eyes. Even the council and the Ars Goetia are discussing it. Ria's brother is trying to convince the council to let him speak with your bodyguard, Sona explained. Oh, and what for? Does he want Issei to scare someone off at their party hosted by their wealthy mothers? Octavia questioned. He wants him to join the devil faction's side, Sona clarified. Is another great war happening? Why would they want the Welsh dragon on their side, given their history? Octavia asked, puzzled. They don't, but Serzex does. He knows about Issei's actions in the human world, and he wants to convince Issei to be a symbol for the children of the underworld instead of a weapon of mass destruction, Sona explained. So he wants Issei to be part of some more propaganda? Octavia asked, raising an eyebrow. That's what I thought too, but he's already told them that he doesn't want Issei involved in the apocalypse. He hopes that with Issei, he can prevent it and establish peace with the other two factions, Sona said. Yeah, I don't see Issei being a symbol for kids, nor do I see him preventing any wars. Besides, no one can convince heaven to agree to peace just like that. Hell and heaven may have joined forces to stop the heavenly dragon centuries ago, but that was a one-time thing. I don't see why Ria's brother is bothering to try to make peace with both God and the fallen angels. The apocalypse will still happen, no matter how hard he tries to prevent it, Octavia concluded. True. Speaking of Rias, I know you two never had much to talk about after that incident at the party, but I heard you reunited at Stylish Occult, Sona mentioned. We did, for a brief moment anyway, right before Issei was about to point a gun at Rias, Octavia said, her eyes widening at the memory. Wow. Did he not realize there were consequences for killing high-class devils? Sona asked, astonished. It's all right. I told him about it, and he promised not to get angry next time, Octavia reassured her. So does this mean you're not angry with Rias anymore? Sona inquired. I'm still angry. That's a feeling that won't go away because that's just how Rias is. But that doesn't mean I want to see her dead. She should be grateful not to cross any more lines, Octavia replied firmly. Actually, she tried to again. After losing a tournament against him, she lost a servant to his boss, Sona added. Wait, Issei bested her in a raiding game? Octavia asked, surprised. It was a volleyball contest, and it was honor-bound, Sona clarified. That's why her bishop was with Issei and the imps instead of with her? Well played, Octavia smirked as she got off the bed. I'm going to grab a soda. Want some? Sure, why not? Sona replied. Octavia put on her earbuds to listen to music and avoid her parents' bickering. As she walked to the kitchen, she stumbled upon the living room, where chaos reigned. Her father, Issei, Blitzo, Luna, Moxie, and Millie were all present, and a dead mummy lay on the ground, blood everywhere from when Blitzo had shot him. I am so not getting involved with this, Octavia thought, turning away and heading back to her room. Sona, confused, called out, So where are our drinks? The kitchen was occupied, Octavia replied. Fast forward to Wednesday, Octavia was on a video chat with Issei, catching up on how things were going. So how are things going with you and your boss? She asked. Well, Blitzo was angry with me about the whole mummy incident, but you know how he can be towards me, Issei said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yeah, I know how complicated dads can be. I once begged my dad to take me to a cool concert, but he said no because it was too dangerous. I had to take a selfie with one of the portraits just to vent my frustrations, Octavia shared with a sigh. But he does care about you, Issei pointed out. I suppose he tries to show it. Can't say the same about my mom, though. Octavia replied, her tone turning serious. Is she still angry with you about, Issei began. When I had to stand up against her just to protect you after you. She was. But this Thursday, I'll be leaving with my mom for the weekend, Octavia interrupted. But, are your parents getting a, Issei started, but Octavia shot him a glare that made him nervous. A divorce? Wow, I never took you for someone who likes to pry into my life, she said sharply. No, of course not. I'm just worried about you is all. And also your dad. I'm sorry, I'll drop it, Issei stammered. No, they're not. Yet anyway. With my mom, there's no way of telling if she'll really go through with it or not. We do this every time. I think she just wants to see my dad sad and alone. Octavia confessed. Do you want to see your dad sad and alone? Issei asked cautiously. Why would you ask me something like that? She replied, taken aback. It's just, I know how you are with your dad and my boss. Issei started. Drop it? Octavia snapped, causing him to flinch at her serious tone. Issei was about to apologize to Octavia when she interrupted him. Let's talk about something else. Something that has nothing to do with my life, Octavia said. Sure. I'm going away for the weekend with Blitzo and my coworkers. We'll be at the country range Millie's family owns at the Wrath Ring, Issei replied on the video chat. That's cool. Have you ever been to a range in the human world before? Octavia asked. No, but there's a first time for everything. Not to mention I've played Red Dead Redemption 2, so I know how cowboy stuff works. I think I got this, Issei said confidently. Dude, you're going to the Wrath Ring. You won't survive a day, she warned. But you forget I've been trained by the best. Issei retorted. Of course. By him, Octavia rolled her eyes. I'm sorry. Issei said quietly. It's fine. I think all the yelling, screaming, and plates being thrown whenever I pass by is just putting a lot of stress in my brain. Maybe this weekend is what I need, she reflected. I understand what you're going through. I mean, it's not related, but all the harsh training, the missions. Maybe this weekend is what we both need right now. Issei suggested. Hey Issei, quit trying to look up inappropriate stuff and get in the van right now. Blitzo shouted from the video chat. Coming. Issei replied, glancing back at Octavia. I'll try talking to you more when I first get to the ranch. Oh no. This is family time. Which means no online devices allowed. Blitzo interrupted. Oh, so Luna is allowed to bring her phone with her? How's that fair to me? Issei protested. She doesn't watch a lot of inappropriate content on live streams. Yeah, that's right. I've seen your internet browser history. And I know it's been you using my credit cards again. Blitzo accused. I'll see you if I make it out alive. Issei said as he and Blitzo wrestled over the phone, ending the video call. Octavia put her phone away and laid back, thinking about what she would have to deal with during the weekend with her mom. She thought, we barely spent any time together. Maybe this should be a good opportunity to get to know each other better? Who knows? Anything to get them to stop fighting. Meanwhile, Issei rode with Blitzo on their way to the Wrath Ring, looking out the window and then looking away. So Issei, when did you and Stola's kids suddenly become best friends? Blitzo asked. Back at the party. Why do you ask? Issei replied. You've always had me tagging along whenever I visit Stola's to discuss business while you always talk with the air of Goetia, Blitzo pointed out. Is it wrong to be friendly with her? Issei questioned. Nah, it's not. But if you're only being nice to her for other reasons, just be careful that Stola's or his wife don't find out about you too if it is like that, Blitzo warned. But it's not. I'm just surprised you would assume that. She's just my friend. That's all. Issei insisted. Blitzo looked at Issei, noticing his sadness, then turned back to the road. It's probably best that you two are in the friend zone. Not like she'll let you get any closer. Good point, hey. Issei exclaimed. Truth, Blitzo replied. For once. Maybe during this weekend trip, can you not be an annoying JRK towards me? Issei asked. Kid, I may not be the JRK you wanted, but I'm the JRK you need. Get used to it, Blitzo said, putting on his sunglasses. Issei sighed to himself, thinking, I sure hope Octavia's trip isn't going to be worse than mine might be right now. Later that Thursday evening, Stella was berating her butler to ensure everything was packed for her and Octavia for the early weekend. I swear if there's so much as one thing missing in my luggage, I'll make sure you regret it. She shouted at her servant outside while Octavia managed to pack everything with Stola's helping her. They hugged before she left. Be safe, all right, my starlight? Stola said. I will fit. Are you going to be all right by yourself without us? Octavia asked. It's quite all right, dear. I understand things have been complicated, but maybe this is a good chance for you and your mother to bond together. Unless you wish to change your mind? I'm heading into the Wrath Ring right now for the Harvest Moon Festival with Surzex accompanying me, and I heard Issei will be there. Perhaps. Octavia thought about it, but Stella shouted for her daughter. Let us go now. The driver doesn't have all day, and neither do I. Stella yelled. Octavia sighed and looked at her dad. As much as that would be nice to see how my bodyguard is doing, I think spending some time with Mom is what I really need right now. After the incident at the party, maybe Mom will finally have a change of heart through this trip, and who knows? Maybe things will be back to normal for the three of us. Yes, right. For us, Stolas replied, his smile fading into a look of sadness. Octavia noticed this, but he smiled back at her. Be safe with your mother, he said. I will, she promised, hugging him one more time before leaving for the limousine. As the limousine drove away, Octavia waved goodbye to her dad while Stella flipped him off. Stolas sighed, feeling his mood drop, and headed back inside. Oh, I better get ready for the Harvest Moon Festival. The Goetia limousine drove through Pentagram City until it reached its destination, passing by some gang wars happening outside. Octavia looked away from the chaos. They arrived at the weekend building Stella always prepared for her and Octavia to stay in. Stella had always preferred it as their permanent home in case she left Stola's, keeping Octavia in her custody just to see him miserable. They entered the fancy home, with Octavia heading upstairs while Stella went to another room. Ah, home sweet home, Stella said. You mean weekend home, right? Octavia corrected her. Well, you can never be too sure about these things, Stella replied. Where are you going? Octavia asked. Our rooms are upstairs. Stella had something to take care of, and she assured Octavia it wouldn't take long. Once in her room, she put her belongings down on the bed and lay back, feeling as if she were in a motel room. She glanced at her phone and saw a picture of herself as a child with her parents at Lululand. The happiness radiating from her and her dad was evident, but her mom's forced smile hinted at deeper issues. In that moment, Octavia realized that perhaps her parents weren't as in love as she had once believed. All she could do now was try to see the best in her mom during tough times. Meanwhile, Stella was making a call to a certain bounty hunter. She promised him a handsome payment if he killed both Stolas and the human Issei Hayu. When he mentioned wanting to kill the Devil King as well, she agreed, expressing her indifference towards his fate, believing his idea for peace would ultimately lead to disaster. After hanging up, she received another call. Hello? Cordon Bleu. I was just about to call you. How's your son? She asked. Cordon Bleu replied, Pollo has been doing quite well in his training and studies, more so than his weaker siblings, I'll give you that. How's your daughter, despite that evening at the party? Stella responded, I was going to introduce her to your son when the timing was perfect, but I must apologize for how rudely it was interrupted by that human. Cordon Bleu chuckled, It is fine. Imagine our surprise that your husband had the Red Dragon Emperor by his side. It caught us off guard. Hopefully, my son and your daughter will finally meet at the gala. Of course. To be fair, you're much more of a man than that spineless loser ever was to me. It's a pity we weren't arranged to be wed back in the day, Stella said. Who knows? If our children have a connection, we shall see to it they produce strong grandchildren to inherit the throne between our houses. And maybe I would consider remarrying someone with fine taste, if you know what I mean, Cordon Bleu teased. Oh, Cordon, always the flirt. That is something to consider. See you then, Stella replied before hanging up. Fast forward to Friday, Octavia was talking with Issei on her phone. She panicked when he told her about the incident involving Moxie and Blitzo's fight with Stryker. Holy crap! Are you hurt? Did you get shot? She exclaimed. Nah, I'm alright. Though I did shoot right through that redneck's arm, that's for sure. We don't know where he could be right now, which worries me a little. Issei said. I'm glad you're okay and that you're not dead, Octavia replied, relieved. Issei blushed slightly. Why you care about me? Octavia shook her head to snap out of her flustered state. I mean, you are my bodyguard and a pretty good friend. My life would be dull without you. Right? Good friends. We sure are. Still, despite going through that crazy experience, I don't feel strong enough to take down anyone, Issei admitted. It's alright, Issei. No one said strength was easy to obtain, Octavia reassured him. Still, it's not enough. I've been lacking in training lately and talked about it with my boss. I might be busy with my professional training, but who knows, your dad and my boss might. Issei trailed off. Yeah, I get it. I understand. You'll still try to make time to hang out with me if your boss drops you off at my room as usual, Octavia said. I'm sorry, Vaya. I was trying to bring up, Issei started. It's fine. Really? It is, she interrupted, feeling the awkwardness between them. The conversation shifted to Blitzo and Stola's relationship, prompting Octavia to ask, Are you close to your boss? What? You know, I'm straight. Issei replied, flustered. I meant like father and son, you idiot. Octavia grunted in annoyance. Oh, right. I knew that. It's complicated. He thinks I'm his kid, the way he thinks Gasper and Luna are his children too. But I'm just his employee, not any son figure to him, Issei explained. But you see him and your coworkers like family, right? Octavia pressed. Yeah. In a way. It seems like only yesterday I saw Blitzo drop that book when I took it while out with my girlfriend, who turned out to be a deranged fallen angel. Over time, when my birth parents lost all memories of me, these guys helped me out. They helped me get stronger and always protected me when things went south. But Blitzo, he treats me like a kid. I know I'm 17, but he has me killing targets alongside him. Sometimes he respects me, but I think he sees me as a burden. I'm not just doing these crazy training lessons to kill anyone who wants to hurt me. I'm mostly doing this because I want to protect them. Octavia could sense Issei's struggle to prove his worth to the same imp responsible for her family's troubles. Yet, she also saw that he was trying to look out for Moxie, Millie, Luna, Asia, and Gasper. Have you been getting those nightmares lately? She asked. Not currently, Issei replied. Then get stronger for them, Octavia urged. All right, Issei began. But not for him, she interrupted. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Before she could elaborate on how Issei was trying too hard to please Blitzo, Stella grabbed Octavia's phone and glared at Issei. Oh, Che. Miss Goetia. Lovely, Issei stammered. Stella crushed the phone, upsetting Octavia. Mom! Octavia exclaimed. Oh, calm yourself. I'll buy you a new one. Besides, you need some time off from those things anyway, Stella replied, adding, even from him. Come, we must go. Where are we going? Octavia asked. Mommy is visiting an old friend of hers, and he has a handsome son that I'm sure you'll be more interested in being around than that bodyguard of yours, Stella said with a smile. Octavia followed her mother out the door, and the two rode in the limousine all the way to Cordon Bleu's house. Octavia sighed to herself, knowing full well that her mother was trying to set her up with Cordon Bleu's only son. They exited the limousine and were greeted by a reincarnated devil servant. Master Blue has been expecting you too, along with young Master Poyo, the butler announced. Excellent, Stella said, smiling with delight as they entered the palace, where they saw Cordon Bleu and his son Poyo standing there. Poyo looked at Octavia and asked, Is this my betrothed? Cordon Bleu replied, She is very stunning, isn't she? Just like her mother. Fine beauties indeed. He smirked at Stella, making Octavia feel uneasy as she watched her mother flirt with Cordon Bleu. Remember, Poyo, charming her daughter's heart is the key to breeding a future heir. So kindly don't mess this up for our family. Cordon Bleu instructed. Of course, father. I am very aware of what duties the males of Blue must abide by, Pollo responded. Very good. Don't you have anything to say to this lovely young lady? Perhaps give her a smile, for example? Cordon Bleu suggested. Pollo didn't like smiling even for someone he was engaged to, but his father's glare made him nervous. He forced a smile that came off as a bit creepy, making Octavia uncomfortable. Why yes. Hello, Miss Octavia Goetia. I, Pollo, am very honored to have you and your mother as guests in our lovely home, he said. As I am sure she and I are very grateful as well. Isn't that right, Octavia? Stella asked. Why yes. Sure. Octavia replied hesitantly. Now then, let us retire to the dining room as I am sure my cooks are working hard to prepare only the best, Cordon Bleu said with a chuckle. If they value their lives. At dinner, Octavia and Pollo stared at each other across the table. Stella nudged Octavia's shoulder. Tell him something about yourself, darling, she encouraged. Oh. I like listening to my music in my room with my earbuds on. Octavia said, unsure. Cordon Bleu coughed pointedly at Pollo, prompting him to respond. That's fantastic, Pollo said, trying to sound enthusiastic. Really? You listen to songs too? Octavia asked. No, father says music and singing are for, and I quote, pansies, Pollo replied. Exactly, Cordon Bleu chimed in. Then what do you do for hobbies? Octavia inquired. Before Pollo could respond, Cordon Bleu answered for him. I'll ask that for my wimpy son here. You see, my dear, as you and your gorgeous mother are very much aware, the males of the House of Blue have two duties, producing strong heirs and combat training. With the rating games coming up, with both pureblood devils and hellborn royals participating this year, my son, along with his brothers, will face tough competition from the House of Citri. My son, just like his brothers before him, has trained since childhood, as it is custom for future heirs to train hard to one day surpass their brothers and seize the throne, just as I did with mine. Oh my, those fights must be so intoxicating, Stella said, her eyes sparkling. Well, I tend to get myself covered in blood a lot when I go a little too far, Cordon Bleu admitted with a grin. Both Octavia and Pollo felt uneasy as they continued to eat, trying to ignore the flirting happening around them. Pollo, both you and Octavia here should go to your rooms. Dinner's over, Cordon Bleu commanded. But father, Pollo started. Did I stutter? Cordon Bleu interrupted. No, sir. We'll be going, Pollo said, looking down. Yes, you two leave us alone with our business, Stella added, her tone suggestive. Octavia whispered, gross, to herself as she and Pollo headed upstairs, where the reincarnated devil butler showed them to their separate rooms. This is where your room is, Miss Goetia, the butler informed her. Thank you, Octavia replied. That'll be all, Bernard, Pollo said dismissively. Very well, sir, Bernard said before leaving. Octavia looked at Pollo, who seemed downcast. Your dad is really tough on you, she observed. What gave it away? Well, good night then. Octavia, Pollo said quietly. My friends usually call me Via, Octavia replied. Oh, very well then. Good night, Pollo said, a hint of relief in his voice. Yeah. You too, Octavia said as they both retreated to their rooms. Lying on her bed, Octavia sighed, realizing that this weekend was supposed to be about her and her mom spending time together. Clearly, that was not the case. She knew her mother was trying to set her up with Cordon Bleu's son to make her forget about her bodyguard and friend, Issei. So much for mother-daughter bonding, she muttered to herself. The next day, Octavia received a new phone from her mother as promised. When she got everything back on her new phone, she noticed that the photos of her and Issei were missing. It was as if someone had deleted them without her consent. Octavia sighed, already suspecting that her mother had something to do with it. Regardless, she was just happy to know that after Sunday, she and her mother would return home. Even though they would likely resume their usual arguments, she was at least looking forward to hanging out with Issei again. She spent the entire day with Pollo, but neither of them made any real connections. Corden noticed this and chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Stella, who glared at her daughter for not trying harder to win Pollo over. As dawn approached, Octavia headed to her room, feeling exhausted when Stella came in. "Is everything quite all right?" Stella asked. "I mean, we talked." But he didn't have anything interesting to say. "Except about training to fight hard," Octavia replied. "As Corden said to us last night, it is custom," Stella reminded her. "Yeah. So I've learned. Though I pity him," Octavia said, her voice trailing off. "In what way?" Stella tilted her head in confusion. "His dad is very strict with him every single day," Octavia explained. "What parent isn't?" Stella countered. "That's just it. It's not the same kind of strict parental love." Octavia said softly. "He doesn't even see his son as anything else but some kind of weapon." Octavia couldn't imagine having a father like him. At least her mother and father didn't see her that way, right? Stella felt a little twitchy when she mentioned Stolas. "Are you saying your father is better than him?" Stella asked. "I'm just saying at least Dad cares for me," Octavia replied. "And I don't." Stella questioned. "You didn't seem to want to spend time with me since we got here," Octavia pointed out. Stella tapped her fingers on the table, feeling a little irritated at what her daughter was trying to say. "I'm just glad we'll be going home tomorrow." "I'm sure Dad must be waiting for us to get back," Octavia continued. "About that," Stella said, "I had a word with Corden about the lack of courtship between you and his son. We will be spending a whole week with you and Pollo." "What? But I thought," Octavia exclaimed. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's just for a whole week. I'm only concerned for your well-being. You need to socialize more," Stella insisted. "So Issei doesn't count as me being social?" Octavia asked. Stella kept her composure in check to avoid losing it in front of her daughter. "This Friday evening, your uncle has graciously invited us over to a royal ball. I told him you and Pollo will be arriving as a courtship couple for everyone else to see," Stella announced. "Well, I'm not going. I never even agreed to this courtship in the first place," Octavia protested. Stella grabbed Octavia by her wrist to prevent her from leaving, startling her. "I wasn't giving you a choice," Stella said firmly. She pushed Octavia onto the bed. "Dear, I didn't want to bring this up, but I fear that human, that sacred gear user, has become a bad influence on you. Do you know what he used to do before being dmed by your father? He is a pervert. One who loves nothing more than to view girls like you as objects. But Issei never saw me that way. He's nice and kind to me." Octavia defended. "Is that right? Men like him will always find ways to manipulate sweet girls like you. His only goal is to use you for his own desires." Stella exclaimed. "I know he might look a little perverted, but I doubt he," Octavia began. "Octavia, I'm only thinking of what is best for you," Stella said, placing her hands on her daughter's face. "He's not a good person. He is depraved and has no regard for self-control or boundaries. People like him are not capable of real love. You don't want to end up like your father, do you?" Octavia felt pressured at the idea of being like her father. Stella calmed down and moved away from her. "Pollo is a wise choice for your suitor. He is a pure-blood demon just like us. By the end of Friday, you'll forget all about your precious bodyguard," Stella said as she headed for the door. "Sweet dreams, my dear. And don't mess this up." She slammed the door, leaving Octavia feeling alone without her father to comfort her. Tears welled up in her eyes from the intense situation as she crawled under the covers and called Issei. "Hey Vaya, what's up?" Issei answered on the phone. "Hey Issei, I might not be able to come back home to my dad after all," Octavia said. What happened?" Issei asked, concerned. "My mom wants me to spend another whole week with her. Are you going to be all right without our usual hangouts?" "Yeah, I don't mind, Vi. I just hope you and your mom are." "We're getting along fine," Octavia sniffed. Just fine." "Vaya? Is everything all right?" Issei asked. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me," she replied. Issei sat on his bed, feeling a little sad that he wouldn't see Octavia for a whole week while holding onto the bracelet she had given him. I just want you to be safe, that's all, he said. I'm not 8 years old, Issei. I can handle myself. Besides, my mom would never hurt me. Would she, though? Issei questioned. What's that supposed to mean? Octavia asked, feeling defensive. Never mind. I'm not speaking clearly, Issei sighed. No. I want to know what you meant by that, she insisted. Does it really? Yes. Octavia felt a little angry at what Issei was implying. He sighed on the phone and answered her question. I don't think your mom cares about you. Back at the hedge maze, she was about to go through with hurting you when you tried to protect me. That's why I didn't want you to get hurt, Issei explained. You don't know anything about my parents, Octavia retorted. I was just... Forget you, she said, hanging up on him and placing the phone on the counter. DMN line JRK. I wanted you to comfort me, not make some nonsense about my mom. She wiped her tears away while resting on her bed, unsure of what to do at that moment. She thought about her childhood memories, her moments with Issei, and how he helped her reconcile a bit with her dad. Her mother didn't even bother to help her during tough times. Could he be right, though? Was she willing to hurt me that night? Time passed, and on Friday, Octavia was getting ready in her formal dress when she received a text from Issei saying, Hey, Vaya, I'm sorry about the other night. She felt bad about how their last conversation ended, and since it had been a whole week since they last talked, she replied, Hey, don't worry about it. I'm sorry too. It's just been stressful for me lately. Issei replied back. I understand. So we good? She smiled and replied, Yeah, we're good, Issei, even adding a smiley face. That's a relief, he responded, also sending a smiley face. Well, me and my fellow coworkers are going to take care of some business. See you tonight. Alright, dude. See you, she replied. Bernard knocked on Octavia's door. Are you ready, Miss Goetia? Oh, yes, Bernard, I'm coming, she called back. She and her mother, along with Cordon Bleu and Pollo, arrived at Andrealphus's home where the royal ball was being held. Octavia and Pollo were now there while Stella spoke with her brother throughout the evening. Octavia looked around the entire art gallery when she spotted a certain portrait of a red and white dragon, which intrigued her curiosity. She was about to go over there, but her mother grabbed her wrist. Where do you think you are going? Stella asked. I was going to look at that portrait there, Octavia Goetia replied. Stella saw the portrait Octavia was interested in and rolled her eyes. Darling, out of all the pictures you would even bother viewing, why that one? It only reminded me of the old story Dad used to read to me. That's why I'm interested in looking at it, Octavia explained. It's just a picture, Octavia. You should be more concerned with mingling with your future suitor than looking at something like that. Stella insisted. I would accompany her, if that will be all right. It could give us time to get to know each other better, Pollo offered. Well, I suppose I see no harm in it. Do you, Stella? Cordon Bleu pondered. Stella didn't want to agree, but she sighed and let Octavia go. Fine. Don't take too long, though. Thank you, Mom, Octavia said gratefully. Thank you, sir, Pollo added. Be grateful your future fiancé here is interested in the legend as I am, Pollo. You should even be thankful that a girl like her is willing to be with you at all, Cordon Bleu remarked. Of course, sir, Pollo replied, a little unsure. The two wandered off to where the painting was, and Octavia examined the texture of the artwork depicting the Welsh and vanishing dragons fighting each other. Truly, it is something of a rivalry with those two, isn't it? Pollo observed. My dad once told me their legend when I was just a kid. Back when things were simple. Octavia reminisced. My dad even told me this legend as he did with my older brothers. The heavenly dragons who fought each other to see who was the strongest, right before God and Satan sealed them away due to their destructive nature. And now humans bear their legacy throughout the centuries. Father's always fond of this story because he values strength more than anything else, Pollo shared. That's something I've noticed since staying in your home, Octavia replied. I remember the only time my father ever smiled. It wasn't for me, it was for the Red Dragon Emperor the night at your party, Pollo recalled. You were there? Octavia asked, surprised. Yes. We were invited by your mother as honored guests. My father was speaking with two of his wives, discussing my lack of strength behind my back. He enjoys belittling any male who is weak in his household. Then, when your bodyguard came with that red armor, I saw pride in my father's face. That smile should have been for me. Pollo's voice trailed off. Pollo, Octavia said softly. I've tried so many years of training since birth. Brutal, cruel, tormenting. Everything I've been through was for him to finally acknowledge me for once in his life. Only for him to actually be proud of an inferior being like him. He clenched his fist, feeling angry. And what do you mean by inferior being exactly? Octavia asked, her curiosity piqued. Humans, reincarnated devils, imps, hellhounds. But mostly just that servant of yours that makes my blood boil. Out of all the hosts that could have been born with that kind of Longinus, why was that lowlife the lucky one? Pollo expressed, frustration evident in his tone. Octavia felt anger rise within her at Pollo's words about Issei. Meanwhile, Stella and Corden were speaking with Andrealphus about settling the arranged marriage. So you want those lovebirds to be in courtship so much? Andrealphus inquired. Yes. Your sister and I have already discussed the agreed deal that both our households will unite together, Corden Blue affirmed. With our children creating a new heir for the Goetia family, of course, Stella added. Oh my, I wonder how Stolas took it when you told him about this arrangement behind his back? Andrealphus mused. He was furious, yes, but I didn't care about what he thought. What matters is keeping the Goetia bloodline pure and untainted by inferior beings, Stella declared. Quite so. But I would have loved to see that angry expression of his. It must have been priceless. Andrealphus chuckled to himself. That fairy is clearly too preoccupied with his pleasure toy to bother with this arrangement. He never cared for the Goetia name anyway, Corden Blue remarked. Suddenly, Prince Shubil approached them and the three sighed in annoyance at his presence. Oh, Prince Shubil. We hardly knew you were here in our presence, Andrealphus said dryly. Well, I was standing with you guys a short second ago, but you left a minute afterward, Shubil replied, oblivious to their disinterest. They continued their conversation, ignoring him. So I heard Ravel is only attending here as well? Corden Blue asked. Her brother is dealing with important matters tonight. Besides, it's not like she cares about it one bit, Stella responded. Regardless, she is, however, loyal to her brother. Though I'm not sure if it's a matter of family or a servant's duty, Andrealphus noted. It's far more disgusting to hear that his own blood sister is part of his harem, Corden Blue added. He's been looking far and wide to find, what did he call it again? Stella questioned. A loli, I believe he once said, Andrealphus replied. Yes, that. He's been searching for one, but everyone else turned him down. So he took his own little sister as part of his harem, claiming he has no attraction toward her, Stella explained. And yet he has Ravel Phoenix in his harem because. Corden Blue began. Because he's that much of a loser. Stella finished, and they all laughed, while Shubil attempted to join in but was pushed away. Yeah. Riser is very much an NCSTS pedo there. Huh. Shubil said, trying to fit in. Back with Octavia and Pollo, things were getting heated between them. You know, Pollo, my bodyguard has a lot of issues going on for him. So you don't know what you're talking about, Octavia defended. I was only stating a fact. Hellborn royals such as ourselves and the pureblood devils are born to be better than everyone else. Inferior creatures like him mean nothing to us, Pollo asserted. He means a lot to me, Octavia replied firmly. But, is he your boyfriend? Pollo asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. That's none of your business. Octavia shot back, anger flaring. Oh good Satan, I guess the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree, Pollo began, but before he could finish, Octavia slapped him across the face. The crowd gasped at the display as she stormed off, furious. Stella felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Corden glared at both her and his own son for the humiliation. I think she's going through something. Stella murmured, trying to make sense of the situation. You know how teenagers are. Stella, in her anger, rushed off to find her daughter, upset by the display she had just witnessed. Family issues, am I right? Shubil remarked, glancing at Andrealphus. You haven't even spoken to your daughter in years. What would you even know? Andrealphus shot back, causing Shubil to grunt in offense. Meanwhile, Octavia was trying to forget about Pollo's insults toward her friend and her father while she got a punch drink. Just then, Stella appeared right in front of her. What was that about? Stella demanded. He was being rude and disrespectful toward my bodyguard and dad, Octavia replied. Who cares about that human or your useless father? Stella snapped. I do. Octavia retorted. Stella scoffed. Of course you would. What does that mean? Octavia asked, confused. Wake up, darling. Have you not learned anything from what I taught you? Stella pressed. I spent most of my learning from my dad on spells. What were you teaching me? Octavia countered. To not end up being a disgrace. That's what I was trying to teach you. Stella's voice rose, the tension between them palpable. Or has being around that human made you forget all that? Stella continued. You don't know him like I do. Octavia shot back. Oh, not this again. Maybe we should extend our stay at the Blue household, Stella began. I want to live with Dad, Octavia declared, causing Stella's eyes to widen in disbelief. I see. So you want to be like your father? A disgrace to the Goetia household? Your old best friend is engaged to the heir of Phoenix, but you don't see her disrespecting her family's name in public, do you? Stella challenged. I'm not like Rias. And this has nothing to do with what Dad did to you. Octavia insisted. Why? I suppose your father isn't the only bad influence on you after all. It's that filthy human, isn't it? Stella accused. Mom, Octavia began. What did he really do to you? Stella pressed. I don't understand what you mean by, Octavia started. Did he? Stella's voice rose again, but Octavia interrupted. Mom, please. Everyone is watching. Octavia pleaded. Did he? Answer me. Stella demanded. No, he didn't. Octavia replied firmly. Liar. First your father, and now you. His behaviors have been passed down to you. Stella shouted. Mom. Octavia exclaimed, but before she could say more, her phone rang. Is that him right now? Is he sending you inappropriate pictures? Stella accused. Octavia pulled out her phone and answered, Hello? Who is it? It's Kiba. I need your help. Yudo Kiba's voice came through, sounding distressed. Who is that on that phone of yours? Stella questioned. It's Kiba. Octavia shouted back, then returned to the call. Kiba? Is everything all right? No, it's not. I need your help. Please find me. Kiba's voice was shaky. My dad taught me a few things so I could sense your evil peace, Octavia said, focusing. Octavia Goetia, look at me right now. We are not done talking, young lady. Stella insisted. Octavia's eyes glowed pink as she concentrated. You're in the human world. In the woods. And alone. What's going on? She sensed Kiba's chess piece and realized he was in grave danger. You're in grave danger, she warned. Give me your phone right now. Stella shouted, but a pink spark pushed her away as Octavia focused on Kiba's night piece. In an instant, Kiba was teleported right in front of everyone. Everyone in the ballroom, including Cordon Bleu, Shubil, Andrealphus, and Pollo, watched in shock, even Stella, who was now fearful of her daughter's power. Octavia rushed over to Kiba, who was injured. Kiba, are you? I was reckless. Kiba coughed. What happened? Octavia asked urgently. No time to explain. Issei and the others are in danger because of me. Kiba replied. What do you mean? Octavia pressed. Octavia! Stella called out. Mom, we need to get him to a medic. Octavia insisted. We do not need to do anything for this low-class trash. Let him die. Stella shouted. No, Octavia said firmly, surprising Stella with her defiance. She helped Kiba to his feet and started to walk away. Shubil smirked at Andrealphus. Guess I'm not the only one with a dysfunctional family, huh? Andrealphus glared at him. Was that supposed to be your idea of a revenge pun? Cordon Bleu glared at Pollo, knowing the punishments that awaited him if his father was upset. As Octavia helped Kiba out of Andrealphus' palace, Stella grabbed her wrist. We are not done talking, young. Let go of me. Octavia demanded, backing away. You know I'm sick of your behavior lately. After that stunt you pulled, I'm sure even Cordon Bleu is considering canceling the arranged marriage. Stella exclaimed. Good. I don't even have feelings for his son, especially after tonight. Octavia shot back. Octavia, it doesn't matter what you want. What matters is the Goetia name. Stella insisted. Who cares about that name? Octavia replied defiantly. I do. Ever since that human first set foot here in hell, you've forgotten everything I taught you about the lower classes. Stella accused. You told me we were superior to. I learned that from you. But I never saw Ria's servants as inferior. They are my friends and I get along well with Issei. I did once see him as inferior because he was human, but not anymore. Octavia stated firmly. But he has shown a great deal that he is not as inferior as you made all other species out to be. Stella paused, her expression unreadable. Octavia Goetia felt a surge of emotions as she confronted her mother. So he did sleep with you? No, he didn't. We never had that kind of relationship. But even if we did, would it matter? Even if I didn't see him as a friend? Is that why you deleted those pictures of me and him? I'm not Dad, so why are you treating me like you do him? You were in love once, maybe you would. Stella interrupted. We were arranged to be married. Octavia's heart sank at the revelation. I never loved your father. Not now or ever, Stella continued, her tone cold. Octavia struggled to understand. I don't understand? Of course you don't. You have always been so naive and simple-minded that you can't comprehend the fact that your father and I were arranged to be together so I could give birth to you. Even today, you remain oblivious to what goes on during our arguments, even if you weren't present. We are only together because of you. Your father didn't want to go through the trouble of a divorce because he valued your happiness. It's quite cringy to say the least. Why are you telling me all this? Octavia asked, her voice trembling. Stella smirked. Because I love tormenting your father. And I might even enjoy tormenting you for your fascination with humans, just like your father has for imps. Unless, of course, you agree to let that useless reincarnate die off and live with me instead of your father. I could help you rid yourself of those urges. How could you say that? Octavia shouted, her anger boiling over. What did you say to me? Stella's eyes narrowed. You just decided to tell me you never loved Dad right now. Did you at least care about me? Octavia's voice cracked as tears filled her eyes. Honestly? Had your father not intervened that night, I would have framed that human for your death. In that moment, Octavia's trust in her mother shattered. You mentioned that people like him are not capable of real love. Did you mean even hellborn royals like yourself? Octavia's voice was steady, but her heart raced. Stella, now furious, stepped closer. You ungrateful little mistake. Just as she raised her hand to strike Octavia, Kiba, weak but determined, stood up and drew his sword in front of her, forcing Stella to step back. I won't allow you to touch your own daughter like that, Kiba declared, his voice strained. Octavia's worry for her friend grew as Kiba fell to the ground. Stella, in a fit of rage, kicked him repeatedly in the stomach, forcing Octavia to watch in horror. Stay out of it, SLV. Do you know what I do to imps who serve under me? I remind them of their place. What she wants does not matter. She is only born to give birth to the next heir. That is how the cycle goes. Just like how you servants must continue for your masters to procreate more offspring. They will never care about what you really want. So know your place. Stella continued her assault on Kiba, who groaned in pain. Octavia's tears turned from sadness to rage as she could no longer bear to witness the abuse her friend was enduring. Shut up, she screamed, her voice echoing with power. The sound waves pushed Stella against the wall, knocking her unconscious. Kiba, still injured, looked at Octavia in disbelief as she glowed with anger. Tears streamed down her face, but she quickly focused on Kiba, trying to calm him as he struggled to get up. She didn't know what had happened to her mother, but at that moment, she didn't care. The only thing that mattered was getting Kiba to a doctor and finding answers. An hour later, Stella slowly regained consciousness, finding herself helped by Andrilphus. "Oh, my dear sister, seems like you had quite a fall," he remarked. Stella felt blood trickling from her head and remembered what had transpired. "Seems that way." She clenched her fists in anger. "She's become so powerful at such a young age. And she used it against me. Her own mother. Should we go find her and Rias Gremmery's night?" Andrilphus asked. "No. Do not bother," Stella replied dismissively. "Oh, we're not going to find your daughter?" "What daughter?" she scoffed, turning away as she headed back to the palace. "I need some liquor after tonight. I need to get a little hammered before heading back home to my worthless husband." Andrilphus chuckled. "Of course, only for my adorable and charming sister." As they left, Octavia felt a profound loss of trust in her mother. She didn't know what was happening, but she needed to find out if Issei was okay. Meanwhile, Moxie pulled over to the I.M.P building, with Millie holding his hand tightly. "I'm not so sure we should be heading over to see what Blitzo wants. It's already late, and Asia must be worried sick about us being away for so long," Millie expressed her concern. "I understand how you feel. But this won't take long. I'm sure Blitzo wants to apologize for how he interfered in our one-year wedding anniversary date," Moxie reassured her. "Han, when has he ever apologized for anything?" Millie countered. "Fair enough," Moxie admitted. "And to be honest, that fancy club turned out to be not so romantic after all," she added. "Maybe I should thank Blitzo for vouching for us back there. I know he was there just to spy on us, but sometimes I forget that deep down he does care for us, in his own way. I really didn't understand why the prince was involved with his plan, though." "I mean, they are a couple, aren't they?" Millie asked. "Pretty sure one-sided relationships don't count as them being a couple," Moxie sighed. "Let's just head inside. I'm sure it's nothing serious." When they reached Blitzo's office, they found Irina there, leaving the couple confused until she explained the situation to them as she had to Blitzo. And long story short, Irina began. "I was trapped in this situation." Both Moxie and Millie were in total shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Millie shook her head, trying to process the information. "I'm sorry, what was that last part about Issei and Luna?" she asked. Irina stammered. "They used the grimoire to travel to Kuo Town so they could. While they left our sweet darling angel, Asia, alone. By herself. Unprotected." Millie exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. In a fit of rage, she threw a chair, smashing a window and accidentally hitting a homeless imp who was caught off guard. "I knew that perverted fool couldn't be trusted. I'll make him pay." Millie shouted, her anger palpable. "Whoa, Millie. Calm down." Moxie interjected, though he couldn't help but share her outrage. "I also want to confront that perverted fool. I mean, I would expect Luna to be irresponsible, but I didn't expect much from Issei either." Blitzo, trying to mediate, said, okay, as much as I want to confront him too, let's not forget that he got my sweet, defenseless Luna involved in this holy katana project nonsense." Irina corrected him. "It's actually called the Holy Sword Project, but yes, they did get involved with it, but nothing." Blitzo interrupted, pulling out the grimoire. "Someone get us to the human world so I can bring him and Luna back here alive and ground Issei for being a complete idiot for going behind my back and risking his own sister's life in the process." "What about Kaneko Tuju and Sona Citri's pawn?" Moxie asked. "What about them? I'm worried about my kids, not those two." Blitzo replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Sir, the only ones who know how to teleport us to Kuo Town are either Luna or Stolas," Moxie pointed out. Blitzo felt embarrassed by the situation. "So if Luna can't help us get to where they are, maybe Stolas could aid us. You know him, right?" Irina suggested. "Yeah. I'd rather not ask him for help," Blitzo admitted. "And why not, sir?" Moxie pressed. Because I just don't want to, that's why. Blitzo snapped. Well, someone has to get us there. And since your daughter is with your inappropriate son, Millie insisted. You better not imply they are involved right now, so help me, Blitzo warned. We need your boyfriend's help. Millie exclaimed. It's complicated right now. And for the record, he's not my anything. Blitzo retorted, the tension rising among the group, with Irina feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Well, we need someone to get us there, otherwise your kids, including both servants of Rias and Sona, will be in danger tonight unless we act now. Moxie urged. You really think I don't know that, Mox? I would do this myself, but I don't even know how this grimoire works. Blitzo shot back. And yet you have your daughter do the work for you. That's probably the one thing she's ever really been good at. Moxie countered. Now let's all calm down here. Millie interjected, taking a deep breath. Look, it's late, and while Luna and Issei are fighting for their lives right now, we need to find a way to get to them. They will have a lot of explaining to do. I agree. But who other than Luna and Stolas knows how to summon gateway portals to Earth? Moxie asked. As they debated who was more knowledgeable about using the grimoire, a voice interrupted them. I'll help, Octavia Goetia said, stepping forward with a serious expression. The group was surprised to see her, having overheard their conversation. Stola's daughter? Wait, why are you? Moxie began. Is Issei in trouble? Octavia asked, concern evident in her voice. Blitzo sighed, looking at her. Either he is in trouble or he's about to be. He gathered his guns and ammo. So you know how to unlock portals? Moxie interjected, so we're just not going to ask her why she's here and not at the palace? Only a little of what I know. But you're not going to kill him, are you? Octavia asked. Don't get the wrong idea, Missy. I'm not going to kill my boy, but I'm still furious with him for disobeying my orders. Blitzo replied. Judging by how you seem to be giving him a hard time lately, I wouldn't blame him for being disobedient towards you, Octavia remarked. Blitzo gritted his teeth at her comment. But first, Octavia said, turning to Moxie and Millie. Issei isn't the only living human in hell, is he? You're right, he and Asia are the only humans living here in I.M.P City, Millie confirmed. Take me to her. I need her to heal a friend of mine, Octavia requested. Later, in Blitzo's van, he drove with Octavia, who had a very injured Kiba on her lap. Blitzo was too preoccupied with thoughts of Issei and Luna's safety to care about road safety, nearly running over a pedestrian. Hey, watch it, jerkay, the I.M.P civilian shouted. Go take a hike. My kids are in serious trouble. Blitzo yelled back. What happened to Rias Knight? Millie asked, concerned. Kiba started but was cut off. Don't talk, all right? Octavia said, glancing at Millie, Moxie, and Irina. Riser Phoenix's own queen tried to vaporize him. Wait a minute. A servant from the House of Phoenix tried to take out Rias Knight? Moxie exclaimed. Hold on. This happened when we got separated? Irina asked, alarmed. How could you not know about that? Didn't you say you were with them tonight? Millie pressed. As I said, we got separated when we left Issei, Luna, and the servants of Gremory and Citri. Zenobia and I were unaware of the trouble Kiba was going through when Zenobia. Irina explained. Killed you? Octavia interjected. No, she didn't kill me. That fallen angel did, Irina clarified. It doesn't matter how you see it. It may have been that fallen angel who took your life, but your so-called best friend abandoned you to die, Octavia pointed out. Hey now. It was my own fault for questioning my faith, that's all. Irina protested. And how's your precious faith been going for you all so far? Millie asked, raising an eyebrow. Irina fell silent, sighing as she looked at Millie. You humans sure are clueless, you know that? Millie remarked. I guess I really am an idiot. Irina admitted. Yep, you sure are, Millie, Moxie, and Octavia chimed in unison. Oh come on guys. Isn't there anyone nice around here or on Earth who has completely lost their faith in God? Oh no, I said the Lord's name in vain. I don't deserve to live. Irina sobbed, her emotions overwhelming her. Blitzo grunted in annoyance. Look, kid, it doesn't matter whose side you're on, Satan's or God's. But you can't complain about how terrible your life has become just because you never had a choice about where you were born. Irina wiped her tears away and confronted Blitzo, asking what he knew about going through struggles as a demon. Blitzo replied that demons weren't so different from humans, which offended Irina. She retorted, questioning how he could compare them, insisting that humans were nothing like filthy hellish creatures. Blitzo pointed out that she was one of those creatures now, suggesting that her fall had affected her mind. Silence fell over Irina as she gazed out the window of Blitzo's van, realizing she was now a hellborn sinner, whether she accepted it or not. She lamented what her father would think of her now, fearing that he and her mother would be ashamed, especially her mother. She had trained alongside Zenobia to fight against the forces of hell to protect the world, only to be exiled from the church for their failures and for Zenobia forsaking her. Blitzo responded, welcoming her to life, which could be quite harsh. Irina asked if he meant Zenobia, but Blitzo clarified that he was referring to life itself. She then inquired about where he was going. Octavia Goetia explained that their human daughter was the only sacred gear user with twilight healing, capable of healing Kiba's injuries, including the bruises left by her mother. Moxie suggested going to the Sloth Ring Hospital, but Octavia expressed her fear that her mother might find Kiba there and harm him out of anger. It was a beautiful morning at the Goetia mansion. A younger Stolas woke up, yawning and smiling with excitement, fully aware that it was his birthday. He leaped out of bed and dashed to his dressing room, arms raised in joy as an imp butler entered to assist him. Stolas exclaimed his excitement for his birthday, and the butler reminded him to calm down, noting that excitement was unbecoming of a Goetia. Stolas took a deep breath, settling down as the butler prepared his vest and cape. He shared with the butler that his father had told him he was old enough to understand his purpose and responsibilities, his eyes sparkling with glee. The butler placed a crown on Stolas' head and assured him that it would be wonderful. They walked down a grand hallway lined with portraits of Stolas at various ages. The first showed him as an egg on a pillow with a crown, and the second depicted him as a hatchling in his crib, swaddled in cloth bearing the Goetia family insignia. Entering the throne room, Stolas approached his father, Paimon, the king of the Ars Goetia. Paimon, in his monstrous form, shifted into his normal bird-like self as he greeted Stolas. He expressed joy at seeing his son, albeit forgetting his name momentarily. The butler reminded him that it was Stolas. Paimon then announced that it was finally Stolas' day to become a true part of the Goetia family and asked if he was ready to learn about his role in serving hell. Stolas eagerly affirmed that he was ready. Paimon opened a portal to the cosmos, showing Stolas the stars he would study. 2 comets flew out, and Paimon explained that Stolas would be entrusted with studying the Earth's skies and the prophecies they held. He presented Stolas with a grimoire, which would grant him access to the mortal realm for study and observation, promising that he would grow to be a mighty prince of hell. Stolas confidently vowed to do his best. Paimon then revealed a picture of a young Stella, explaining that she was a precautionary addition to the Goetia family and that Stolas was now engaged to her. The picture showed Stella in a fierce pose, which frightened Stolas, causing him to cry. Paimon, confused by his son's reaction, suggested taking him to the circus to distract him from his future marriage. Later that night, a sad Stolas and the butler stood at the top of the stairs leading into a circus tent. Paimon, not physically present, appeared in a mirror held by the butler. They found a seat close to the front, and as the show began, various circus imps performed, juggling and flipping through the air. Paimon chuckled and clapped from within the mirror, enjoying the spectacle. 2 clown imps were juggling while on stilts. A female imp was seen walking and twirling on a tightrope in the background, holding a yellow umbrella as she did. Paimon chuckled and clapped within the mirror. Little Stolas, clearly not enjoying himself, half-heartedly flicked away a peanut that landed on his grimoire. The next performance featured an imp breathing fire while atop an inverted imp pyramid supported by a wooden stand. In the background, 2 more imps leapt through hoops held by 2 imps in the inverted pyramid, landing on their hands before jumping to their feet as the crowd cheered. A throwing knife flew in from the left, forcefully panning the spotlight to the right. The knife stuck itself into a wooden board, right next to the hip of a female imp tied to the board. The spotlight then showed the knife-throwing imp as the crowd cheered. Now, everyone's favorite thing about circus acts, the clowns. Cash Buxo exclaimed. A multitude of frightening imp clowns with glowing eyes leapt out at the audience from behind curtains in the background. Cash Buxo laughed as they flew outward, causing the imps in the audience to scream and pull away in terror. Two young imp children stood on top, getting ready to perform their duo act. Fitzarali, the young imp, asked, "You ready, Blitzo?" A child Blitzo gave a rope a quick tug and replied, "Born ready." Fitzarali and Blitzo leapt off their boards and began a flying trapeze act. They passed by the Goetia section of the bleachers, and time seemed to slow down as Stolas looked up in awe, blushing at the sight of the young imp performer landing safely on the ground. Blitzo cheered, "Hiya! Tada!" He laughed and addressed the crowd, "Hey folks! Wanna see me make a horse?" Blitzo took out a green balloon, blew it up, and attempted to tie it into a horse shape. It ended up as an incomprehensible knot, then immediately popped. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Crap!" Blitzo continued pulling out balloons and attempting to make a horse, but kept getting the same result. His expression grew more worried with each popped balloon. At one point, the balloon appeared as a normal oval shape, but it popped nonetheless. The audience was dead silent and unimpressed as Blitzo kept trying, and failing, to make a balloon horse. "Do-do-do-do, ah, hee-hee," he nervously chuckled, "horse?" Finally, he made a horse, but it had no legs. What? It was a horse, but then it ate too much sugar and its legs stopped working, so he had to amputate. Now it's a gross worm horse. Stolas began to laugh softly, clearly charmed. Blitzo pointed at young Stolas, saying, "See? He gets it. Because horses, they make no sense." Then Fitzarali joined Blitzo with a balloon of his own in hand. His balloon was red. "Okay, Blitzo, that's enough horsing around," he declared, making a balloon horse perfectly on his first try. "Hey, everybody! Look at this," he presented the horse to the crowd. "It's Banana Pudding the Clown Horsey." He made neighing noises, and the crowd laughed while Blitzo looked down sadly. "I liked his broken horse joke, it was funny," Stolas remarked. "Their legs do stop working when they eat too much sugar, it's called laminitis." Paimon looked down at Stolas curiously as the little owl demon made a hooting laugh. After the show ended, Cash was drinking backstage when the butler walked in holding the mirror that connected to Paimon. "What a show! That was great," Paimon said. "That little clown you have, my son really enjoyed him. I was wondering if I could buy him." "Buy him?" Cash Buxo replied. "Purchase him, yes." "Accurate," Paimon confirmed. He clapped his hands, and the servant pushed a button on the mirror. The mirror extended out, creating the effect as if he were leaning over Cash. "My son doesn't have any friends, you see, and he liked the little clown boy. It's his birthday, he's so sad, and I don't want to deal with him. Can I write a check?" Paimon asked. "Well," Cash rubbed his chin, smirking, "Fitzarali is a big draw. He has a few more shows today, so it would be pretty expensive." He rubbed his thumb and finger together in gesture. Paimon chuckled, No, the other one." "Blitzo?" Kashashov. "Correct. How much?" Paimon inquired. "Well, he's my son, so." "H.M., how much do you have in your pocket?" Cash replied. The butler dug around in his pocket and produced a crumpled-up $5 bill and an unopened condom. "A wadded-up 5 and a slim-fit condom," Paimon noted. "Ah, that's plenty." "Done," Cash said. "Splendid. Fetch him for me, and we will be on our way," Paimon commanded. He clapped his hands and portals out, destroying half the tent in the process. Meanwhile, Fitzarali and Blitzo were playing with their balloon horses together. "I'm Banana Pudding and I like to dance," Fitzarali declared. "I am Worm Horse. And I am sad." Blitzo responded. "Why are you sad, Worm Horse?" Fitzarali asked. "Because I have no legs," Blitzo replied. Oh, well, that's okay. Fitzgerald reassured him. I lost all my legs in the war, Blitzo said dramatically. The war? Fitzgerald gasped. The Great Pirate War. Blitzo exclaimed. No pirates, Fitzgerald said, deadpan. It's a great pirate war. Blitzo insisted. If you keep talking about pirates, I will punch you, Fitzgerald warned, exasperated. I fought bravely, but I could not run fast enough. They took my legs and there was blood everywhere. Blitzo continued. Oh no, you know blood. Blood is disgusting, Fitzgerald laughed. No, it's cool. Blitzo chuckled. Well, Banana Pudding is here to save the day with his magical feet. He dances around Wormhorse and makes him feel better, Fitzgerald said. And then, Blitzo added with a dramatic pause, there'll be more blood. He squirted ketchup onto his balloon horse. Blitzo! That's so gross. Fitzgerald laughed. Stop. Never! Blitzo declared. Cash appeared behind them, grabbing Blitzo by the arm and pulling him up. Boy, I've got a job for you. You are going to spend the day with one of the Goetia princes. EW. Why? Blitzo asked. Because money. Now listen carefully. You are being bought out to be his playmate, but I want you to steal as much from those rich folks as you possibly can, Cash instructed. Steal? But what if I get caught? Blitzo asked, scared. Don't you want your family to be able to buy a bigger tent? Better food? Don't you want to help me and your mama out? Cash replied. Of course I want to help mama. Blitzo exclaimed. Then you gotta do this, Cash concluded. Everything those wealthy individuals possess will be worth a fortune. Blitzo, feeling anxious, expressed his fears to his father, Cash Buxo, about the possibility of getting caught. Cash, with a sad look in his eyes, reassured him that there are scarier things in the world. Meanwhile, in the throne room of the Goetia Palace, Paimon pressed a button on his mirror to speak with Zeoticus Gremory, the leader of the House of Gremory from the underworld capital, about important matters. Zeoticus greeted Paimon and mentioned that he had hoped for an in-person meeting. Paimon explained that it was his son's birthday and inquired about Zeoticus's son, Cerzex. Zeoticus shared that Cerzex was doing his best to control his powers, but he and his wife were still concerned about how other devils perceived their son. Paimon noted that Lucifer Morningstar was also contemplating whether it would be wise to keep an eye on Cerzex, which was part of the reason for their discussion. Zeoticus expressed his worries about Cerzex's immense destructive power, while Paimon encouraged him to take pride in such a strong lineage. The conversation shifted to the upcoming attendance of their sons at the Underworld Academy, where Paimon hoped his son would improve his social skills and magic. Zeoticus was under the impression that Paimon would be teaching young Stolas about magic. Paimon confirmed this, emphasizing the importance of social interaction for Stolas. They discussed potential suitors for Cerzex, with Zeoticus mentioning the various representatives vying for his son's hand. Paimon reassured him that something suitable would arise. However, Zeoticus expressed concern about the threats from Heaven and the Grigori, as well as the Council's fears regarding Cerzex's powers. Paimon, as the leader of the Great King faction, promised to ensure no harm would come to their sons. As Paimon concluded the conversation, he realized his son's playmate had arrived and left the throne room to meet with Cash Buxo and his son. Paimon introduced Blitzo to Stolas, wishing him a happy birthday. Stolas, excited, greeted Blitzo, who introduced himself awkwardly. Paimon, correcting Stolas's behavior, reminded him not to bow to Blitzo. Inside a library, Blitzo and Stolas sat on the floor surrounded by books. Blitzo appeared bored while Stolas enthusiastically shared information about the books. Blitzo groaned, expressing his disinterest in plants and frogs. Stolas, feeling dejected, mentioned he had never had a friend to share his books with. Blitzo suggested a game of treasure hunt, where they would pretend to be pirates and collect treasures to throw out the window. Stolas was incredulous about throwing things out the window, questioning the logic of pirates doing so. Blitzo insisted it was a fun game, and they began to fill bags with items from around the house, giggling as they ran. They stopped to admire a chandelier, with Blitzo taking a piece of it, and then they fell to the floor, laughing. Later, they ran past a balcony, where Blitzo spotted his father below, gesturing for him to throw the bag of treasures. Blitzo complied, and they continued their playful antics. As dawn approached, the two boys were outside by a tree, with Stolas sitting on the roots while Blitzo climbed the tree, enjoying their adventurous day together. Blitzo fell out of the tree, hanging by only his tail. He looked over at Stolas, who was holding a book. "So, what is that?" "Your diary." Stolas replied, "No, this is my new grimoire. It's a spell book. I have to learn it so I can access the living world." "The living world? Like the world with humans and stuff? Where the sinners come from?" Blitzo asked, intrigued. Stolas confirmed. "That's cool." Blitzo exclaimed, noticing another book with a red and white dragon fighting on the cover. "What's with these overgrown lizards with bat wings fighting over?" "Oh, are you referring to those dragons fighting for dominance?" Stolas inquired. "Dragons, huh? I've heard about them, but I've never seen what they look like. They're known for taking princesses and treasures and burning down knights, right?" Blitzo said. "Yep. But these dragons' only focus is each other's rivalries," Stolas explained. "Really? But what did they do to make each other so mad that they fight?" Blitzo asked. "No one knows. But their battle was so well known that both Satan and God sealed their souls away, and they became a part of a Longinus for humans to use," Stolas shared. "Humans use them for what?" Blitzo questioned. No. Longinuses are a form of sacred gears," Stolas clarified. "Sacred gears? What are those?" Blitzo asked, his curiosity piqued. "I could lend you some of my books on them if you want," Stolas offered. "Nah, I'm good. I'm not much of a bookworm." "Are these sacred gear things powerful?" Blitzo replied. "From what my father told me, most humans are born with sacred gears that allow them to become more powerful than ordinary humans. But when a human dies, they lose their sacred gears, and they are passed down to another living human," Stolas explained. "Wow. They sound very complicated," Blitzo remarked. "I suppose it's just a human thing?" Stolas suggested. "Are they as powerful as that spell book of yours?" Blitzo asked. "I'm not so sure about that. I'm still new to my role as a Goetia. I'm supposed to use it to study the sky." Stolas said. "Why?" Blitzo inquired. "My dad says I can find prophecies, but I don't really know. But I'm supposed to, that's what my job will be when I grow up. To join the rest of the Goetia family," Stolas explained. "Well, you know what I'm going to do when I grow up?" Blitzo said, jumping back on the tree. "I'm going to run my own circus, and I'm going to be the most famous imp ever. I'll be able to do what I want all day. I'm going to make so much money and buy myself a big building with a big office." "A big office? For a circus?" Stolas asked, amused. "Yeah, a big office. Circus business with clowns and horses. And the horses will all have good names like Stapler and Biscuit Queen," Blitzo declared. Stolas giggled. "I'm sure you will. That sounds like a good business." "Yeah. And if you want to apply, I'll hire you." "Maybe," Blitzo said. "You'll hire me?" Stolas chuckled. "Yeah, if I feel like it," Blitzo replied. "Well, I hope I qualify." "You'd be a good boss," Stolas said, giggling. "You say that with sarcasm, but I totally would," Blitzo responded. The two laughed together, enjoying the entire day together. 25 years later, a fully grown Stolas woke up looking dejected. He groaned and got dressed in his robe, then went to his boudoir and took a bottle of pills. He wandered into his library and opened his grimoire. In the window behind him, Blitzo appeared and saw the magic floating out of the book. He tried to pull open the window to get inside, but Stolas closed the book and walked away, not noticing Blitzo. Blitzo fell off the window. Stolas checked on a sleeping Octavia and then wandered into his kitchen, where Stella was loudly having a phone call. "I know still being married isn't a big enough occasion. But to be fair, it's no picnic being married to a boring stiff like Stolas," Stella said. Stolas looked as though he wanted to speak to her, but she held up an index finger, so he instead walked away to his kitchen table to drink his morning beverage. Using magic, he opened the newspaper in front of him. It read, "Not divorced, anniversary party. Couples only." "Stella, what in hell is this?" Stolas asked. "Stolas. You know I like throwing parties. Plus, it's true, so you know you can come if you want," Stella replied, flipping her hair and walking away with the butler. Stolas took a drink of his morning beverage. The party began that night, with many hellborn royals and pureblood devils attending. Rias Gremory, along with her peerage, bowed their heads, and Surzex gave a warm smile to Stolas, but Stella just rolled her eyes and walked off to mingle with her guests. She saw Octavia, her childhood friend, waving at her, and they exchanged smiles. "It's been far too long, Stolas." "You look well, my friend," Surzex said. "The same can be said for you." "How is Grafia and your son doing?" Stolas asked. "Very good. Hard to believe he was born a year ago." "I'm sorry, I'm just a proud papa right now," Surzex said, sniffing back tears. "Oh, Surzex. I know the feeling of parenthood all too well," Stolas replied, also trying to hide his emotions. "It's like the time my own little sister was born. She was so adorable and still is to this day." Surzex continued. "My precious little Vaya was like that even when she first hatched." Stolas added. The two began sobbing uncontrollably, embarrassing Rias and Octavia. "Seriously, brother?" Rias exclaimed. "Yeah, Dad, like really?" Octavia added. The two rolled their eyes at Surzex and Stolas, while the two princesses smiled at each other, sharing a moment of camaraderie over their dorky, embarrassing family members. Grafia pulled both Surzex's ears and Stolas' feathers for attempting to embarrass Rias and Octavia in public. "Yes, well, one of Surzex's servants is babysitting Millicent for the evening, which gives us some time to relax. I also advise you two to stop making yourselves sobbing fools in front of the princesses of both of your respective households any further," Grafia said firmly. "Noted." Surzex and Stolas replied in unison. Later, as the adults mingled on one side of the ballroom, the younger generation was doing the same in another room. Rias and Octavia casually spoke about how their lives had been going lately. "I just want to forget about Riser for one night." "Hopefully, you're not being betrothed to anyone unbearable," Rias said. "Not yet. But hopefully, the suitor I'll be betrothed to won't be like Riser Phoenix," Octavia replied. But Rias Gremory was also praying that it wouldn't be like Ajuka Beelzebub's nephew, who was very much on the creeper list. She mentioned that he had been homeschooled his whole life and added that there was even a rumor about him having a thing for human nuns. Octavia Goetia found that idea quite gross and cringed at the thought. She concluded that it was better to be with the worst than with the absolute worst. Rias took a sip of her punch and pondered aloud whether true love really existed. Octavia, curious about her friend's sudden introspection, asked why she brought it up. Rias admitted she was just hoping for a happy ending, perhaps even with marriage. Octavia shared that her parents had been married for years and still loved each other very much. Meanwhile, at the adult party, Stella laughed loudly, declaring that Stolas was terrible in bed. She expressed her embarrassment at having to do everything while he just lay there, staring at the wall. She was relieved that one egg had fallen out of her, allowing her to stop pretending to want to be NTMT with him. Her friends joined in her laughter, and she tossed one of her glasses behind her, shattering it. Stolas and Surzex stood not too far away, clearly hearing everything Stella said, which displeased Stolas immensely. Stella turned to look directly at him and called him a pathetic man. Stolas snarled in response, while Grafia glared at Stella disapprovingly for how she treated Stolas. Grafia expressed her frustration with Stella's behavior, and Surzex advised Stolas not to listen to her, knowing she only wanted to see him miserable. Stolas acknowledged this but insisted he would not give her the satisfaction. Grafia questioned why he allowed her to treat him that way. Stolas explained that they had been married for years due to the Ars Goetia's traditional way of life. Surzex expressed his disdain for seeing Stolas disrespected, reminding him of the words he had once said during their time at the Underworld Academy. Grafia recalled a time when Surzex had convinced her to confess his love for her by sneaking into her parents' home and singing a song for her. Surzex noted that at least it had worked out, and Grafia admitted that despite his terrible singing, his boldness had won her over. She kissed him, expressing her happiness with their family. Stolas smiled at their love, wondering how things might have been different for him. However, Stella, seeing the couple from afar, grunted at their display and smirked. She grabbed a glass of red wine and walked over to pour it all over Grafia, ruining her dress and the special moment between them. Stella feigned innocence, claiming it was just an accident. Stolas chastised Stella for her rudeness, but she dismissed his concerns. Surzex defended Grafia, asserting that he would not tolerate Stella's insults. Stella provocatively questioned what he would do about it, taunting him about using his powers. Surzex wanted to assert his authority but knew it could break the treaty between devils and demons. Grafia held his hand, reminding him to stay calm. Surzex pointed out that this was Stella's, not divorced party, and questioned her treatment of the guests. Stella claimed they were her respected guests and mocked Surzex for his preference for words over destruction. She brought up the painful incident involving children in the underworld, smirking at Surzex. He felt a surge of hatred and regret at her words. As Stella walked away, Stolas glared at his wife, angered by her insensitivity. Grafia comforted Surzex, who suggested they should dry her dress. Just then, two of Stolas's hellhound guards appeared with Blitzo, who had been trying to sneak into Stolas's chambers. Stolas recognized the imp from his childhood, now grown up. Surzex reassured Stolas that everything would be fine, while Grafia noted that insults were not new to her. Stolas, feeling flustered, decided to handle the situation himself and instructed the guards to leave Blitzo to him. The hellhounds dropped Blitzo unceremoniously, and Stolas commanded him to follow. As they walked away, Surzex and Grafia exchanged curious glances about Blitzo's intentions. Back at the Young Generations party, Rias Gremory was left wondering about the unfolding events. Have you started your training lately with the grimoire? Octavia Goetia had not yet begun, but her father had promised to inform her when her magical studies would commence. Rias Gremory remarked on how cryptic Octavia's father always seemed to be. In turn, Octavia inquired about Rias's training for any upcoming raiding games. Rias sighed, explaining that with the discussions surrounding her wedding to Riser, she had barely found time to train, but they were doing their best to make it work. Octavia acknowledged that it was good enough, but Rias expressed her doubts. She felt immense pressure to conform to expectations, to uphold the Gremory name without tarnishing their pure devil bloodline. Rias longed for others to see her as Rias, not just as a member of the Gremory family. Octavia reassured her that she saw her as Rias, but it still didn't feel sufficient to Rias. Feeling overwhelmed, Rias rubbed her eyes and apologized, stating she needed some air. Octavia urged her not to shut her out, reminding her that they were best friends and always helped each other through their issues. Rias looked at Octavia for a moment but chose to walk away, leaving Octavia to sigh in understanding, respecting her friend's need for solitude. Unbeknownst to them, Stella had stepped out from an adult party and overheard their conversation. Stella contemplated Rias's discomfort with her royal bloodline, considering how she might leverage this information to her advantage. She found the Gremory family's affection for their servants revolting and was determined not to let Octavia be influenced by such behavior. Meanwhile, Stolas and Blitzo passed through a hallway, where Blitzo noticed 3 large portraits on the wall. One depicted a teenage Stolas holding a mirror with his father in it, another captured Stolas and Stella on what appeared to be their wedding day, both looking serious, and the last showed a joyful Stolas holding a young Octavia in his arms while they played in space. Blitzo attempted to explain that he hadn't meant to interrupt the party, but Stolas cut him off, stating he knew why Blitzo was there. Blitzo cringed at the implication, and Stolas led him into a dark private room, closing the door behind them. Stolas playfully suggested that Blitzo was there to ravish him, which caught Blitzo off guard. As they settled into the room, Stolas lit the candles, and Blitzo noticed Stolas's grimoire on a high shelf. He decided to play along with Stolas's teasing to get closer to the book. Blitzo joked about scaling the walls to sneak in, and Stolas noted that it seemed Blitzo had nefarious intentions sneaking in at night. Blitzo admitted he wanted to crash the party, and Stolas reminisced about how much Blitzo enjoyed making an entrance. After 2 decades since their last meeting, Stolas asked if Blitzo was still a circus clown. Blitzo laughed, stating he was no longer a clown but now killed people. Stolas nervously laughed, unsure how to react. Blitzo, sensing Stolas's tension, offered to help him relax, but Stolas hesitated, feeling the situation was becoming too intense. As Blitzo playfully pursued him, Stolas felt flustered and confused. The atmosphere shifted as Blitzo tried to distract Stolas while reaching for the grimoire. Stolas, caught off guard, found himself pinned down, and the playful banter continued as they navigated their unexpected reunion. Blitzo and Stolas engaged in a light-hearted exchange, teasing each other while trying to maintain their focus on the grimoire. The tension between them grew, but they both found themselves caught up in the moment, navigating their complicated friendship amidst the chaos of their lives. "Stop it," Stolas flirtatiously responded. "Yes, if that's what Blitzy wants." Blitzo then grabbed the curtain from the bedpost and tore it into strips to BGMI Stolas, preventing him from seeing. "Blitzy, oh my." "Yes," Stolas exclaimed, now blindfolded. Blitzo proceeded to tie the prince's hands and feet to the bed. "Oh, I've never had anyone want me this way," Stolas said, excitement in his voice. Blitzo then grabbed the grimoire and started heading towards the balcony. "You have no idea how long I've craved this kind of passion, and how much it means that the one who wants me is my first ever friend," Stolas expressed, still blindfolded. Blitzo paused, looking back at Stolas and then at the grimoire. "All right, fine," he sighed to himself, inhaling deeply. "I can do this real fast." Meanwhile, Rias Gremory stood alone, gazing out from the window of the halls, feeling deep in her heart that she was doomed to live a life where, as royalty, she had no choice or say in her future. Just then, Stella appeared before her. "Is the party becoming a bore for you, Rias?" she asked. "Miss Goetia," Rias stammered, bowing her head. I was only thinking about my family name as of late. I've noticed how sad you looked. Do you wish to speak of it?" Stella inquired. Rias looked at Stella, feeling as though she was the only one she could trust. "I feel as though I deserve so much better than what my family wants me to be," Rias admitted. "Then what do you wish to be, darling?" Stella asked, gently petting Rias' back. "I wish to be free from responsibilities. Or at least just not be seen as an heir to the House of Gremory." Rias confessed. "I believe I understand where you are going with this. But maybe I could help." Stella offered. "You could? In what way?" Rias asked, intrigued. "As you know, as the princess of the Ars Goetia, we have power that could help young devils such as yourself experience what it is like to not be seen as royalty. I'm sure you are fully aware of the human world, if I am not mistaken?" Stella explained. "I have you. That is where we find sacred gear users to reincarnate as our servants." "But where are you going with this?" Rias questioned. "I will speak with my brother about giving you a pass to the human world," Stella said. "You would?" I'm speechless," Rias exclaimed. "I knew you would be," Stella replied. "I only assume your husband was the one who," Rias began. Yes, well, he is only part of the Ars Goetia. My brother is the one who holds power over what goes on in both hell and the underworld. Think of it. You could live a daily life in the human world. No one knows you there, and they don't see you as anything but ordinary. You could still live the life of royalty but also be seen as you by some of the humans who do not know your true identity," Stella explained. Rias thought for a moment. If she took this deal, it would mean leaving everything in the underworld behind, and she would barely spend any time with her best friend. But then again, she would finally be seen not as a Gremory, but as Rias instead. Even if she had to live in the human world to escape the pressures of royalty weighing upon her shoulders. "Would I choose where I would live?" Rias asked. "But of course, Rias darling. It is your right after all. Even your family would have to accept that," Stella smirked. "Then I wish to stay in Japan," Rias declared. "Japan?" Stella repeated. "Yes. I have always admired their culture, and they have the best shopping places to my heart's content," Rias explained. "Then you will be staying in Japan. I will speak to Andrealphus about your living arrangements, Stella confirmed. Thank you, Miss Goetia. Maybe it won't be enough, but I can at least live a normal life where responsibility has no power over me, Ria said gratefully. Of course, darling, Stella replied, walking away with a smile, knowing her plan to separate Rias from Octavia was successful. That girl is so much easier to manipulate than expected. Now Octavia won't be distracted anymore and will hold the Goetia's old ways above everyone else. Nothing can ever ruin this for me. Nothing. The next morning, Stolas startled awake in bed when he heard a loud thud. He rushed over to the balcony to see Blitzo had landed on the table in front of Stella and her friends. Sorry I messed up your husband, Blitzo shouted before scrambling off the table and leaving. Stella looked up at the balcony where Stolas was and smashed her teacup onto the floor. What was that, Stolas? She yelled. That was the sound of a divorce. Stolas yelled back from the balcony, tearing a celebratory, still not divorced, banner to just say, divorced, and laughing triumphantly. Present day, Stolas blinked awake, groaning in pain. He lay next to a bottle of absinthe, still wearing his outfit from his date with Blitzo at Ozzy's, though now his mascara was running down his cheeks. He went to take his pills, labeled Stola's Happy Pills. Turning on his phone, he scrolled through a series of photos of Blitzo or things related to him, reflecting on whether they had ever truly been in love as he thought they were. Stolas began to sing softly to himself, Owl in a cage, you show your age. Your sweetness has run foul. Without a change, you're lost, exhausted by your time on stage. Then you walked in my room, and like sparks in the dark, life was suddenly thrilling and new. What between you and I? Just a comfortable lie. I'm the fool who believes when you look in my eyes. Prince, all alone upon your throne, your power is so frail. You raise your voice, you have no choice, inside your gilded jail. The noise of footsteps interrupted him as Stella walked up behind him dramatically on the balcony. What are you doing? She asked. Reflecting, Stolas replied without looking back. Well, stop. It's annoying to hear you lamenting your woes all the time, Stella said. Stolas turned to look at her and noticed a bandage on her head. What happened to your head? He asked. Ask your daughter. After everything I've done for her. Stella snapped. So I take it that the arranged marriage with the House of Blue did not go as planned? Stolas inquired. I blame your influence on her. Or maybe it's that human of yours who's to blame. I suppose it's both your faults if you think about it, Stella retorted. Why are you still here? Stolas asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. You leave with Vaya on weekends, but then you stay around the house despite everything. Stella expresses her enjoyment in tormenting Stolas, wanting to remind him of his past actions. Stolas acknowledges his mistakes but insists that he never intended to hurt her. He explains that their marriage was merely a means to produce an heir for the Goetia family, and despite his efforts to create a comfortable life for them, it was never enough. He reveals that he has endured her constant insults and cruelty solely for their daughter's sake, but he can no longer tolerate it. He demands that Stella leave his life and declares that they are getting a divorce. Stella, taken aback, questions what the rest of the Goetia family will think of this decision. As she moves to strike him, Stolas catches her hand, asserting that he does not care about her brother's opinion. He reminds her that their daughter is now 17 and their marriage is over. Stella, filled with silent rage, pulls away from him and declares that she has no desire to remain in the presence of a traitor. She accuses him of allowing their daughter to follow in his footsteps and warns that he will pay for it before walking away. Stolas, overwhelmed, collapses onto the balcony, looking up at the sky, uncertain of his future and fearing for both himself and Vaya. Meanwhile, Blitzo awakens suddenly, quickly getting out of bed. Moxie reassures him that everything is all right, but Blitzo is frantic, asking about Issei. Luna enters the room, and the three of them look worried for Blitzo, who realizes that Issei is not with them. In the forest, Issei wakes up to find a deer licking the tears off his face. As he stands, he takes in the beautiful scenery but is haunted by memories of violence and the harm he may have caused to Blitzo. He feels a deep sense of guilt and believes that perhaps it is best for him to be alone, as he fears he will only hurt those around him. Noticing the blood on his clothes, he washes himself in a nearby river, trying to forget his past actions. Suddenly, he hears a gunshot and instinctively covers himself with his shirt. He discovers a hunter standing over a grizzly bear that has been shot. The hunter, surprised to see Issei, recognizes him from the news as the Kuro town killer. Issei, filled with anger, confronts the hunter about the bear's death. The hunter, frightened, admits he was hunting for sport. Issei, unable to contain his rage, breaks the hunter's neck and drops his lifeless body to the ground. Overcome with sorrow for taking another life, he kneels down, sobbing, realizing that he truly is a monster. As he mourns, he hears a sound behind the bear's body and discovers a baby grizzly bear trying to wake its mother. Issei feels a pang of empathy for the cub, who nuzzles against him for comfort. He apologizes for not being able to save its mother and reassures the baby bear that they are both alone now. He offers to take care of it, asking if it is hungry, and the bear responds with a cute sound, prompting Issei to smile. Meanwhile, back in Hell, Blitzo and the others confront Rias about her actions in a raiding game. Blitzo questions her motives for recruiting strong servants, while Sona challenges her about the fates of her servants. Rias admits to her mistakes, feeling ashamed of her decisions and the consequences they brought. "Why didn't you tell me that you let Akino die that night by her abusive boss?" Sona Citri demanded, her voice filled with frustration. Rias Gremory retorted, "I don't have to explain myself to any of you." "You did, and you had to tell us." Sona insisted. Moxie chimed in, "Never in all our lives would we hear how a high-class devil would allow people to die off like that." Luna Wolf added, "It's messed up, is what it is." Rias's voice rose in anger. "I wanted to make a strong peerage. It was not a crime, was it? Was it? And what about helping your strong peerage with their personal mental health problems?" Moxie pressed. Rias fell silent, for the first time unsure of how to respond. Blitzo smirked. "Lost for words, huh? Shut up. This whole entire mess was started because of you imps and that human." Rias shot back. "F off." Blitzo snapped, stepping closer. "If you want to say some nonsense about me or my employees, I don't care. But leave Issei out of this." Rias countered, "That's rich coming from you, standing up for him when he allowed sinners to kidnap both Asia and my precious bishop, Gasper, while you were out spying on your own employees." "Oh yeah? Like you're any different, Rias?" Octavia Goetia interjected. "I've spoken to your servants and know full well what they were going through." Rias hesitated. "They spoke to you? About their problems? Didn't they with you? Or has living in the human world made you completely forget about their needs?" Octavia challenged. Rias snapped. "Their needs are not important. Mine are." Sona's voice softened. "Rias, has your time in the human world not given you a change of perspective or a sense of compassion for others in any way?" "It most certainly has changed me. We both wanted to live in the human world to be free of the confines of our royal duties." Rias argued. "You did. I, on the other hand, wanted to understand humans better. And while some humans aren't exactly smart, there are some who are willing to express themselves through change in life. Why did you want to live in the human world again? To escape from responsibilities as a member of a devil household? Is that it?" Sona pressed. Rias's expression faltered. "You have no idea what I'm going through." "Then tell us, Rias. Tell us what you've been going through, and maybe we would understand." Octavia urged. "I don't have to say anything about my personal life." Rias shouted. The room fell silent until Octavia spoke again. "You're right. You don't have to tell us anything. You never did. And it's the whole reason why we stopped being friends a long time ago. You stopped being friends with me all because of your overreaction." Rias protested. "My dad cheated on my mom." Octavia exclaimed, tears mixing with her anger. "I needed comfort from you. My only friend in the entire world. The one who I thought cared about our friendship so much that she would never leave me. But you proved me wrong that day." "Via, your mom offered me this chance," Rias confessed. "What?" Octavia asked, confused. When I was suffering under the weight of responsibility, your mother lifted it away from me when she offered me a chance to leave it all behind and start anew in the human world. And I happily took it. Happily. Rias revealed. Wow. You took it happily, huh? So you're saying that I made you miserable then? Octavia questioned. No. I didn't mean it like that. Rias stammered. Did you though? Sona pressed. Rias fell silent. Blitzo sighed. Look, Gremory, you can cry us all a river, but ask yourself, do you really think your life is harder than ours was? Why not put yourself in our shoes? See how that goes. Rias looked away, not wanting to admit that she was wrong to leave Vaya behind or how much she complained about her life as a high-class devil. I need to find both my sons because he and Gasper have been through a lot more than you have in your whole life. Blitzo declared. But we need to find Asia too. Millie added. She's right. For all we know, she and Gasper are still with those Yakuzas as we speak. Moxie agreed. Luna, sweetie, we need to go find Issei, Blitzo said, turning to Rias. Princess here will find where they're holding Asia and Gasper hostage. Rias hesitated. Fine. Fine, I'll help. But only for Gasper. Millie slammed her hand on the table. Want to rephrase that again? Rias felt a chill as Millie shot her a fierce glare. And Asia Argento too, Rias added reluctantly. I'll help out. Yudo Kiba said, trying to rise but wincing in pain. Saji and Octavia stopped him from getting up. No, don't. You're still hurting. You need to rest, Octavia insisted. But what about, Kiba started. She's right, you know. You'd only make things worse for yourself if you put too much pressure on you, even in your state, Saji advised. I feel like I should stay by Kiba's side, Rias began. But Luna grabbed Rias by the arm. You've done enough. Let go of me, Mutt. He is my, Rias protested. She's right. You've done enough, Sona concluded. In hell, Issei sat around a table in an I.M.P fast food establishment with Blitzo and Luna, eating burgers. Bandages covered his hand from trying to stab the boosted gear out of him, and Luna noticed the claw mark she had left on his face. The three of them sat in silence, avoiding the topic of what had happened. Then Luna stood up. I'm going to the bathroom, she said, leaving Blitzo and Issei alone. It was just the two of them now. Issei couldn't face Blitzo after everything that had happened, especially after breaking his trust. Blitzo, on the other hand, couldn't face Issei because he knew that Issei never asked to be part of this. Say it, Issei finally broke the silence. Say what? Blitzo replied. That you're disappointed in me. I know you are. Issei admitted. Would it even matter if I said it or not? You could have chosen to ignore that blonde guy's problems, but instead, you chose to get involved, risking Luna's life and yours too, Blitzo said. I'm sorry, Issei murmured. So you keep telling me, Blitzo replied. You know what? Issei slammed the table. It wouldn't kill you to just forgive me for every mistake I ever make. I only agreed to help Kiba with his personal issues because, after getting to know him a little, I realized he wasn't such a bad guy. Considering the kind of hell he's been through, I wouldn't blame him for wanting vengeance against the people who ruined his life. I didn't want to tell you this because I knew you would have told me to stay out of it. Blitzo responded, expressing that I was right. He would have told me to stay out of it. Issei questioned why Blitzo suddenly cared about him like he did for Luna, insisting that he was just a weapon to Blitzo, given that Stolas had assigned him to the office. He felt the weight of his losses, stating that he had lost his family and friends because of the rotten life he had been given, but he struggled to articulate his feelings. As Issei began to tear up, Blitzo observed him, recognizing the mental breakdown he was experiencing. Issei shared his pain, revealing that his parents had only wanted a daughter and that he was never meant to exist in their eyes. They had never been there for him when he needed them. He lamented that his so-called friends had only used him for his ability to get them adult content and as a punching bag if they were caught peeking. He expressed regret, fearing he had caused harm to Blitzo and that Luna was angry with him. Blitzo interrupted, telling Issei that it was enough. Issei fell silent, still in tears, and then asked why Blitzo didn't hate him. Blitzo replied that he didn't see Issei as a weapon, he saw him as his son. This revelation took Issei by surprise. Blitzo reminded him of something he had said at the old church, that he was hard on Issei because he believed in his potential. Blitzo then pulled out his phone, looking for something. Issei, confused, asked what he was checking. Blitzo showed him some childhood pictures, including ones of Issei with Fitzgerald. Issei's gaze fell on a final picture of a young Blitzo with his sister and an older female imp. He noticed Blitzo tearing up slightly, and for the first time, he saw Blitzo in a different light. Issei asked if that was Blitzo's mom, feeling a bit apprehensive about Blitzo's reaction. Blitzo smiled, trying to hide his sorrow, and confirmed that it was indeed his mother. Issei remarked on how nice she looked in the picture and how she must have been a great mom. Blitzo shared that it was just him and Barb who were there for her when their father was too busy drinking. Issei then asked what Blitzo's mom was like, to which Blitzo replied that she was kind and sweet. Issei could tell how much Blitzo missed her. Issei reflected on his own situation, explaining that his parents didn't care for him because he was born a boy. He expressed a desire to marry a girl someday, hoping to give his parents the daughter they never had. Blitzo noted that Issei's parents seemed to prefer daughters so much that they failed to recognize they already had a great kid. Issei acknowledged that he meant nothing to them in their eyes. Blitzo reassured him that he meant a lot to him, seeing a reflection of himself in Issei. They weren't so different, after all. Issei admitted that he hadn't always been a good son and regretted not telling Blitzo about Kaniko's visit asking for help to protect Kiba. He felt guilty for not showing his remorse. Blitzo reminded him that everyone makes mistakes, even himself. He expressed concern that Issei should have confided in him about the troubling dreams he had been having. Issei admitted he was unsure how Blitzo would react, fearing he might think he was losing his mind. Blitzo reassured him that he had stopped worrying about his sanity a long time ago. What mattered was the safety of Luna and Issei. Issei noticed Blitzo tearing up at the thought of losing him, Luna, and Gasper. Blitzo shared his fear of dying alone, feeling like a withered waste. Worried about Blitzo's mental state, Issei placed his hand on Blitzo's. He reminded him that he wasn't alone, as he still had Issei and Luna to support him. They would work together to save Gasper because he was part of their family too. Blitzo wiped away his tears and asked if Issei meant it, wanting to know if he would leave him alone. Issei assured him that he would never leave him alone, struggling to find the right words to convey his commitment. Family never leaves each other behind. Blitzo asked, "Do you promise?" Issei Hayudu replied, "I promise." Luna stood nearby, listening to their conversation when she received a notification from her phone. It was a text from Sona. She glanced at Blitzo and Issei and said, "Guys, we might need to face some serious challenges together." Issei and Blitzo exchanged worried looks before turning their attention back to Luna. Later, back at Blitzo's apartment, the group filled Issei, Luna, and Blitzo in on what had happened while they were away. Issei exclaimed, "Holy cow! Did she hurt you?" Octavia Goetia shook her head. "No, but she hurt Kiba really badly." Issei noticed the regret in her eyes for not being able to stop her mother sooner. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked gently. "I don't want to talk about it," Octavia replied firmly. "I understand," Issei said softly. Rias looked at Kiba, who was still resting from his injuries, while Sona glared at her former friend. "This is all my fault," Rias admitted. "Yes, it is," Sona responded coldly. Rias then turned to Aquino and Kaniko, who were both avoiding her gaze. "Guys, please speak to me," Rias pleaded. Aquino replied, "There's nothing to say. As your master, I order you to speak to me. I understand I messed up, but—" Kaniko interrupted, "There's a big difference between messing up and doing it on purpose." Rias looked at them, desperation in her eyes. "Kaniko! Aquino!" Aquino pressed on, "What else have you been lying to us about?" "I never intended to hurt any of you," Rias insisted. "But you intended to see us suffer just so you could add us to your collection," Aquino countered. "I just wanted to be the champion of the next rating games. Is that so much to ask?" Rias exclaimed. "What about what we want? Did you even bother to help us? Were you really that eager to have strong servants that you ignored our problems?" Is that why you didn't tell Kiba and me about Issei being hunted down? Is that why you told me to forget about him? Kaneko pressed. You have to understand that, Rias started. Save it, Rias. We can't trust you anymore, not after what you've done to us, Aquino said firmly. Kiba, who had been listening, finally spoke up. It's funny. Everyone turned to him as he continued. All that talk about fighting for you, living for you. I thought I was doing something meaningful. Kiba, you did. You still are. You're one of my treasured servants. Rias insisted. Is that all I ever was to you? A servant with no say? When I first saw you during my final moments, bleeding in the snow, I thought you understood my situation. Did you even bother saving my friends who gave up their lives for me? Or were they not worth anything to you? Kiba asked, his voice filled with hurt. Rias was silent. You once told me my desire for vengeance would be granted if I joined you. Did you forget about that? Or was it just a way to keep me from dying in the snow? Kiba continued. I'm so sorry, Kiba. Rias said, her voice trembling. I don't believe in you anymore. You should have just let me die in the snow. Maybe then I would have been at peace with my friends, Kiba replied, turning his back on her. The room fell silent after that unsettling moment until Sona entered the apartment. So everyone, my peerage and I discovered where Kokabeel and his new allies, along with the traitor Riser, are located, Sona announced. Oh yeah? Where's that? Is it some creepy amusement park? Blitzo asked. What? They're located in our school. Sona clarified. School? You mean they're holed up at Kuo Academy? Issei asked, surprised. That's exactly what I'm saying. Here's the deal. We're going to place a barrier shield around the school to prevent them from escaping or causing trouble that could expose us to humanity. But it won't last long, Sona explained. She turned to Blitzo. I understand that imps and devils have not been on good terms, but this is the fate of the world we're talking about. If we don't work together to stop Kokabeel's plan, it will affect all of our worlds. Do you understand? Blitzo replied, all I understand is that they have my boy along with Mox and Millie's kid hostage. What you and those fallen are going through isn't our business. But after they kidnapped one of our own, it has become our business. I'll take that as a yes, Sona said. You're right, it's a yes. I'm coming to save Asia and Gasper too. I need to save them, Issei declared. Moxie interjected, Issei, Millie and I trusted you and Luna to look after them, only for them to get kidnapped. Yeah, a client who paid you to kill me, Rias added. Was that a request? Millie asked, her tone sharp. Rias stammered, no. I was just stating a fact. Luna chimed in, like it or not, we're coming along to save those too. Moxie challenged, what makes you think we can trust you too? Millie responded, Luna, you and Issei broke our trust when you got involved with those church people. Luna felt regret for not telling Asia or letting her come with them, but Issei defended her. Hey, cut her some slack. Yes, it's our fault that Asia and Gasper got kidnapped, but she didn't want Asia to get hurt or killed. That's why she didn't tell her, Issei explained. Moxie replied, that's all well and good, but that's still no excuse. You're not free from blame either. I'm sorry, Issei said quietly. Do you even know what the word, sorry means? Do you really mean it? Millie asked, her eyes searching his. Issei remained silent, guilt weighing heavily on him for how he had spoken about Asia when he learned she had healed Rainer's wounds. He knew he had no right to say those things. I understand you're hurting deep down. That Fallen took you for granted. I get what you're going through, but you've broken our trust, Millie said softly. Issei had felt the weight of his mistakes pressing down on him. He turned to Millie and Moxie, who were looking at him with uncertainty. Then let me earn it back, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. Millie and Moxie exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions. I understand, Luna, and I messed up by not looking out for them, even when Blitz went out to spy on you too, Issei continued. Don't remind us, Moxie replied, his tone sharp. You're right. I said some terrible things about Asia because I was hurt that she would save someone like Rainer, who took everything from me. That same fallen angel abused Asia and tried to kill her. I've spent time reflecting on everything that happened back in the human world, Issei admitted, his voice trailing off as painful memories flooded his mind. He struggled to move on from Dorito's memory, haunted by the flashback of his death at Siegfried's hands. I keep saying sorry every single time, yet I never learn from my mistakes. But this time, I'm going to show I'm sorry instead of just saying it. I'll do it by saving her and Gasper. Millie and Moxie looked at each other, still wary of him, but they could see the depth of his struggle. They turned back to him. No, they said in unison. What? But Issei stammered. Let us finish, Moxie interjected. As in us, you, Luna, and Blitz, Millie clarified. We will go save those two together, Moxie concluded. Really? Issei asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Blitzo chimed in. Are you sure you want to come with us, kid? After everything you've been through. Yeah, I know. But I'm responsible for them being kidnapped. We have to save them, Issei insisted. I was supposed to look after them too, so you bet I'm in. I'll fight those guys if they so much as touch my, well, Luna hesitated, her bravado faltering. Your friend? Issei suggested, a teasing tone in his voice. Luna flushed with embarrassment at his words. Luna, I didn't know you finally made a friend. And it's with one of our employees you once pushed down. Blitzo exclaimed, pulling Luna into a tight hug. Luna growled, annoyed by Blitz's affection, while Moxie and Millie exchanged wide-eyed looks of confusion and anger. You did what to Asia? Moxie shouted. Now isn't the time. Luna snapped back. Issei and the I.M.P crew prepared themselves, equipping ammo and weapons for the biggest fight of their lives. Meanwhile, at Ko Academy, Kokobile, Riser, and the rest were gearing up for their war against humanity, with Abe Chojiro and his Yakuza crew returning to Earth after a long absence. DMN. You know something? We've spent a little while in the darkness, and I missed how bright the moon was, Abe remarked. Yeah, I agree, boss. It's much better than looking up at a giant red star in the sky, a Yakuza member replied. So, hey, how come you didn't kill that red-haired girl back in hell with those unholy swords of ours? Oh, believe me, I wanted to. After what she and her crew did to us, I would love nothing more than to cut her head off and put it on a pike. However, I don't want to kill her anymore. I want to hit her where it hurts. But I'll wait for the right moment, Abe said, his voice filled with determination. Meanwhile, Ravel Phoenix was brought to the school building by Riser's servants, who filled her in on the current situation. The human race is plotting against us? Ravel asked, concern etched on her face. That's what Riser told us. That's why he ordered us to find you, to keep you safe, Isabella explained. I just don't understand how they could know so much about us. The Devil faction has always been careful not to be exposed, Ravel pondered. Neither did the Grigori, but I guess some humans aren't as gullible as we expected. It's the humans and the imp's own doing, Isabella replied. Ravel nodded in agreement as they walked through the hallways. Still, does the human race deserve death for fearing us? It doesn't feel right. Some of them have done no wrong to us. Doesn't this affect you deeply? You and the others were, Ravel began. We were humans once. But after Riser reincarnated us into devils, we've come to know our places in devil society. We abandoned our former human selves a long time ago, Isabella interrupted. Ravel fell silent, lost in thought about Octavia. Isabella noticed her distraction. Is everything all right? You're bothered by something else, aren't you? Isabella asked. I was worried about Octavia. At a party, I saw how angry she was with her mom, and then Kiba appeared out of nowhere. He seemed hurt. They left while her mom was following them. I really hope they're not in trouble, Ravel confessed. We have bigger problems to deal with right now. Try not to dwell on it too much, Ravel, Isabella advised. Meanwhile, Rainier stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky, recalling the humiliation Issei had inflicted upon her in battle. She was jolted back to reality when Dante approached her, holding Asia's wrists, bound tightly. I've tied Asia's hands so she wouldn't use her twilight healing to aid our enemies, Dante reported. Good. Very good. Leave us, Rainier commanded, her tone cold. Dante nodded obediently and exited, leaving Rainier alone with Asia. Please, Lady Rainier, you don't have to do this, Asia pleaded, her voice trembling. You're right, I want to. When you betrayed me by switching sides with those imps and him, a lot of bad things happened. Even to poor Calawarner, Rainier replied, her voice dripping with malice. Calawarner, Asia started, but the words caught in her throat. She perished because of your foolishness. She cared so much for your well-being. Yet she had to die because of you, Rainier continued, her eyes narrowing. Asia fell silent, tears welling in her eyes. It's all right though. I'll forgive you and give you a second chance. But first, I still have a score to settle with my ex, Rainier said, a sinister smile creeping across her face. No, please don't. Asia begged, desperation in her voice. Silence! Rainier shouted, causing Asia to flinch. Rainier's expression shifted to a smug smirk. You like him, don't you? You know, you really should have left me to die that night. If you had, none of this would be happening right now. Your friends are going to die because of you. And no, Asia stammered, tears streaming down her cheeks. This time, I'm going to kill Issei myself while Kokobile and the others take care of your new family. Isn't that fun? Rainier taunted. Please don't do this. I'll come back to serving under you. Asia cried, desperation lacing her words. I promise I'll only heal you and you alone. Please don't kill them. Don't kill Issei. Asia pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. Rainier smirked. You know, when I saw Issei again, he was really angry. I think he knows that you healed me and will probably come after you for betraying him. Asia shook her head in denial, panic rising within her. No. Rainier tightened her grip on Asia's jaw. Oh yes. He and the others will be looking forward to punishing you for saving my life that night. You've really broken their trust. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you myself. Tears streamed down Asia's face as she realized she might have lost the trust of I.M.P and even Issei. Suddenly, Kokobile and the others noticed a barrier surrounding Kuo Academy, and both Kokobile and Riser understood the implications. Kokobile remarked, a barrier shield. So they intend to keep us trapped like birds. Riser Phoenix responded confidently, even so, it won't keep us from breaking it down. Kokobile added, fortunately, I've come prepared for this. Riser declared, I'll have my servants fight them off as well. No one will stand in our way. No one. Outside the barrier, I.M.P and the Occult Research Club stood ready, while Sona and her peerage worked to maintain the barrier. Tsubaki reported, we've covered the school with a large barrier. Unless something disastrous happens, there will be no damage outside. Moxie nodded. That's reassuring. Saji said, I'm still here with Vaya to ensure Kiba makes a full recovery. Blitzo asked, so are we going to take down this fallen angel or what? Sona replied, we can't rush in recklessly. If Kokobile fights seriously, not only this academy but the entire region could be destroyed. He's already prepared for that, and with Riser and his peerage helping him, it could lead to even more problems. My servants and I will continue to maintain the barrier to minimize damage. We must protect our school. Millie exclaimed, if he so much as lays a finger on Asia, he'll regret it. Moxie agreed. Absolutely. Rias Gremory added, he also has Gasper as his hostage. I must rescue him. Sona scolded, don't be reckless, Rias. Issei chimed in, I think she's already reached peak recklessness. Rias glared at Issei's comment before turning back to Sona. Gasper may belong to them, but he's still my bishop. Ayuna Wolf interjected, so now you suddenly care about one of your servants? Rias snapped, I don't need to hear this from any of you right now. Sona urged, Rias, our enemy is a monster with strength beyond ours. It's not too late to call your brother for help. Rias retorted, and yet you didn't call your sister? Blitzo added, what, can't you get help from your big brother? Rias insisted, I don't need help saving Gasper. Issei pointed out, and yet here we are. Rias argued, I don't want to burden my brother with this right now. He has enough responsibilities as the Devil King. Blitzo quipped, I thought devils were supposed to be smart, not foolish. Rias shot back. Then why don't you get Stolas to assist us? Blitzo hesitated. Because forget you, that's why. Moxie pressed. Miss Gremory, you're risking everything right now without backup? I'm sure the Devil King would want to prevent Kokobile and Riser from attacking your territory and the whole world. Akino Himejima chimed in. That's why I already informed him on the phone. Rias gasped. What? You called him behind my back? Akino explained. Rias, I know you don't want to cause problems for Surzex, but this is happening in your territory. Your fiancé is working alongside one of our sworn enemies to eradicate the human race, which could lead to war with heaven. So for once, just swallow your pride and let us borrow your brother's strength. The group stared at Akino, impressed by her boldness. Rias sighed, realizing her queen was right. When will he arrive? Akino replied, in 1 hour he and his reinforcements will be here soon. Rias nodded. Very well then. Let us rescue Gasper. She looked at Moxie and Millie. And Asia before any harm comes to them. Sona agreed, that's a wise choice. Given how Riser and his peerage are aiding them, they could be very difficult to fight off. Issei asked, how so? Rias explained, the Phoenix family has inherent powers equivalent to that of the legendary Firebird. Issei pondered, wait, so you're saying they're part bird? He imagined Riser as a bird, being fed worms by a mother bird, making chirping noises. Rias snapped. He's not a bird, you dumb. His family just inherited the powers of a phoenix. It doesn't mean they act like birds. Issei snapped back to reality. Oh really? Blitzo added, just think of them like the Ars Goetia, but as devils. Issei nodded. Yeah, I can see that. Anything else? Rias continued. They are immortal, which allows them to regenerate fire from their bodies. Issei questioned, so they think they're birds, immortal and fire-wielding? Rias exclaimed, are you that much of an idiot? Issei countered, aren't all devils and hellborns immortal? Seems like all talk and no action. Moxie clarified, actually, since they have the powers of the Firebird, that would make them immortal. Blitzo interjected, Mox, no one is truly immortal. They die just like every other devil. And they'll have problems burning alive since we're immune to fire. Issei acknowledged, good point. Rias conceded, that's the most. Actually, that sounds about right. Issei declared, well, we've taken down a lot of enemies like him. Rias warned, haven't you been listening? No one can kill Riser Phoenix. Issei insisted, there's a first time for everything. But we're only here to get Asia and Gasper away from them. Rias affirmed, you're here to save Asia Argento. I'm going to save Gasper. Issei argued, he's my brother. He's family. Rias countered, he's my family too. Issei retorted, just because you claim him as your possession doesn't make him family. You proved that when you locked him away. Rias defended, his mutation piece was unstable. It had to be done to restrain his powers from going out of control even further. Issei questioned why they hadn't trained Gasper to control his time-stopping powers instead of locking him away for his entire life. Rias Gremory was about to respond, but Luna Wolf interrupted, urging them to focus on rescuing Asia and Gasper from their captors. Issei agreed, realizing that their friends were the priority. Blitzo informed them that Surzex and his army would arrive soon to deal with their enemies, so they needed to act quickly. Rias, maintaining her composure, was eager to get on with the mission. Saji called out to Issei, encouraging him to give their foes hell for what they had done to Kiba. Issei affirmed that was exactly why they were there. As they entered the school, Issei was flooded with memories of his time at Kuo Academy, even if it had been brief. Blitzo checked in on Issei, expressing surprise that he was willing to confront the situation after everything he had been through. Issei felt a deep sense of responsibility for not being there for his friends when they needed him. Millie urged everyone to focus on saving Asia and Gasper. Issei acknowledged his feelings of guilt, especially regarding the loss of a little bear cub and the complicated emotions surrounding Asia healing Rainier. Moxie noticed Issei's turmoil and tried to comfort him. He understood the pain of being hurt by someone he had feelings for and asked if Issei could ever forgive Asia for her actions, even if she didn't fully grasp the consequences. Issei was uncertain. He recognized that Asia had her own struggles but was conflicted about why she would save Rainier, the same fallen angel who had caused him so much pain. Nevertheless, he vowed to save Asia from Moxie and Millie. As they stepped outside, they encountered Abe Chojiro's crew, a mix of sinner demons and living beings wielding unholy swords. Riser's Peerage was there to assist in the fight against I.M.P and the Occult Research Club, with Rainier and Dante preparing for battle. Dante was eager to incinerate their enemies at Rainier's command, but she wanted to confront Issei herself. Issei declared that this time he would ensure Rainier stayed dead. She flirted with him, but Kokobile reminded her not to play with her prey, causing her to flinch in fear. Blitzo commented on the gathering, and Kokobile revealed his plan to eradicate the human race, believing that he could never have enough soldiers. Blitzo retorted that Surzex would soon arrive to stop Kokobile. The villain expressed surprise that Surzex would come to fight him, given his pacifistic reputation. Issei reminded Kokobile that they had about an hour until Surzex arrived, giving them time to confront the enemies in front of them. Kokobile recognized Issei and twisted his smile, mocking their alliance with their enemies. Rias declared that Kokobile was their enemy. He chuckled, suggesting that they had forgotten who their true enemies were and warned them about the numbers they would face if they didn't unite. He noted that Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor, a human one of his subordinates was supposed to kill. Issei challenged Kokobile, questioning if he was truly seen as human anymore, as many now viewed him as a dragon. Issei Haidu stood defiantly, facing Kokobile, who regarded him with disdain. "Does it look like I'm a dragon?" Issei shot back, his voice laced with irritation. Kokobile smirked, his eyes narrowing. "No. In fact, it matters little what you are. You are human after all. Pathetic. Useless. You would be surprised at what I'm capable of." Issei retorted, his confidence unwavering. "Oh, but I know. I've been watching you for a long time now," Kokobile replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Issei felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of being observed so closely. "Wow, stalker much?" Issei quipped, trying to mask his discomfort. Blitzo chimed in, agreeing with Issei. "Yeah, I have to say, that sounds pretty creepy." Kokobile continued, his voice dripping with condescension. "Ever since you started racking up body counts with those creatures aiding you, you've been fighting for survival against a world that has turned against you. A world that has forgotten you in a past life. You've really grown into a fine killer. But you're still human. A human with a big ego who thinks he can take over the world just because he wields a power that can rival my father and brother. But without it, you would never stand a chance against them. Or me." Issei's determination flared. "How about I prove it by killing you myself?" Rias Gremory gasped, alarmed. "Are you trying to get yourself killed with that insult?" Blitzo added, "Kid, now's not really a good time to be boasting." Kokobile's eyes sparkled with challenge. "There's so much fire in you. I would have killed you right there had you not shown such pride. If you can survive against them, then I'll give you my time to fight me. If you can survive, that is." With a smirk, he took to the skies, leaving the Yakuza and Riser's servants to face off against I.M.P and the Occult Research Club. Issei attempted to charge at them, but one of the Yakuza slashed at the ground, causing an explosion. Blitzo quickly pushed Issei away from the blast. "What's with all that rushing into death like that?" Blitzo exclaimed, gripping Issei's shirt. "I'm fine." Issei insisted, spotting a Yakuza member preparing to attack Blitzo. He pulled out his gun and shot the assailant in the head, protecting his friend. "It's okay, Blitzo, let me handle these guys," Issei declared. Blitzo, frustrated, reminded him, "What about saving your brother in Asia?" "Don't be an idiot." "We can't," he interrupted himself, shooting another Yakuza member. "Waste our time with these losers." "I know. But..." Issei hesitated. "Hey I.M.P. Abe Chojiro called out from the school roof, brandishing a rocket launcher. "Regretting not finishing the job for me way back? That's called karma." He fired the rocket, but Issei activated his balance breaker, and both he and Blitzo dodged the explosion. Some of Abe's men were caught in the blast, falling victim to the chaos. "We have to make sure those two don't get to that club place," a Yakuza member shouted. "Club place?" Issei questioned. Blitzo's eyes narrowed. "So that's where you're hiding them, huh?" "No, of course not. They're definitely not in that red-haired woman's office," the Yakuza member stammered. Blitzo scoffed. "Wow, really smart of you to let that slip." He shot the Yakuza member, and Issei joined in, taking down the remaining gang members. "Come on, kid. Let's go save them," Blitzo urged. "Right." Issei agreed, and they rushed toward the Occult Research Club building, where Asia and Gasper were being held captive. Meanwhile, in Blitzo's apartment, Kiba was being watched over by Octavia. She noticed Irina, still looking dejected, and approached her. "Hey, Saji, watch over Kiba for me. I need to check on Irina," Octavia instructed. "Sure thing," Saji replied. Octavia entered the other room, which belonged to Issei. She was taken aback by the array of inappropriate items scattered around, making her cringe. "Oh, good lord," she muttered, shielding her eyes from the lewd objects. She found Irina sitting on Issei's bed, still consumed by sadness. "You shouldn't be sitting next to me. I'm a disgrace to God," Irina murmured. "I don't care. You still need a friend to keep you company," Octavia said firmly. "I don't deserve it. I don't even deserve to be Issei's childhood friend," Irina confessed, tears welling in her eyes. "My whole life, I was taught by my mother to obey God and continue my training with the church. I was supposed to serve my duties and not shame our family bloodline. I wanted to be promoted to serve God as an angelic exorcist, but now, after everything, I can no longer fulfill my destiny if I have become a sinner myself." Octavia placed her hand over Irina's, offering comfort. "Were you too close? You and Issei growing up?" Irina looked away, shame washing over her, but she answered. "We were childhood friends. Our parents knew each other well. My father always got along with them." "And your mom?" Octavia asked gently. She was always judging Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu harshly, especially Issei. "But neither my father nor I did. Issei and I used to play together, even riding our bikes late at night. There was this one slumber party where I kissed him while he was sleeping. He still has no idea I was his first kiss. My mother noticed how distracted I was by Issei and how it affected my training. So, we had to move away. I never saw Issei again until we reunited. But he barely remembered me, as if I never existed. The whole world has turned against him, just like the church turned against me and Zenobia. And how Zenobia turned against me. What will my mother think of me now that I've become a demon?" Octavia squeezed Irina's hand, and Irina looked at her, feeling as though she might not have to be alone after all. Octavia understood what it was like to have an overbearing mother trying to dictate her life. Meanwhile, Kiba lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought about his comrades and their fierce battles against their enemies. He slowly got up, and Saji noticed him weakly approaching the door. "Whoa, hey man," Saji exclaimed, concerned. "Where do you think you're going?" Saji stopped Kiba, concern etched on his face. "Yudo," Kiba replied, "they're fighting for their lives because of me. I must join the fight." Saji shook his head. "I get it, I really do. But with how bad you look right now, I can't let you walk all the way to the battlefield when you're too hurt to fight." Kiba glared at him. "Do you intend to get in my way? I'm trying to make sure you don't get yourself killed. I know you want to avenge your friends, but they wouldn't want you rushing into danger like this. I must watch over you no matter what." Suddenly, Zenobia knocked Saji down, and he landed face-first on the floor. Kiba turned to her. "I wish to come with you," Zenobia declared. "I cannot allow my pride to be shamed by that fallen angel." At this point, Kiba didn't care who came with him. He took out his Asmodean crystal and summoned a portal that led to Kuo Academy. "We cannot waste time." Both Kiba and Zenobia stepped through the portal, which closed behind them. Meanwhile, Octavia and Irina rushed out from Issei's room after hearing the commotion. They found Saji knocked out cold and Kiba and Zenobia gone. "Saji!" Octavia exclaimed, anger bubbling within her. She was frustrated with Saji for allowing himself to be knocked down, yet he remained unresponsive. Back at Kuo Academy, everyone was fighting for their lives against the Yakuza and Riser's peerage. Kaneko, Moxie, and Millie faced off against 3 servants of Riser's peerage, while Riser's rook charged at them. You have chosen the wrong side. Now your fates will be sealed by us. Shuelon taunted. Yeah. We're going to enjoy cutting you piece by piece. IIE added. Time to skin you filthy red lizards alive. Nell shouted. 2 of Riser's pawns revved chainsaws, preparing to attack. Moxie looked incredulous. Wow. Where are their parents right now? They only belong to Riser Phoenix. They obey him, Kaneko replied. Still, you girls look way too young to be fighting us, Millie remarked. It doesn't matter. As Riser's peerage and harem, we are trained to. Wait, harem? As in lovers? Moxie interrupted, disgusted. Yes, what about it? Shuelon shot back. Both Moxie and Millie felt a wave of discomfort wash over them at the realization. This just feels wrong in so many ways. Millie exclaimed. Exactly. Moxie agreed. What are you creatures getting at? Shuelon demanded. Listen, young lady. My wife and I wouldn't want to kill you, but you'll give us no choice if we have to. Please reconsider attacking us unless you want death to free you. Shuelon, confused and angered by Moxie's words, retorted, We obey our master Riser Phoenix, and we will see to it that all humans must die. Then you've given up your humanity a long time ago, haven't you? Millie challenged. We gave up our humanity when Riser made us into devils, Shuelon replied. Moxie and Millie exchanged glances, knowing they had a daughter to save. Moxie steeled himself, putting aside his morals for now. All right then. Seems like you've made your choice after all. Time to die, imps. Lai shouted. We'll use your bones as toys. Nell added. Let's dismember them. Lai yelled. The 2 pawns charged at Moxie and Millie, who jumped out of the way as Kaneko engaged Shuelon head-on. Kaneko blocked Shuelon's punches and landed a few of her own, forcing Shuelon to back away but still determined to fight. Lai and Nell continued to charge at Moxie and Millie, who fired bullets at them. The pawn twins used their chainsaws to block the bullets. Unbeknownst to Moxie and Millie, Mira was perched on a tree branch, waiting for the right moment to attack. Good work on distracting those weak creatures. Now I shall knock one of them down while you kill them both. Mira thought to herself. Mira leaped from the branch, aiming for Moxie, but Millie noticed and quickly pushed Nell aside. In a twist of fate, Mira was struck by Nell's chainsaw instead, resulting in a shocking scene. Thanks for the help there, Han. Moxie called out, blowing a kiss to Millie, who caught it in her hands. Lai, Nell, and Shuelon were left in shock at the sight of Myra's fate. Mira! Shuelon cried, her eyes filling with tears and rage. As Myra's body faded away, leaving only her evil piece behind, Shuelon's grief turned into fury. You bastards! You'll all die for Riser, she screamed, charging at the imps. Blinded by her anger, Shuelon ignored Kaneko's presence and attacked Moxie and Millie. They dodged her frantic strikes, but in her rage, she mistakenly turned on her own sister, Nell, and dealt a fatal blow. Moxie, Millie, and Kaneko were bewildered by the chaos unfolding before them. It seemed they had inadvertently turned Riser's own servants against each other. Lai, witnessing the violence, felt betrayed and retaliated against Shuelon, ending her life as well. Moxie shouted, No, wait, but it was too late. Lai fell to the ground, lifeless, leaving only their evil pieces behind. Kaneko looked at the aftermath in disbelief. They're dead now. Millie sighed. Let's just hope some of our friends are doing all right against the rest. Yeah. Me too, Moxie agreed. The 3 of them ran off to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenobia had arrived at the school grounds, ready to join forces and put an end to Kokobeel's plan. With Issei and Blitzo, they fought against the Yakuza thugs, covering each other's backs as they navigated the hallways. Blitzo kicked down a door to find Asia and Gasper tied up, held hostage by one of Abe's men, Who had them at gunpoint? Issei! Asia cried out. Gasper! He shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Big brother! Issei Haida responded. I'm here, little buddy. Blitzo reassured the frightened child. Don't worry, kiddo. Papa's here to help save you from your big brother's mistake. A Yakuza goon shouted. Don't move. Otherwise, their brains are going to be splattered all over this classy room. Another added, better think twice before doing something foolish. Issei and Blitzo stood in a room with 5 Yakuza thugs holding Asia and Gasper as hostages. Blitzo declared, I've dealt with people like you before. If you so much as put a bullet in his skull. The third Yakuza goon interrupted, You forget, imp. We have some unholy swords at our disposal, so you can't do anything to us. Issei protested, Oh come on, that's cheating. The first Yakuza goon offered, Tell you what? You let us kill both of you and we spare these 2. Blitzo retorted, You'll just kill them anyway. I know your tricks. The fourth Yakuza goon insisted, Hey dude, we're honorable. We wouldn't lie to you. Issei whispered to Blitzo, They're clearly lying. Blitzo whispered back, Yeah, I can see that. Gasper, trembling and in tears, said, Papa, it's better if I die. Asia cried out, Gasper? The fifth Yakuza goon remarked, Whoa. Okay, this took a dark turn. Gasper continued, Please kill me. Because of these eyes, I can't make friends with anyone. I'm just a bother. And a coward. Blitzo interrupted, Shut up. Gasper was taken aback by Blitzo's refusal. Blitzo continued, Kid, I'm not going to end your life here and now. You know that, right? Gasper asked, Why did Rias ever save me that night? I haven't even proven myself worthy to be useful to anyone. Why did you keep me around? Blitzo explained, Because we won you in a bet. Gasper looked confused, but Blitzo continued, Your master tried to take your brother and Asia as her servants by force. We won against her in a bet, and she traded you to us. Gasper stammered, She gave me away? I thought she cared about me? Blitzo replied, There's a lot you never knew about her. If she really cared about you, she would have helped you with your sacred gear. But instead, she sealed you away because she was too lazy to do something herself. After winning you, you've grown on me, you know? Just like how you've grown on Issei here. We care about you. Unlike her. Now listen, I'm not sure if you'll ever understand what I'm telling you, mostly because you're a kid. But I know one thing, we're family. Issei added, Yeah, Blitz is right. Family doesn't leave each other behind. The first Yakuza goon scoffed, You people are so foolish. It's ridiculous how you treat such a dangerous half-vampire normally. But what do we expect from a couple of low-lives like you? Imps and humans have always been at the bottom of high society for devils to treat like trash. You have a weapon here with a time-stopping sacred gear. You should be using him to take over the supernatural world. But instead, you treat him like he's part of your messed-up family? Issei was about to defend Gasper when Blitzo spoke first, You're right. He's part of our messed-up family. One of the Yakuza swung his unholy sword, and both he and Issei dodged as an explosion destroyed half of Rias' office. The first Yakuza goon threatened, I told you we weren't playing around. Now don't move, or they both die slowly and painfully. One of the goons playfully pointed the tip of the unholy sword close to Asia's cheek and Gasper's chin. Outnumbered, Issei remembered how his blood had affected Gasper before and got an idea. Blitz, hand me your knife. Issei urged. Blitzo replied, And why would I do that? Issei insisted, Trust me. At least just this once. For them. Blitzo looked at Gasper and Asia, who were in danger, and with no other choice, he grunted in annoyance, pulled out his knife, and threw it to Issei. Hope you know what you're doing, Issei. Because one knife isn't going to be enough to take them all down. Issei replied, I know. But I have a better idea. He looked at the knife and then slashed his palm, shocking Gasper, Asia, the Yakuza, and Blitzo. The Yakuza goons exclaimed, Whoa! Asia gasped, Issei, why? Blitzo shouted, What the heck, Issei? You've already stabbed your hand multiple times. Are you that reckless? Issei called out to Gasper, "Hey Gasper! I think this will help you." He threw his blood at Gasper's face, and half of Issei's blood got in his mouth. Suddenly, Gasper felt his red eyes glowing brighter, and the room darkened, causing the Yakuza to feel scared and worried. One Yakuza goon shouted, "What the hell's going on here?" Another asked, "Why did the room suddenly go darker?" Gasper declared, "You have hurt my family for the last time." The first Yakuza goon exclaimed, "What the heck?" Gasper transformed into a swarm of bats, attacking and biting the Yakuza group, who were terrified of Gasper's true powers. One Yakuza goon yelled, "What was in your blood?" Blitzo added, "That's what I want to know too." Asia asked, Is that really Gasper?" Issei reassured her, "Yeah. This is what he did to Fried. And now he's doing it to them. Don't worry, he's not going to hurt you, he's only hurting them." The Yakuza thugs tried to shoot the bats away with their guns, but it was pointless. Gasper said, "It's useless. I can see all of your movements and attacks." One Yakuza goon shouted, "What the hell are you?" Gasper replied, "I am your nightmares. Now Issei." Issei pulled out his shotgun and started shooting at the Yakuza thugs, taking them down instantly. The bats soon stopped, and Gasper reverted back to his normal self, with Asia still shaken from the scene. Issei caught Gasper before he fell to the ground. "Are you okay, bro?" Issei asked. Gasper replied, "Yes. I'm okay." That's good," Issei said, reflecting on how things might have been different if he had been strong enough to protect Dorito at the time of his death. Gasper asked, "Are you okay?" Issei, tearing up a little, responded, "Oh, it's nothing to worry about." He hugged Gasper deeply while crying, "I'm so sorry, Luna, and I weren't there for you and Asia when they took you too. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Gasper hugged Issei back, crying with him, as Blitzo joined in, embracing them both and feeling relieved that his boys were safe. Asia watched the tender moment, and Issei looked at her, wiping his tears away. Despite his lingering distrust towards her for healing Rainier, he knew he had to save her for Millie and Moxie's sake. For now, he had to set aside his difficult emotions and focus on bringing her back to safety. He moved over to cut the ropes around her wrists. "Are you okay, Asia?" Issei asked. Yes, I am. Thank you, Issei," Asia replied, hugging him tightly. Though he felt hesitant, he returned the embrace and helped her to her feet. "Gasper was the one who distracted those guys, so you should thank him too," Issei added. "All right. Thank you, Gasper," Asia said, turning to him. Gasper nodded happily. "You're welcome, Asia. All right, I think we've had enough mushy stuff for now. Let's regroup with the others. Mox and Millie are probably wondering where you've been," Blitzo said. "They're here too," Asia exclaimed. "Yeah, they were really worried about you." "Not gonna lie," Issei replied with a chuckle. "Oh bro, your hand. It looks really bad," Gasper exclaimed. "Yeah, it's complicated," Issei admitted. "Well, good thing we saved Asia just in time to heal you," Blitzo remarked. "Oh right, of course," Asia said, using her twilight healing to mend Issei's hand from the cuts and wounds. "There, it's done," she announced. "Phew. For a minute there, I thought I was going to die from blood loss." "Hey Gasper? How was tasting my blood a second time?" Issei asked. "Just like before. My power temporarily welled up from the bottom, but I have returned back to myself again," Gasper explained. "I see. You didn't lose control like last time?" Issei inquired. "Nope," Gasper replied. "Good. That's good to hear," Issei said. "Come on. Let's get out of here," Blitzo urged. "Right." Issei, Asia, and Gasper responded in unison. They followed Blitzo through the hallways to meet up with the others. Asia felt a pang of guilt, realizing everything was happening because she had saved Rainier's life. She looked at Issei and spoke. "There's something I have to tell you. The ones who kidnapped us. They were with Rainier too." "Then, yeah." "I know," Issei interrupted. "You do?" Asia asked, surprised. He stopped as Blitzo and Gasper looked at the two of them. "Asia, why did you save her?" Why did you save Rainier, who has brought you nothing but torment and misery? The Rainier who took everything from me. Can you at least explain that? Issei questioned. Asia felt overwhelming shame and fear for having saved Rainier that night. Now that he knew the truth, she had no choice but to answer. I, she stammered. You what? Issei pressed. I just can't bear the thought of anyone being hurt or dying. No one deserves that kind of suffering, Asia began. She did. Rainier deserved so much suffering. How can you even say that after everything she has done to you? She could have killed you that night. Issei argued. Asia fell silent. If your roles were reversed, she would have just left you to bleed to death. Is that what you wanted? Issei continued. You would let me die? Asia exclaimed. That's not what I'm saying at all. Issei replied, frustrated. Look, kid, I'm just as angry at her for healing one of our enemies, but right now isn't the time to blame her for that. Blitzo interjected. Issei knew Blitzo was right. He looked at Asia, who was facing away from him, tears in her eyes. Asia, do you hate me now? She asked quietly. Let's just get you to Moxie and Millie, Issei said, trying to move on. Okay. Asia replied softly. Gasper? Are Issei and Asia okay? He seems really angry with her. Gasper asked. He's got a reason for that, but right now isn't the time to bring it up, Blitzo responded. They continued through the halls and finally stepped outside, where Riser Phoenix was waiting for them. So, Riser's enemies have arrived. Riser declared. Still speaking in the third person, I see? Blitzo remarked. Piss off, imp. Riser shot back. You know you made a huge mistake by kidnapping 2 of our comrades. Issei shouted. Is your filthy dragon this cocky? Riser taunted. It takes a cocky JRK to know one, Blitzo retorted. And for the record, I don't know how many times I have to tell idiots like you that I'm not a dragon. Added. Oh good Satan, are you truly in so much denial that you've been ignoring the draconic traits you've been displaying? Anger and pride being 2 of them, Riser said smugly. I wouldn't be boasting too much if I were you, Blitzo warned. And why is that? Riser challenged. Because within 1 hour, your Devil King and his army will be coming here to take you all down. Blitzo declared. Riser's skin went pale at the thought of Surzex arriving. Why you're bluffing? Riser stammered. He's coming for sure. And once he gets here, you and those fallen will be in serious trouble. Issei threatened. Riser grew angry, gritting his teeth at being found out so soon. No, Riser will not go down with those low-life pieces of trash. I won't go down without a fight. Time to even the playing field, he shouted. Riser snapped his fingers, and backup that Kokobile had found emerged from the ground through a portal. The creature was none other than Cerberus itself. Issei, Blitzo, Asia, and Gasper were shocked by the sight. Holy cow! Issei exclaimed. Now that's a big 3-headed beast right there. Blitzo added. Quite remarkable, really. Kokobile found him from the Wrath Ring. Just like its Greek counterpart, obedient and ready to tear apart mortals and demons alike. Riser boasted. Hold up, there's more than one Cerberus here? Issei asked incredulously. You'd be surprised. Though I'm shocked Kokobile managed to tame this beast, I heard they're hard to control. Blitzo replied. Riser often wonders how he managed to tame it as well, but it matters not. Riser said dismissively. Are you ever going to talk like a normal person? Is that something you can do for us? Issei asked. Riser became enraged and pointed his finger at them. Kill them, he commanded. The Cerberus charged at Blitzo and Issei, who dodged its attacks while shooting at it. The creature's tough skin blocked their bullets, and it turned its attention to Asia and Gasper, attempting to tear them apart. Issei activated his balance breaker form and grabbed hold of one of its jaws. Asia! Gasper! Get out of here! Issei shouted. Issei, Asia began. Go now! Issei insisted. Gasper grabbed Asia's hand and used his Aeon Bailer to stop time, allowing both of them to escape together. When time resumed, they found themselves out of immediate danger. Issei punched at the creature's face as it roared in anger and pain. Rose stepped in to face Issei alone, while Blitzo was forced to confront the Cerberus hound on his own. Riser Phoenix taunted, "You really are too stubborn to take down, aren't you? If you want something done right, you must do it yourself." Issei had a shot back. "About time you got off your high horse for a change. I've been meaning to take you down ever since the party." Riser Phoenix replied, "Riser's thoughts exactly." Issei smirked, "Oh, so you wanted me to take you down that badly too?" Riser shouted, Riser meant that he wanted to kill you as well." Issei raised an eyebrow, "I wonder if you've got a split personality in that brain of yours?" Riser growled, "Riser is going to kill you now, dragon." Issei bristled at the insult, glaring at Riser. "Can you not tell the difference between a dragon and a human?" Issei charged at Riser, who blocked the hit with his fiery shield. Issei stood before one of the fallen angel leaders, Kokobile, both glaring at each other. The I.M.P and the Occult Research Club watched from a distance, anticipating the clash. Kokobile asked, "Tell me, boy, you seem exhausted?" Issei replied, "Well, fighting that bird brain really drained my energy." Kokobile continued, "No matter. Even when you ran out of stamina, you would have killed him had you restored your strength." Issei frowned, "But you killed him, so I'll never know." Kokobile smirked. "He was cocky and arrogant, kind of like you." Issei protested, "Like hell I'm like him." Kokobile shrugged, "You're right. You're not dead on the ground. Not yet, anyway." Blitzo interjected, "Kid, I don't think it's a good idea to face him." Issei insisted, "I'll be fine. I got this." Blitzo warned, "Don't make promises you can't keep, Issei." Rias Gremory added, "Your boss is right. Kokobile is a high-class fallen angel who has fought in the Great War and has killed many out of sheer bloodlust. He is a war maniac." Kokobile took the compliment with a grin. Rias declared, "I should be the one to face him." Issei retorted, "Oh, why? Because you think you should fight him because you think you're better than us." Rias exclaimed, "How dare you? That's not true, Issei cut her off. "Save it, Gremory. This is my fight, not yours." Blitzo cautioned, "Don't be reckless. You're playing with a fire that can't be put out easily." Issei dismissed him, "That's a weird saying. Anyway, I don't need help to take him down." Kokobile chimed in, "That's right, you only need to boost your stamina, correct?" Issei nodded, "Yeah. I felt myself getting stronger from the boosted gear. Once I boost again, I'm coming for you. And this time, no one is going to back you up." Kokobile chuckled to himself, "That's fine with me. I love being an annoyance to everyone." Issei could feel his stamina quickly returning, giving Kokobile an evil smirk. Kokobile asked, "So you're transferring your powers to yourself?" Issei replied, "Transfer?" Kokobile explained, "Oh, you didn't know? The boosted gear doesn't just transfer power to you but to others around you. How about once you're done increasing your powers, you transfer it to one of your allies?" Issei shook his head, "And why would I do that? If what you're saying is true, I should be transferring all this power to myself. My Longinus, my rules." Kokobile laughed, "Oh my, I didn't think you had such confidence. But do you honestly think you can kill me on your own? You are still human, remember?" Issei replied, "You say I'm human, but others think I'm a dragon. At this point, I don't even know what I am. But what I do know is that I'm ending this fight once and for all. And if I go down, I'm taking you with me." The green light brightened on the gauntlet as Issei prepared for another round, entering Balance Breaker. Issei declared, "It's done." Kokobile smirked, "Now who will you transfer it to?" Issei stated firmly, "I thought I made it clear that I'm going to be your opponent. I don't need to transfer my powers to anyone." Rias urged, "Issei, you can't face him on your own." Issei reiterated, "Again, this is my fight, not yours." Luna chimed in, "Will you stop being reckless for 1 minute and transfer whatever you have bottled up to Rias?" Rias added, "I would prefer you stop calling me that." Luna replied, "And I would prefer you stop calling me a mutt, but that's never going to happen for either of us." Rias sighed, Okay, fine, you're not a mutt. I just thought we had newfound respect for each other. Luna retorted, you barely even helped me fight against that rook back there. You think I would respect you when you were talking to that fire guy's sister? Rias conceded, that's a fair point. Blitzo urged, kid, you have to transfer that gear's power into someone. If you don't. Issei interrupted, what? I could die. Or the worst case scenario, one of you dies if you get in the way? I already lost someone because they got caught in the way before you and Luna found me. I don't think my mind can take it. Blitzo looked at Issei, seeing the pain he was going through. He turned away, saying, so that's it, huh? You're really going through with this? Issei replied, even if I don't stand a chance, I would rather die fighting to protect my friends and family than die a coward who lets others die for him. Blitzo saw the determination in Issei's eyes, realizing that even if he tried to convince him to transfer his power, Issei had made up his mind. It would be a waste of time, as Issei had already made his choice. He looked at Kokubile, who was walking closer to him. Issei Hayadu asked if they were going to fight. Kokubile smirked, acknowledging Issei's stubbornness and admitting he was the same. Meanwhile, Asia hid her face against Luna's chest, not wanting to witness Kokubile hurt Issei during the upcoming intense fight. Moxie, Millie, and Luna hugged her back, while the others watched as the battle began. Issei charged right at Kokubile, who caught his fist but felt the immense power coming from Issei's gauntlet, which easily outmatched his own strength. The ground shook, and a green aura swarmed around Issei as he shot at Kokubile's leg. Kokubile felt the pain but remained standing in front of Issei when he flew away. Kokubile exclaimed that it was a dirty trick. Issei replied that Kokubile never said he couldn't use one. Kokubile laughed, saying he was learning a lot about humans. The two resumed fighting, throwing punches at each other, sweat dripping from Issei as he fought fiercely to protect his comrades against the fallen angel's malice. Kokubile was enjoying the challenge of fighting someone stronger, relishing every moment as they exchanged blows. Issei blasted a massive beam shot from his gauntlet, trying to hurt Kokubile, but the fallen angel dodged it, causing more damage around the school grounds. Kokubile charged at Issei, throwing light spears directly at him, but Issei kept dodging the attacks. He flew up and punched Kokubile in the jaw, causing the fallen angel to crack his jaw slightly and laugh with pride. Kokubile declared it was the most fun he had in years. Issei shouted that it was not a game. Kokubile questioned how it could not be a game if he was enjoying it so much. Issei retorted that Kokubile was a sick individual. Kokubile then struck Issei down with the might of his light spear, but Issei quickly got back up, emerging from the smoke to attack Kokubile with everything he had. Kokubile dodged every bullet and blocked a few with his light spear, taunting Issei for wanting to end the fight so soon. Issei shouted that he wanted to kill Kokubile because he was a threat. Kokubile revealed that Azazel had Rainier kill Issei the moment their spies sensed the Longinus within him. The two clashed again, with Issei throwing Kokubile against the ground like a rag doll by grabbing his arm and spinning him around. Kokubile stood up, breathing heavily, while Issei landed on the ground, waiting for him to come at him. Kokubile spoke about the Welsh dragon emperors throughout history being threats to the world. He mentioned Rainier, Azazel's favorite, who had failed to follow orders and instead asked Issei out. He expressed frustration that she treated the situation like a comedy instead of fulfilling her duty. Kokubile vowed not to make the same mistake. Just then, Kiba and Zenobia rushed in to help Issei. Kiba shouted that he was coming, and Zenobia declared she was too. Rias Gremory called for Kiba to come back, but Issei yelled at them, questioning what they were doing. Zenobia insisted they wouldn't allow Kokubile to bring upon the apocalypse. Kiba added that he wanted to atone for abandoning them due to his blind vengeance. Kokubile blocked their sword attacks and pushed them away, knocking Zenobia unconscious against a tree and causing Kiba to fall to the ground, his sword close by. Kokubile remarked that he thought it was just him and Issei fighting, but welcomed the extra challenge. Issei protested that it was supposed to be just him against Kokubile, calling the others dumb. Kaneko tried to rush in to help Kiba, but Luna grabbed her wrist, urging her to reconsider. Kaneko insisted she had to help because Kokubile had hurt Kiba. Ria supported Luna, stating that Kiba could handle himself. Kaneko accused Rias of hating Kiba, which made Rias angry. Meanwhile, Kiba slowly got up, grabbing his sword and seeing Issei struggling against Kokobile. He reflected on how Issei had been willing to help him despite their rocky start. Kiba realized that there was more to life than living under someone else's desires and felt regret for leaving Issei to fight alone. Now, he was determined not to let the power his friends had given him go to waste. Before Kiba could charge over to aid Issei in his fight, he felt a sharp stab through his chest. Everyone looked to see Abe Chojiro had stabbed Kiba right through the chest, blood seeping from the wound as Kiba looked at Abe, who wore a sinister expression. Rias and Kaneko were both in shock, as was Issei, witnessing Kiba fall to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Abe Chojiro taunted, "And now I've hit her where it hurts." Rias' eyes widened in disbelief at seeing her knight taken down so easily by someone like Abe, who seemed to take pleasure in the act. Kaneko, seeing someone she regarded as an older brother hurt, felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Senpai!" Kaneko cried out. Kokobile chuckled maniacally at the sight of Kiba's injury, but Issei felt his blood boil at Kokobile's mockery of the situation. "So much for being a strong knight of Gremory," Kokobile sneered. In a fit of rage, Issei slapped Kokobile to the ground, catching him by surprise. Kokobile looked back, startled to see Issei consumed by anger. "This is why I wanted to fight you alone," Issei shouted. Kokobile replied, "And because of their interference, one of them had to pay the price, didn't they?" Wiping dirt off his jacket, Kokobile prepared to fight again, while Issei, fueled by grief over Kiba's condition, charged at him. Kaneko, filled with determination, pushed Luna away and rushed to confront Abe for taking Kiba from her. "Die!" Kaneko yelled. Abe dodged her punch and retaliated, knocking her to the ground. He then used the Asmodean crystal to escape back to Hell. Rias rushed over with the rest of the Occult Research Club and I.M.P. to help Kaneko up. "Kaneko, are you?" Rias began. "I'm fine." Kaneko snapped, though her broken nose told a different story. "No, you aren't. Look at your nose," Millie exclaimed. Despite her injury, Kaneko hurried to Kiba, hearing him breathe faintly. "He's alive," she exclaimed. Moxie observed the stab wound. "Not for long. It looks really bad." "Yeah, we can see that," Luna added. The wound darkened, signaling Kiba's deteriorating condition. Asia attempted to use her twilight healing on him, but her efforts were in vain, causing Rias to grow impatient and worried. "Heal him. Heal him right now," Rias demanded. "I'm trying," Asia replied, her voice strained. "You're not trying hard enough. Save him, Timenet," Rias shouted. Moxie interjected. "Hey, she's doing her best to save his life. So don't talk to her that way." Asia explained, "Whatever power this unholy sword has, it's blocking my healing." Rias shook her head in disbelief. No, you're lying. Stop lying." "I'm not lying. It's not working," Asia insisted. Rias grabbed Asia by the shirt, her emotions boiling over. "Heal him right now, or so help me, you'll regret it." Luna intervened, slapping Rias across the face and glaring at her. "I get that you don't want him to die, but that's no way to speak to her. Do it again, and I'll make you regret it." Asia hid behind Luna, seeking protection from Rias' uncontrolled emotions. Meanwhile, Kaneko knelt beside Kiba, pleading with him not to leave her. "Please, Kiba, don't leave me. You can't die. I don't want to be alone." Kiba, weakly lifting his hand, gently petted her hair, trying to comfort her in his final moments. He managed a small smile, attempting to reassure her. "It's okay, Kaneko," he whispered. He wiped away her tears and continued, "It was my fault. I dragged you all into my vendetta. I left you all to die. I'm all right with this. This is my punishment for leaving you alone like that. You were the only one who ever cared for me and stuck by my side. Even after everything we've been through, we always had each other to depend on. Yet I left you. I shut you out when you clearly wanted to help me when Rias failed to understand." Rias, hearing this, moved closer, tears streaming down her face. Kiba. So much for having a strong night, huh? Kiba remarked weakly. Kiba. I never meant, Rias started, but he interrupted her. My name is and always will be Isaiah. You only gave me the name Yuto Kiba as if an owner would name a stray pet. That's all you've ever seen me as. Just a pet for you to control. I can still save you. I'll make this right. Rias insisted. There's nothing you can do. What's done is done. You can't save me. Kiba turned his gaze solely to Kaneko. We belong dead. This isn't living. His vision blurred as he began to see hallucinations of his friends from the church, those who had sacrificed their lives to save him. He could barely hear Kaneko's pleas, which felt distant as he slowly closed his eyes. Voices from the past echoed in his mind. What do you desire? It was Rias' voice from the past when she first saw him. I want to avenge my friends. Save them from damnation. That was Kiba's last wish as a human. If that is your wish, then live for me. All I ask is for you. Kiba reflected, to live as a devil. That was the wish of my master and also my wish. I thought it was fine. But those were her words alone, not mine. I thought that if I served her well, I would be able to exact my revenge against those who killed my friends. But now they are free. Their souls are set free. And now I die again. This time I accept death as I should have a long time ago. He placed his hand on Kaneko's cheek, wiping away her tears. I'm sorry for leaving, Kaneko. I pray we meet again in the next life. Kaneko Tuju kept sobbing, no. Kiba, no. Kiba's body began to fade away in front of everyone, his night piece falling to the ground as Kaneko held it in her hands. Overwhelmed with grief, she clutched it close to her chest while Luna and Asia hugged her for comfort. Rias watched her night perish, tears streaming down her face as she tried to comfort Kaneko, but Kaneko, filled with rage, stood up abruptly. Don't you touch me. You killed Senpai, she shouted before running away. Rias, witnessing her rook flee with Kiba's night piece, felt the weight of her loss. She knelt down, her heart heavy with regret. What have I done? Rias whispered to herself. Meanwhile, the fight between Issei and Kokobile raged on. Kokobile fought fiercely against Issei, but in his balance breaker form, Issei proved to be Kokobile's equal. Even when 10 of Kokobile's wings sprouted from his back, it still wasn't enough to take Issei down. Surprisingly, Kokobile was enjoying the battle, even as Issei landed a kick that made him lose a tooth. Oh, you really aren't as weak as I thought you would be. You are a very strong human indeed, worthy of death by my hand. Kokobile laughed. Catching his breath, Issei replied, You're not afraid that you'll die by the hands of a human? Not even one bit, Kokobile said confidently. Well, at least someone's going to die knowing I'm human and not a dragon. Issei retorted. Human, dragon. It does not matter who or what I fight. I fight the strongest to get satisfaction out of it. And it's not like there are any more dragons to fight these days. What do you mean by that? Issei asked, puzzled. Rias, Aquino, and Blitzo overheard their conversation from a distance. What are you even talking about? Blitzo shouted angrily, surprising the fallen angel. Wait, you mean, you two don't know? Neither of you know. Kokobile asked, his amusement growing. Know what? Blitzo demanded. Kokobile, I've just lost 2 of my servants today, and I am in no mood for whatever riddles you are trying to have us guess. Rias interrupted. Kokobile began to laugh to himself, looking at Blitzo and Rias. Oh good grief. So neither of you have known either? That's just rich. But I suppose it was to be expected. During the Great War, after the heavenly dragons caused a ceasefire, Lucifer and God had them sealed away in Longinus. God had all dragons wiped out of existence. Everyone was in shock at this revelation, even Issei. What? All the dragons were killed by God? Issei asked incredulously. It's normal for you guys not to know about it. Even we had to agree with my father that dragons were born out of chaos, death, and destruction. Even the heavenly dragons Draig and Albion were close to killing Lucifer and God. They never gave us much detail, But let's just say my father and brother put aside their fight to destroy both dragons and seal their souls away in Longinus so they would not be a threat to either side. Dragons were always left unchecked, free to pillage, burn, and claim treasures and women as their own. It had to be done for the greater good. Even we, the fallen angels, hellborns, and devils, couldn't tell this to those below us. Among the four powers, only the people at the top and certain individuals know about it. Holy cow! Luna exclaimed. Oh no! How could God do this to them? Issei said, horrified. After the Great War ended, the 7 deadly sins and the Ars Goetia were above the devil faction to keep things in check, selecting certain pureblood devils as their representatives. They had to rely on humans to continue their generations, even though the relationship between a pureblood and reincarnate was strictly forbidden. Especially for angels and fallen angels, who could only continue their generation by mating with humans. Fallen angels can increase if angels fall, but pure angels can't increase their numbers. So God formed a new idea for humans to be useful to his rule. If a fellow exorcist was worthy, they would be promoted to an angel and serve to kill any sinners in hell for the good of decreasing overpopulation. It's so cruel. Angels killing people. Issei lamented, comforted by Millie, Moxie, and Luna. Don't be too saddened, dear. Those sinners deserve death. But there were some angels who did not agree with God's divine idea. Even his own confidant and general, Lord Michael, was against the purging of sinners. But dear old Dad did not take kindly to Michael going behind his back to protect hellborn sinners. He was punished. While Azazel and the rest of the former Watchers were sentenced to exile, Michael wasn't so lucky. He killed him, didn't he? Zenobia, who had woken up from her brief unconsciousness, asked as she tried to stand. Kokabeel looked at the angry ex-exorcist and smiled cruelly. Yes, he did. Zenovia's eyes widened at the reality of what God was truly like to those who disagreed with him, no matter how cruel or despicable their views might be. It's what I heard anyway. I wasn't there when the old man got angry at his own general, but Azazel was the one who saw it all happen. That would have been a good reason to start another war against your own father who kills one of his own sons, right? Though the truth is that another big war wouldn't happen unless you do it on purpose. It means that all sides went through hell in the past war. Everyone decided that it was meaningless to continue fighting if it would only lead to the execution of all dragons and Michael. Even Azazel declared that there is no second war after hearing the news of Michael's death. It was truly hard to bear. To lower your weapon after you've already fired it? It felt impossible. If we had continued from there, we could have won. We could have created a new heaven and shown the human race their place. Is there any value in fallen angels who can only survive by inviting humans who possess sacred gears? Asia clung onto Luna for comfort, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to hear this anymore. She sobbed. Luna gently reassured her. It's okay. Pull yourself together, all right? It's going to be fine. Issei, feeling the weight of the situation, admitted, to be honest, I thought Azazel would be behind all this since he wanted me dead. Kokabeel laughed, as if he wouldn't have called for a ceasefire if that were true. He just spends his time collecting sacred gears as a hobby. But fighting you? Maybe he was onto something with the boosted gear. Issei retorted, you think I'm a threat, right? But the only real threat here is you. Kokabeel chuckled. How cute. From here on out, I will start a war. I will take your heads as a gift. Even if it's just me, I will continue from where we left off. I'm going to show Serzex and Lucifer that we, the fallen angels, are the ultimate beings. Issei's determination flared. Don't mess around. I can't let you destroy my town, my boss, or my coworkers just for your selfish motives. Kokabeel smirked. You know, boy, I could use you on our side. Issei was taken aback. What was that? You heard me. We beings are above those ants down there. From what I heard, you were quite a pervert who wanted nothing but a harem, if I'm not mistaken. So tell you what, you can become a harem king right away. I will snatch beauties as we walk past. You can be with them as much as you want. The old Issei would have loved the idea of being a harem king, but after everything he had been through, those thoughts meant nothing to him now. You mean we kidnap women? Is that it? Kokabile confirmed, that's basically the whole point, yes. Issei shook his head. And you say dragons were the only ones who took women? I don't think so. Those girls wouldn't love me because I took them away from their families and loved ones. They would hate and fear me. That's a line I would never cross. I'm already used to being feared and hated by the human world, but I'm not like you. Kokabile's expression darkened. But, honestly, I was hoping you would reject my offer because I'd rather kill you than have you serve me. With that, Kokabile charged at Issei, ready to end the legacy of the heavenly dragons once and for all. But deep inside, Issei tapped into the power of his boosted gear, dodging Kokabile's attack and elbowing him in the back. Boosting his strength, Issei unleashed a torrent of power, not giving Kokabile a chance to fight back. He fought with everything he had, beating Kokabile mercilessly. Rias watched in awe and fear as Issei revealed his inner dragon, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. Flashbacks of Issei using his balance breaker against agents flooded her mind, and she realized just how monstrous he had become. Blitzo observed Issei's fierce determination. He thought back to when Issei was just a human with no social skills or purpose. Now, after training him to be a killer, Issei's Longinus was helping him survive against Kokabile for this long. Blitzo felt a mix of pride and fear. He was proud of Issei but scared for him, worried about the loss of control he seemed to be experiencing. Issei showed no mercy, his true power unleashed as he continued to pummel Kokabile. The fallen angel had no time to catch his breath or prepare his light spear. Issei grabbed his wrist and broke his arm to prevent him from gaining the upper hand. His rage consumed him as he threw the fallen angel leader high into the air, charging his gauntlet, ready to execute his plan. This is for you, Kiba. Issei shouted as the gauntlet shot a massive green blast deep into the sky. The beam struck Kokabile, who was broken and brutally beaten, piercing his skin. Kokabile knew this would be his fate, but he did not scream in pain or suffer. Instead, he smiled. So much for attempting to overthrow you, father. But on the plus side, I finally get to die a warrior's death. That's all I truly desired, Kokabile thought. An explosion echoed throughout the area, causing a sonic boom that shattered the barrier, revealing it to be night. No sign of Kokabile remained, except for a rain of blood pouring down, marking his end. Everyone looked up in shock at what they had just witnessed. Even Rias and Blitzo were surprised. Blitzo spoke first. He did it. Rias Gremory added, he killed one of the fallen angel leaders of the Grigori. Kokabile is dead. Killed by a human. Issei stood there, unmoving, until Asia rushed over to him. Issei, she called out. Issei glared at the group with glowing green eyes, snarling like a dragon. Blitzo instinctively moved to shield Asia. Back away. Blitzo warned. Asia looked confused. What's wrong with Issei? That's not Issei anymore, Blitzo replied. Gasper, trembling, called out, Be big brother? They all saw Issei consumed by uncontrollable rage, too blind to recognize the people around him. We need to kill him now. Rias insisted. Like hell you are. That's my kid you're talking about. Blitzo shot back. Your kid has become what he is destined to be. A monster with death and destruction in his mind. We have to put him down for the greater good? Hate to break it to you, but we're not letting you kill him. Blitzo interrupted. Rias, frustrated, asked, Where? Moxie, Millie, and Luna gathered around Issei, forming a protective barrier. Rias lifted her hand, glowing red as she prepared to act. I understand not wanting to lose the people close to you. I just experienced losing 2 people today, but he will kill us all, which will trigger the apocalypse. He is the dragon of domination. Rias argued. Does it look like we care? Luna retorted. You seriously cannot be this stubborn right now? Rias exclaimed. You're clearly one to talk there, Missy. Millie shot back. Issei may not be perfect, but he is a part of I.M.P. He's one of us, Moxie added. And he is a very good person. Deep down, he is very broken. Please, Rias Gremory, don't take him away from this world. Asia pleaded, praying for Issei's life. She thought about Kaneko and how she regretted not helping Kiba sooner. Rias looked at them, regret in her eyes. Even if I decided to let him live. He is beyond reason now. Suddenly, Rainier appeared, declaring, "Then allow me." A light spear shot out of nowhere, piercing Issei's chest. He reverted back to his normal state, blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone gasped in shock as Issei fell to the ground. "Kid!" Blitzo cried out. F-. Luna shouted. I.M.P rushed over to Issei, who lay on the ground, pierced by the light spear. They, along with Rias and Aquino, turned to see Rainier standing there, laughing maniacally at having finally killed Issei. Issei's eyes closed as he felt the world around him fading to black, with Blitzo, Luna, Millie, Moxie, and Asia begging him to wake up. Darkness enveloped him, and silence reigned. Issei lay lifeless on the ground, blood all around him, while Blitzo cried and slapped him, desperate to wake him up. "Come on, kid, wake up. I know I didn't train you to be a lazy butt. Now wake the heck up. Wake up. Wake up for heaven's sake." Luna grabbed Blitzo's wrists, stopping him as tears welled up in her eyes. He was struggling to accept the fact that Issei Hayadu was dead. Rainier was laughing to herself, which earned her glares from Zenobia, Moxie, Millie, Aquino, Rias, Luna, and Blitzo, who now all looked at her. "How's that for finally taking my job seriously, Kokabile? I just had to use you as a sacrifice to find the perfect moment to kill him where he stood, and now you're nothing but blood drops. I can rest easily now that you're not here to scare me. And better yet, I will finally earn the affection of Azazel at long last." Rainier exclaimed. "You are a monster!" Aquino Himejima shouted. "So was that human I slayed. Even my bullet wounds should be proof of how cold-hearted he could be," Rainier retorted. "You were 1 second away from committing genocide on the human race. And you call him cold-hearted?" Zenobia countered. Rias realized what time it was when Zenobia said that. "Guys, I just realized. How long has it been now?" Moxie checked his watch. "It's close to 1 hour. Which means..." Blitzo stood up and turned around to glare at Rainier. "It means time's up. You're in trouble. The Cateris are coming." Millie added. "That's right. You will not be able to escape now. Maybe when this battle was ongoing, but now it is too late. My brother will be here right now along with his loyal guards to arrest you. You will never stand a chance if you fight them," Rias declared. As the hour passed, Rainier felt a twinge of worry, but as they continued to stand there, nothing happened. The group was confused, waiting a little longer, but still nothing. Rias was puzzled just like everyone else. Where is he?" Zenobia asked. Rainier's worries faded into an evil smile as she realized they were bluffing. "Yes, where is your precious big brother and his forces? Is the Devil King invisible so I won't recognize him? Aquino? You said my brother would be here within 1 hour, did you not?" Rias questioned. "I did, yes." Aquino replied nervously. "Then where is he?" Blitzo demanded. Luna sniffed the air. "He's not here. I don't smell anyone from the underworld coming to help us." They kept waiting, but nothing happened. Surzex nor his forces were sensed to be coming for help against Rainier. "I don't understand. He told me on the phone he would be here with his troops. He should have been here by now," Aquino said, her confusion growing. "But he isn't." Rias murmured. "Why not?" Luna asked, frustration evident in her voice. "Because he's a coward, that's why." Blitzo snapped. "Mind your tongue. My brother would never let anything bad happen to us. Not to me." Rias insisted, checking the night sky and the area around her, yet nothing had happened. Rainier grew bored and yawned to herself. "So is he coming or what? Because I want to take all of you down really, really badly." Rainier taunted. "He's not coming, is he?" Moxie asked quietly. "What happened? Is he at least going to send his soldiers to deal with this?" Millie wondered. "I'll tell you what happened. Your Devil King has cold feet, that's what happened. Rainier sneered. Silence. He will show up to stop you. He gave my queen his word. Rias shouted defiantly. Whatever. I'm just going to take you all down right now and bring Issei's warm beating heart as proof of my devotion too. Suddenly, her wing was shot at, causing her pain. She grunted in anger and glared at Blitzo, who had shot her. You keep my son's name out of your mouth. Blitzo yelled. I'm going to enjoy peeling your skin and wearing it as a coat. Rainier threatened. Blitzo rushed in, shooting right at Rainier, but the fallen angel kept blasting her light spears at him. Blitzo dodged while Moxie shot at Rainier's leg, further enraging her. Luna and Millie charged behind Rainier, but Rainier kicked Luna in the stomach, causing her to kneel on the ground. Millie jumped onto Rainier's face, scratching her. Rainier felt every claw inflicted on her face, growing irritated as she threw Millie away. This distraction allowed Luna to claw right at her chest. You beach! Rainier roared. Get lost, you racist! Luna shot back. I'm going to rip that skull out of your head and keep it as a trophy. Rainier threatened. Bring it on. Luna challenged. Rainier was about to respond when Blitzo's bullet pierced through her face, leaving another scar. She charged at him, but Aquino, with her lightning strikes, started fighting her head-on. Oh, is Daddy's girl throwing a tantrum? Rainier mocked. I am on the side of devils. Aquino declared fiercely. Keep telling yourself that. Rainier shot back, blocking the lightning strike with her light spear. She pushed the lightning strike against Aquino, hurting her, while Rias threw her destruction blasts at Rainier. The fallen angel dodged the blasts, throwing light spears at Rias' legs, causing her to fall to the ground, screaming in pain and agony. Rainier took pleasure in torturing her. Look at you. Crying? Are you crying for your big brother? Where is he? Where's your big scary brother? Rainier taunted, shoving the light spears deeply through Rias' leg, forcing her to cry out in pain. Oh look! Blood coming out from your legs. Does it match the carpet or your hair? Rainier sneered. Brother! Where are you? Rias cried out. Rainier pointed a light spear right at Rias' face, giving her a scar that made it bleed. No brother. No soldiers. No one to look after you while I inflict so much pain upon you. She gave Rias a few large scratches on her arm with her light spear, causing her to scream again. I bet I'll be promoted to a fallen angel leader alongside Azazel. I would be a better replacement than that whack job Kokabeel ever was. By killing you, I will be praised as a hero among fellow fallens everywhere. They will tell stories of how I killed the daughter of the House of Gremory. KyleAkersXD looked around, bewildered. Oh, who said that? What are you? She noticed her subordinates, all of whom appeared possessed, their faces twisted into sinister smiles that resembled those of demons. One of the sacred gear users responded, What's wrong? What's Fallen Angel doing here? KyleAkersXD felt a chill run down her spine. I don't understand. Why are you all looking at me like that? The sacred gear user continued, What's wrong with you? Never seen a real demon before? KyleAkersXD's heart raced as she tried to comprehend the situation. This can't be happening. You're all supposed to be on my side. Another voice chimed in, You think we're still with you? You've lost control, KyleAkersXD. We're beyond your reach now. She took a step back, her mind racing. No, this isn't right. You can't just turn against me. The group advanced, their expressions darkening. You've underestimated us for too long. It's time to pay for your mistakes. KyleAkersXD felt the weight of their gazes, the realization sinking in that she was no longer in command. What do you want from me? Your power, one of them replied, a wicked grin spreading across their face. And your downfall will be our rise. KyleAkersXD steeled herself, determination igniting. Within her, I won't let you take me down without a fight. As the tension thickened, she prepared to confront the very forces she once commanded, knowing that the battle for her own fate had just begun. Suddenly, a purple fireball appeared out of nowhere and struck Rainier, causing her to fall hard to the ground. In pain and confusion, she struggled to get up. Who did that? Which one of you hit me? It burns. she exclaimed, her voice filled with anger and disbelief. I did, came the response from Octavia Goetia, who emerged from the woods, tears streaming down her face. A floating fireball danced around her hand. Rainier, filled with rage, prepared to charge at Octavia, but she found herself restrained by Saji, who had trapped her with an absorption line, fueling her hatred for the fallen angel. You're going to pay for what you did to my best friend, Octavia declared, her voice trembling with emotion. What? That crimson girl? I didn't know she was best friends with the heir of, Rainier began, but Saji interrupted. She wasn't talking about Rias, you psycho. Both Octavia and Saji were consumed by vengeance, having witnessed Issei's death at Rainier's hands. Saji tightened the restraints, while Octavia brought the fireball closer to the struggling fallen angel, who looked at her with fear. I learned this spell from my dad's teachings, pyrokinesis. I could burn someone like you alive with it, Octavia threatened. No, please, don't. Rainier pleaded, her eyes wide with terror as the purple flames drew nearer to her face. Please show mercy, she whimpered, desperation creeping into her voice. Like you showed him mercy? Octavia shot back. I was just doing my job. Rainier protested. He told me what you did to him. You enjoyed hurting him, didn't you? Was ruining his life part of your job too? Octavia accused, grabbing Rainier's hand and causing her to scream in pain as the burn mark appeared. Octavia then used her purple flames to touch Rainier's face, inflicting more pain and leaving a long scar. Stop, please. No more. Rainier cried out, her voice filled with anguish. What's wrong, Rainier? I thought you enjoyed pain. Octavia taunted. I enjoy inflicting it. Not on me. Rainier retorted angrily. It takes one to know one. Octavia replied. Fueled by rage at being insulted, Rainier managed to break free from the absorption line, causing both Saji and Octavia to stumble. Despite the pain in her burned hand, she retrieved her light spear, glaring at Octavia with deadly intent. You know what? Maybe I should aim even higher. By killing you. And giving your head to the Grigori. Azazel might allow me to take his place as the true leader. I don't think any fallen angel has ever taken an opportunity like this. Rainier declared. Just then, Luna bit Rainier's shoulder in defense of Octavia. Rainier screamed in pain and threw Luna to the ground, furious. That's it. I've had it with you filthy creatures, she shouted. Meanwhile, Issei woke up in a black and white forest, feeling alone and confused. What the hell? Where am I? He wondered aloud, standing up to find nothing but looming trees and the sound of radio static surrounding him. He touched his chest, recalling the events that led to his current state. She finally killed me. When I was losing control. After I killed Kokabeel. Am I dead now? He pondered. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? A voice echoed. Issei quickly turned around, but saw no one. Who's there? Show yourself, he demanded. Suddenly he spotted a red deer in the distance, looking directly at him before running away. Issei followed it, only to find himself in his old home, where two figures resembling his parents wore unsettling smiles and sharp teeth. Life isn't always fair to men like us, is it? They said in unison, sending a chill down his spine. Issei fell from the window and landed in a school, where two false friends greeted him with the same eerie smiles. But life and death can never stop us, they continued. Confused and frightened, Issei tried to escape through the school doors but found himself in a meeting room filled with familiar faces: Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, Luna, Asia, and Gasper. Yet they too wore the same creepy smiles, and the radio static grew louder. You were indeed quite something, the voice taunted. Stop it. Show yourself. Issei shouted, holding his ears to block out the noise. Suddenly, he found himself in a small town resembling 1912, engulfed in flames and destruction. The sounds of screaming and gunfire filled the air. He rushed to find the source of the chaos, only to look up and see a giant red dragon with glowing green eyes roaring down at him. Most of the residents tried to fight it but met their fates. The dragon bore a striking resemblance to Issei in his balance breaker form, but it was far more monstrous and evil. Frozen in fear, Issei heard the radio static again as the monster unleashed a massive blast of green flames toward him. He covered his eyes, bracing for impact, but felt nothing. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room with an old-fashioned radio in front of him. The radio crackled to life, sounding like his comrades struggling against someone who sounded like Rainer. Panic surged through him as he rushed to speak into the radio. "Blitz! Guys! What's going on? Is that Rainer? Leave them alone," he shouted. "They can't hear you," the voice from the radio replied. "But I can," it continued. "What are you? Drake, is that you? Answer me," Issei demanded. "PFFFD haha. Oh, you are quite the comedian. How is Drake doing these days?" the voice laughed. "You're not him, are you?" Issei realized. "I would have referred to myself if I were him. But I am not." "You are right on the money there," the voice confirmed. "Then, who are you?" Issei asked, feeling a sense of dread. "I'm afraid there is no time for introductions," the voice replied ominously. "It seems your friends are in serious trouble." Issei Hayadu wondered what was happening outside. He learned that after his death, his friends took it very seriously and were now risking their own lives to avenge him. Suddenly he heard Octavia's voice, filled with anger as she confronted Rainer. "Vaya! What is she doing out there?" Issei exclaimed, concern flooding his thoughts. "Is she a lady friend of yours?" "She seems to truly care for you," came the response. "I need to get out there. I need to stop her from getting hurt. Stolas would never forgive me if she dies." Issei shook the radio, feeling powerless. Tears streamed down his face as he realized he couldn't protect his allies or Octavia in his current state. "This is all my fault. I should have transferred my power to someone else to fight Kokabeel. Instead, I was stubborn, wanting to prove to Blitz that I was strong enough to handle my own fights. It worked out for me, but I lost myself during that fight because..." He recalled the moment Kiba was killed right before their eyes. Initially, he hadn't trusted Kiba, but the young man had proven he was no threat. Now he was gone. "I didn't want anyone to interfere in that fight. Look how that turned out. It seems like I'm the curse, not this boosted gear. They don't have to share my fate. I could repair the damage done to your heart." Issei looked at the radio. "You can do that?" "Not metaphorically speaking, but literally. Think of me as your fairy godmother, but only if you are willing to strike a deal with me." "What kind of deal?" "This what? Nothing that concerns you right now. But you are concerned for the well-being of those close to you, are you not?" "Yeah, I am." "I do. I understand you do not trust me easily. But it's not like you have much of a choice, am I right? From the sounds of what is happening out there, they will be as dead as you are." Deep down, Issei knew the stranger from the radio was right. He didn't trust him, but he felt he had no choice. The people he cared about were fighting for their lives to avenge him. He was at a crossroads, but he knew he didn't really have a say in the matter. "What do you say? Have we got a deal?" Issei turned quickly, noticing the stranger now standing in the dark room with glowing red eyes and a wicked smile, extending a demonic-looking hand for Issei to shake. "If it means I can help save them, then yes, I'll do it." Issei agreed, feeling a mix of fear and determination. The figure's smile grew wider at Issei's acceptance. "Splendid." As Issei shook the stranger's hand, he felt a sense of dread wash over him, realizing too late the implications of the deal. "Wait, I should have asked what the catch was." Suddenly, the radio played a twisted melody, and a swarm of green music notes surged into Issei's heart, causing him immense pain as he screamed. "Oh, I forgot to mention this, but it will hurt a lot. Nothing you can't handle, of course." Issei collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring as his heart, once wounded, began to darken. Everything around him faded into darkness, and he could only hear echoes of the past. "Would you die for me? As far as my wife and I know, we never had a son. Tough luck. That's how life works in Earth and Hell." "Wow, has your time in Hell not taught you anything?" "The boosted gear. It is a very powerful Longinus indeed," even among all the sacred gears we deemed heretical. Now I know how you managed to survive for so long. I wouldn't expect a weak human like you to understand what we imps go through. In the end, you were always going to be a monster in someone's eyes. Everyone makes mistakes, kid. Even me. A flashback hit him, recalling the incident back at Stylish Occult. Issei lay on top of Blitzo's van, both looking out at Pentagram City. He thought about almost shooting Rias. I'm sorry for almost attempting to kill her. Rias Gremory. I didn't think she would be disrespectful towards you and Luna. I didn't want her getting away with it. Kid, I know we usually kill people on Earth. But if you pull that stunt in public like that here in Hell, there are consequences just like on Earth. Imp City has a jail, you know? Trust me, I've been there. Things would have gone badly if Stolas and his kid hadn't stopped you from pulling the trigger. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Blitzo could see the guilt on Issei's face and sighed, smiling at him. Just remember to keep it under control, will you? You can kill anyone you want on Earth, but not here. Got it? Issei nodded. Yeah, I got it. So you've been to jail before? Pretty much. Why did you kill every imp here in Hell back then? Yup. Issei felt embarrassed at his guess. Oh. Now I understand why we only kill people on Earth. Good thing we always have the book to give us access to the human world whenever we want. Issei received a notification on his phone and checked his social media to see someone named Gothk2003 had liked a few selfies he took with Blitzo and Luna during their day out. He discovered the profile belonged to Octavia. Oh hey, I didn't know Vaya has a social media account. She has some cool pictures too. I think I'll follow her. Issei pressed the follow button, and Blitzo watched him, noticing the budding friendship between Issei and Octavia. So, you two are friends now, huh? Blitzo asked. I guess so. I mean, she's been nice to me ever since I saved her back at Lulu Land. From when she was running away from her dad? Oh no, when I saved her from those two jerks. Issei's voice trailed off as he realized he had covered his mouth, and Blitzo raised an eyebrow. Issei was too scared to tell Blitzo about how he saved Octavia from those two imps who were attempting to harm her, so he changed the subject. Issei Haida mentioned that he was relieved to have found her after she ran off from Stolas. Blitzo asked if the imps had touched her, and Issei hesitated before admitting they had tried. Blitzo pressed for details, and Issei reassured him that he had punched one of them, causing them to flee. Blitzo expressed relief that Issei hadn't killed them, and they shared a moment of laughter over the imp's reaction. Blitzo then inquired if Stolas knew about Issei saving Octavia, to which Issei replied that he preferred Stolas not to know, as he didn't want him thinking she was unsupervised while he was trying to win her a prize. Blitzo agreed to keep quiet, emphasizing their partnership and support for one another. As Issei reflected on their bond, he felt a surge of determination. Meanwhile, in the real world, chaos unfolded as Zenobia was knocked to the ground, and Blitzo was struck across the face. Rainier pinned Blitzo down, with Millie, Moxie, and Luna injured and helpless to intervene. Even Asia and Gasper were powerless to stop what was about to happen. Rainier taunted them, confident that they would soon join their fallen comrade. Blitzo, however, remained defiant and urged Luna to take care of the others, hinting that they would need a new leader. Just then, Rainier prepared to strike, but before she could, Issei appeared, grabbing her light spear and preventing her from harming Blitzo. In disbelief, Rainier questioned Issei's presence, but he swiftly countered by delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing through a window. The others were overjoyed to see Issei alive and well, his wounds healed. Blitzo was astonished but grateful, and Issei extended his hand to help him up. They reaffirmed their commitment to each other, and Octavia and Saji shared in the joy of Issei's return. As they celebrated, a growl echoed from the school building, and Rainier emerged, furious and confused about Issei's survival. She accused Rias of turning him into a reincarnate, but Rias countered that she hadn't had the chance. Rainier, realizing her focus had been misplaced, turned her attention back to Issei and the others, vowing to finish what she started. Issei interrupted her, asking for a final word before the battle. Reluctantly, Rainier allowed it, but her anger was palpable. Issei posed a shocking question, asking if she would die for him. Rainier was taken aback, her rage intensifying as she threatened him. As she charged at them, Issei called for Blitzo to hold hands with him and the others. Though surprised, Blitzo complied, and they joined hands, forming a united front. With a surge of energy, Issei glowed green, and a loud boom resonated through the air. Rainier thought she had defeated them, but Issei countered her attack, throwing her to the ground. The group stood together, empowered by Issei's abilities, ready to face their foe. As they charged at Rainier, she struggled against their combined strength, but they were relentless. Luna clawed at her face, while Millie delivered powerful kicks, and together they fought with newfound determination. Luna stood over Rainier, who lay defeated on the ground. Moxie had fired at her from a distance, and Rainier felt the sting of the bullets piercing her skin. With each attack that overpowered her, Issei and Blitzo exchanged nods before delivering a powerful punch to her stomach, sending her soaring into the air. They then leaped high, and with one final combined strike, they sent her crashing down to the ground, creating a massive boom that resonated throughout Kuo town, felt even in the Hyudu residence. Mrs. Hyudu wondered aloud, what was that? Mr. Hyudu speculated, must be some big lightning storm, even though it doesn't look like it's raining outside. How very odd, Mrs. Hyudu replied. Back at the schoolyard, Issei, Blitzo, Moxie, Millie, and Luna powered down, feeling the effects of the boosted gear's transfer power. Issei reverted to his normal form, and Blitzo hugged him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. You just love making me worry so much for you, don't you? Blitzo exclaimed. Sorry about that, Issei replied with a sheepish smile, patting Blitzo on the back. Luna, Moxie, and Millie smiled back at him, and soon Octavia, Saji, Asia, and Gasper joined in for a group hug. Rias watched them, feeling her legs heal from the earlier torture inflicted by Rainier, thanks to Asia's sacred gear. That was quite something, wasn't it? Aquino remarked, glancing at Rias. Yeah, Rias responded, her gaze drifting to where Kaneko had run off earlier. It sure was. Suddenly, they heard Rainier trying to crawl away, attempting to retrieve her light spear, but Issei stopped her, pointing his gun directly at her. Please, Issei. You wouldn't, Rainier pleaded. I shot you once before when you tried to manipulate me into protecting you. Do you honestly think I won't shoot you again after everything that's happened today? Issei retorted. Rainier fell silent, fear creeping into her expression. This time, I'm shooting you right in the head, he added. As she processed the gravity of her situation, Rainier attempted to mock him. Yeah. You don't want her to save me again, do you? Issei glanced at Asia, who averted her gaze, not wanting to witness what he might do. Luna covered Asia's eyes to shield her from the impending violence. Issei looked back at Rainier, gun still aimed at her, but he hesitated, reflecting on how she had taken advantage of him and the chaos she had caused in his life. Yet, in those memories, he realized he had gained a new life and family. Opening his eyes, he pulled the gun away, surprising Rainier. Kid, are you sure you want to let her go? Blitzo asked, concern evident in his voice. Rainier, if you want to live, you will stop chasing us. You will not follow us or come looking for us. If our paths ever cross again, I won't hesitate, Issei warned. Rainier was incredulous. You can't be serious. You're letting me go just like that? There's been enough killing today. Ending your life as you are now, defeated and broken, would only leave a bad aftertaste in my mouth, Issei replied. Rainier's anger flared at his words. How dare you? Are you implying I am weak? I am the loyal apprentice to Azazel himself. I am his best tracker. I've killed so many sacred gear users deemed a threat. She brandished her light spear, fury boiling within her. I am Lady Rainier of the Grigori, and you will all die for Azazel. Do you hear me, Azazel? This is all for you. She charged at Issei and his friends, but suddenly a shadow appeared, red eyes glowing, turning her into solid stone. Everyone turned to see it was Stolas, who had foreseen the chaos unfolding on Earth. Dad! Octavia cried, running to embrace him. Vaya! Stolas responded warmly. Stolas? How Oh right, you have your ways. I always forget that, Issei said, surprised. Stolas looked at the group. When I saw that your mother didn't bring you home last night, I went to check on you. You weren't in your room, and then I felt the massive boom in Kuo Town. Where were you? It's a long story, Dad. She was hurting Kiba and... Octavia explained, wiping her tears. Oh Vaya, it's okay. It's going to be okay. I'm so sorry I didn't know. Had I known what was going on, I would've... Stolas began, but Octavia interrupted. It's okay, Dad. They embraced, both father and daughter sharing a heartfelt moment. Issei felt a pang of sadness, wishing he had been strong enough to protect everyone that day, especially with the loss of Yudo Kiba weighing heavily on him. Blitzo noticed Issei's sorrow and patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Issei looked at Blitzo and his fellow co-workers, managing a small smile in return, knowing that for now, it was over. Meanwhile, Zenobia walked away from the school grounds, her eyes opened to the truth of how heaven treated its followers for the first time. She felt lost and alone, unaware that Fried Selzen was hiding in the branches above, waiting to strike. So much for getting my way with Lady Rainier. Oh well, you'll have to do. Fried declared as he jumped from the tree, but before he could land, a shot rang out, striking him in the head. He fell to the ground, lifeless. Zenobia, witnessing this, found herself surrounded by agents of DOS, who had come to investigate the earlier boom. Drawing her sword, she confronted them. Have you all come to kill me? Did the church send you? At this point, I don't care if I perish, she declared defiantly. One of the agents lowered their weapon while two others approached her. One agent looked at Zenobia, noting her struggles, and smiled gently. You must be Zenobia? We just want to have a little chat with you, involving the Red Dragon Emperor. Zenobia was confused, but at this moment, she laid down her weapon and chose to give in to their request. I am listening, she said. The two agents smiled at their newfound ally. A few weeks later, Issei was sitting near a tree in the area of the Goetia Palace, the same one where Stolas and Blitzo once hung out together as children. Octavia was sitting next to him as they watched the red sky above together. Are you feeling all right? Octavia asked. Yeah. Issei replied, feeling his chest. We went by the Sloth Ring Hospital, but the doctor said my wounds were healed. I asked Asia if she had something to do with it, but she said no. I believe her. It still hurts sometimes, but I've been through worse. The two kept watching the clouds around the red sky. My parents just announced that they're finally getting divorced, Octavia said. I'm sorry to hear that. Issei responded. I'm not. And I know you don't either. I was just trying to be respectful, that's all. It's fine, she smirked. My mom threw a huge fit when I chose to stay with Dad over her. You should have seen how angry she was. I don't know why she cares about where I live since she never wanted me in the first place. Are you? Issei began. Don't worry, I'm going to be all right. I used to think my parents were always in love with each other, even before I was born. But now, learning everything about how my grandfather arranged their marriage. Were they ever really in love? What I do know is that I'm never forgiving my mom for what she tried to do to Kiba. Issei could tell she missed Kiba, as he was one of her closest friends and had even protected her from her mother's rage during that situation. So, as for me, Blitz has been very concerned for me. Even after we left the hospital. I mean, I did die in front of him, so it's pretty understandable. Except on a few occasions. Flashbacks of Issei trying to sleep at night flooded his mind, where he heard purring and then opened his eyes to see Blitzo staring at him like a cat. What were you dreaming about? Blitzo asked. I was dreaming that my parents were being violently murdered. I would like to get back to that dream now, Issei replied, deadpan. The flashback ended. Geez. Overly protective much? Then again, I can relate to that, Octavia said. He wasn't the only one. My coworkers. Luna. Gasper. They still worry about me every day. I see. I also heard from my dad that Asia's got a new sister. Oh yeah, Moxie and Millie took in Irina as a second daughter. It took Irina time to adjust to living in hell, but lately, she's been doing fine and even apologized to Asia for calling her a witch one time, and she forgave her for it. I'm sorry about what happened to your childhood friend. Thanks. Though I barely even remembered her. I wasn't sure if she thought everything we did was real to her or not. I'm surprised she would be one of the few, besides those agents, who would know me. Speaking of dreams, have you? Actually no, not after that night. I haven't been having any more nightmares lately. It's just normal dreams. The two looked at each other, still worried for one another. Are you still angry with Surzex? Octavia asked. When he finally showed up, late, I may add, he explained that the real reason he didn't want to interfere in the battle was that it would have caused the apocalypse to happen. That's nonsense. I know, right? The last thing I said to him was. Flashback to Issei spitting right at Surzek's face in front of everyone. Get lost. Blitz and the Imps of Wrath were right. You're completely useless. He stormed off, angry, with I.M.P following him and Stolas giving Surzex a disappointed nod. The flashback ended. I heard Rias lost her territory, and Sona is now watching over it since the 72 Pillars and the Ars Goetia discovered she knew about her servants' tragic fates, except for Kaniko's. I suppose that's karma for you. What about Kaniko, though? Did they find her yet? Not since that day. Kiba was like a brother to her. Someone she could depend on. Octavia wiped her tears away. And in a way, I could relate to her. I should have helped him sooner. Issei saw how losing Kiba was affecting her too, and he hugged her close. I'm sure deep down Kiba would want you two to be happy. I didn't know him for long, but he was going through some serious stuff. And maybe he never told anyone because he felt alone in the world, even though he wasn't. I was happy that he finally was able to free his friends' souls and move on, even if it were for a short second. She hugged Issei tightly, crying a little on his shirt. Sorry if I'm making your shirt wet, she said. Hey, it's all good. I just don't want to see you sad, that's all. He gently pet her hair, and then she looked up at him. You won't leave me like Kiba, will you? If something bad happens to you. My dad is usually busy watching over the cosmos, and I don't want to be alone, okay? You won't. I'm here for you. Always. He hugged her close, keeping her safe. She smiled, hugging him back deeply. Issei, the person I told you who would be coming is here. Stolas called out. They both heard Stolas letting Issei know the visitor had arrived. So the two stood up and smiled at each other. So much for having a tender moment there, Octavia said. Yeah. Well, see you around, Issei replied. Yeah. The two fist bumped each other, and then Issei rushed over to follow Stolas inside the palace. They walked through the hallways as Issei looked at Stolas. So, single and ready to mingle, huh? Stolas felt uncomfortable discussing his divorce with Stella. Sorry, that was inappropriate of me too. It's all right, though it's not exactly something someone would joke about. I'm doing fine without her. She was a bad influence on our daughter anyway. Yeah. I could tell that Stolas noticed Issei's lingering grief over Kiba's loss, just as Octavia and Kaniko did. Stolas asked if Issei still felt accountable for what happened to Kiba. Issei replied that he only wanted to help Kiba take down the ones responsible for ruining his life and never meant for him to get killed. Stolas reflected that sometimes the choices we make, whether good or bad, shape the future. Issei then wondered if there was a way to bring Kiba back, recalling that devils often resurrect the dead, and even Rias had done it before. Stolas gently informed him that it wasn't that simple. While humans could be easily resurrected as devils, bringing back a reincarnated devil was unheard of. Kiba was not just dead, he had been denied an afterlife. Issei felt disappointed but came to understand. He accepted that nothing could change the past. Stolas offered his condolences before they continued walking out onto the balcony. Curious, Issei asked who the visitor was that Stolas mentioned. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and to Issei's surprise, a large flying dragon landed before him. The dragon introduced itself as Tannen, the Prince of Goetia, and inquired if Issei was the human who had bested Kokobile. Issei was in disbelief, exclaiming that this was unbelievable. Blitzo, riding atop the dragon's head, confirmed that it was indeed true. Issei was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Tannen explained that he had come because the prince had informed him that Issei wished to know if all the dragons were truly dead. Stolas confirmed that Tannen had requested to show Issei himself, as they had heard the old rumors. Issei asked if it was true that all the dragons were gone, to which Tannen replied that he could show him. At that moment, Issei climbed onto Tannen's hand and rode on his head alongside Stolas and Blitzo. They flew away from the Pride Ring and soon found themselves in an uncharted part of the world, untouched by anyone. Blitzo looked at Issei and asked if he was sure he wanted to see the truth, noting that not everyone likes to see what they want until it's too late. Issei insisted that he just needed to know. Blitzo could see that Issei was determined. Upon arrival, they dismounted Tannen and took in the view. Tannen revealed what was once known as the Dragon Realm, now called the Dragon Graveyard. They were shocked to see massive bones, skeletons, and skulls scattered across the ground, remnants from thousands of years ago. Even Issei struggled to comprehend the sight before him. He realized that Kokabeel had been right after all. All dragons had been dead for years. Tannen clarified that not all were lost. Some souls survived the genocide and were sealed away, while a few who escaped hid in caves, hoping to avoid detection. Tannen himself was one of the once proud dragon kings, reincarnated as a devil to fight in raiding games and protect something of great importance for the future of their people. Issei asked about their people, and Tannen questioned if Issei did not know what he was. Issei admitted he did, but insisted he was not a dragon. Tannen tilted his head in confusion but moved past the topic. He continued, explaining that a few surviving dragons were in hiding, while others who faced God's left hand met their end. Unlike most dragons driven by selfish desires, Tannen cared for the survival of the dragon race, despite the many enemies they had made due to old battles. As Tannen guided Issei through the island, he shared the rich history and culture of dragons, even showing him the ruins of an ancient tournament that once hosted battles between dragons. Stolas and Blitzo observed from a distance, noting Issei's interest in dragon culture, despite his earlier claim of not being one of them. Blitzo began to realize that Issei could have been killed or lost control if his boosted gear had not been properly trained. Stolas commented on Issei's genuine interest, and Blitzo expressed concern about Issei's safety. He suggested that Stolas help train Issei's boosted gear, knowing that he had extensive knowledge about sacred gears. Stolas agreed, although he acknowledged that the boosted gear remained a mystery, even beyond his understanding of heavenly dragons. He promised to speak with Tannen about assisting with Issei's training. Blitzo felt grateful, realizing how much it meant to him. Stolas blushed and smiled to himself, feeling that it was the least he could do for Blitzo and the human he had grown to care for like a son. Blitzo, though reluctant to admit it, recognized that he needed someone to train Issei, as he had grown fond of him and wanted to ensure his safety. Issei reflected on his experiences since being drawn into the supernatural world. He had faced many challenges, often having to kill to survive, and now he had to navigate a life where people saw him as a dragon. His life had become complicated, and he sensed it would only get more so as he continued his journey as a professional in a dangerous world. Though it was not the life he had asked for, it was the life he had to live. He resolved to embrace his identity, declaring himself Issei Hayadu, an employee of the immediate murder professionals. Issei, Blitzo, Luna, Moxie, Millie, Asia, Irina, and Gasper were watching TV, focused on the recent news. Stolas had made some adjustments for Issei to view human activities when the news segment began. Shiraki Suki, the news anchor, reported, "An earthquake has caused Kuo Academy, once a girls-only school and later co-ed, to crumble into rubble. We have some eyewitnesses to share their accounts." Donna exclaimed, "There were no earthquakes. We were running from those creatures wanting to harm us when we saw some kind of demons fighting each other." Sam added, "Well, I for one don't know what happened that night, but enough is enough, and it needs to stop." Donna continued, "We should have never gone to Japan. Sam, this is all your fault." Shiraki Suki responded, "Right? We also have some theorists who believe it may have been the Kuo town killer responsible for this. What are your thoughts?" Issei, Luna, and Blitzo were visibly angry as they watched Motohama and Matsuda spreading lies about the events. Motohama declared, We have every reason to believe this was all the Kuo town killer's doing. Matsuda chimed in. Yeah, when we first met him back at our school, we knew he was a deranged individual who clearly escaped from an asylum. Motohama continued, but as long as we're around, we'll find this Kuo town killer, and once we do, all the ladies will tell our heroic stories about how we captured him. Suddenly, a large anvil appeared out of nowhere and crushed both Motohama and Matsuda, causing the crowd to panic in fear. Donna shouted, "There they are." Sam gasped, "Oh my word, they are real. Those are the demons you clearly made up, Donna." The news anchor looked up to see Issei and Blitzo giving them a dismissive gesture. Issei Haidu said, "See you next time." Blitzo added, "Don't expect to sleep tonight after seeing that." Then the portal closed, and the broadcast shifted to a commercial break. Meanwhile, in the Grigori base, fallen angels were tasked with placing the recent statue of Rainier away as punishment for betraying the Grigori and nearly starting an apocalypse. Two fallen angels in the shadows watched the TV screen, reflecting on what they had just witnessed. One of them remarked, "He really is unstoppable, even with those things by his side. So what now?" The buff-looking fallen angel spoke to his leader, who was idolized by Rainier. The leader, Azazel, replied, "We'll keep an eye on him and his friends for now. Until then, no one goes after them. We don't know what we're dealing with." The other angel responded, "Understood, Azazel." End of Volume 1.